When there's no hope loving for you who saw me before I knew who I'd be. What I have around me means nothing to me if I can't share it with you.
Hellos, कैसे हो दिलोज? What is up? कैसे हो? क्या सोया हूँ मैं, मजा आ गया भाई। 4 घंटा मस्त सोया हूँ मैं बहिन छो। मेरे को लगा जीजिए बंको, पिंकी ने भी बोला आज मत कर। मैंने बोला यार कोई नहीं कर रहा तो मेरे को तो करना ही है ना। कैसे हो मेरे सारे ऑस्ट्रेलियन, अमेरिकन, कनेडियन, यूरोपियन, रशियन फ्रेंड्स? जग गए हैं? हो गया नींद का कबरा भाई? देखो डीमन 1 ने भाई, डीमन 1 को कैसे नहीं देखी है यार? इस डीमन 1 इंडियन है भाई। ठीक है, तुम लोग भी नहीं सोए हो कि अभी उठे हो? बस भाई सुबह कैसे उठोगे? ये राज ही रहेगा। ई राज ही रहेगा रे चीचिया। मैं भी इंडियन। लव यू बग्स मैन, लव यू। वन बिग सैल्यूट टू यू, थैंक यू। कॉफी या टी ना पिया कर, ऐसे ही होता है। शाम को पिया था भाई, शाम को।
And C9 is going to be Team A, and Lev will be Team B. C9, you will have first map ban.
भाई वॉल्यूम में फर्क देखो पैसिफिक और इसका बे।
Lev,
ये फुल वॉल्यूम
ban split. And what map would you like to pick?
Pick Icebox.
C9, pick Icebox.
50% पे।
And would you like attack or defense?
Attack.
Pick attack.
अंडी मंडी,
And
सनसेट
what
बैन
map would you
करो।
like?
We pick sunset.
Pick sunset. And would you like attack or defense?
Defense.
Yeah, pick defense.
अभी नींद आ रहा
And you have one map ban.
है। बाइंड बैन होने वाली है। करो।
Ban bind.
देखा?
Ban bind. And what
एसेंट
would you like to
बैन,
ban?
एसेंट बैन।
We ban Lotus.
Ban Lotus. Decider map is going to be Ascent. and
एसेंट
you have
खेलेंगे, सॉरी
side select.
स्लिप ऑफ टंग
defense.
हो गई थी।
C9, pick defense. Alright guys, best of luck today.
चल जिंक्स, तेरा बात सुन के रेजर माउस ले। अब इमॉर्टल जाऊंगा डन सी ने भाई 100%।
All right, so we have
मैं
our
दो
maps.
बार
We
ना
know
आया
what
बे,
we're
मेरे
playing.
बाल
Mimi,
के
I wanna
लेफ्ट
go to
राइट हो
you
गए।
real quick for this one. How do you feel about this particular draft? How to play?
जो बोलेंगे बाल की तरह
I
भड़ो
think
लोग को
honestly
हाइट
what's
दो।
really going to be interesting to me in setting the
Favorite
tone
streamer
for
for a
what
reason.
C9
Love you,
looks like
Gaurav
with this
bhai.
new roster is
Love you.
Icebox. The last time we got to see them play this was at Ludwig Tarek Invitational. They were playing two
ये
different
miss करूँ मैं।
variations of crazy troll comps. We haven't really seen it.
ये
So I
miss
think
करूँ
this
मैं।
is a good kind of idea setting for what ideas they have around their draft. Are they one of the teams going after the Harbor Viper? Are they one of the teams
Prediction
going after the
मतलब,
Gecko
prediction.
KO stuff? There's a lot of options here, and Lev, honestly, it was their best looking map in kickoff.
So, how do you feel?
I think it's interesting to think about like who's
Like
going to be
colorful
creative here, but personally I
disc
don't really
एकदम।
care about the maps after we have
Sure.
like a month off from teams. So
Yeah.
I'm not looking
इसका
too much
कपड़ा
into
मस्त है ना?
So real quick, who's
एक्सट्रीम
winning?
लेफ्ट का
Lev.
Lev?
होली बोलते।
Lev?
Oh, so you talk all this about Lev? That's so not. You're so predictable.
You know what? I gotta keep these guys, make them simmer
Thank
down
you, yaar.
over
My
here.
medicine
Let's
to
go
my
ahead and get
depressed
this
life. Love
show
you,
on
yaar.
the road because it all starts here. Master Shanghai champions on the horizon. We got Cloud9 versus Leviathan, NRG versus Loud. Day one of
भाई
VCT
एनआरजी
America
वर्सेस लॉर्ड भाई
starts
क्या
right
मैच
now.
है भाई। पहले ही टर्रेट देख रहे हो, घर जाएगा। मैं सोच रहा था पिंकी के लिए एक टर्रेट लूं, फिर सोचा घर में दोनों मेरे पे बजेंगे, प्लान कैंसिल किया। जय जय, थैंक यू फॉर द 180 मेरी जान। लव यू तन्मय। क्या आज आसपास रहना खेलेगा आइस बॉक्स में? इज द बिग क्वेश्चन। देखते हैं, गेम वॉल्यूम बढ़ाओ, चालू तो होने दो। आ गया मेरे भाई सुजीत भाई, लव यू, थैंक यू फॉर 40। थैंक यू यार। इतना सब सुपर चैट करके तुम लोग सपोर्ट कर रहे हो, लव यू। बंक्स में आज मैच काम की वजह से नहीं देख पाया, देखा कि जी लॉस्ट। आपको क्या लगता है क्या गलत हुआ? थर्ड मैच जीत सकते थे, 3-4 राउंड थोड़ा लेफ्ट राइट हो गया, बट played well. Also love your dedication for watch party, crazy man, just respect you, love you यार, काफी भाई love you यार। फर्स्ट मैप तो मैं देखा नहीं था। I hate sunset.
So Lev obviously is a good team. They have some champions on that team, and they're not a team to play around with. Our expectations obviously to win. You know, we're not going to take them lightly, but we're also
भाई
very
किसके
confident.
पास नंबर है कि टोटल कितने चैंपियंस हैं?
Siento que son un equipo
पृथ्वी भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 1 पाउंड।
firepower.
जो यूरो बोला
Siento
वो राम
que
ज्यादा।
son un equipo que improvisa mucho.
थैंक यू फॉर द
The
रोज।
obvious X factor, Leviathan is Osboss. You know, that guy's a shooter.
गोट recognizing a goat।
Siento que Oxy sí es un game changer. Tenemos que hacerlo mejor
भाई अपना ऑक्सी
como
बे,
equipo para negarlo y
अपना ऑक्सी आ गया भाई।
sentir cómodo en su juego.
भाई मेरे जैसे खेला ना, मैं प्रीमियर आज ऐसे खेला
I
था।
think just gonna have to keep the vibe up, make sure for sure
Ken के साथ
that
watch party करो।
Oxy is having fun,
Hopefully,
because
one day।
if he's having fun and unleashed, I
Right,
don't
the
even
production
think
section
Osboss can handle him.
गोट वर्सेस गोट।
Riot Games Arena, it is finally time to get our first
Love
match
Bang Dada,
of Stage 1 started. Please welcome on stage your first team. It is Cloud9!
भाई नहीं मिस कर सकते, समझ रहे हो? भाई क्या टीम है भाई। Games love you यार। The thing is I can't rest यार, nobody is doing it in India. I don't see anybody doing 3 regions every time. मेरा ये complete करने के बाद I will be the only guy who will be doing full Cup 1 and Cup 2 for VCT, which makes me feel proud. So I'm doing it for myself and chat में एक बड़वे ने बोला था एने कर, फिर दूसरे बड़वे ने बोला EMA कर, तो मैंने चाइना वालों को सब हाइट दे दिया सबका।
la fuerza cuando juega toda América, que se escuche para Leviathan!
भाई मैं Esports जा रहा हूँ। Love you यार गेम्स और love you यार, thank you so much for the $10, love you मेरी जान। I hope one day I get to meet you। बहुत सपोर्ट किया तुमने। ईशांक भाई देखो तो 40 गिली चमड़ी मेरी जान। मेरे को लगा नहीं आओगे आज, पर आ गए। थैंक यू फॉर लविंग योर वॉच पार्टीज, लव यू लेजी, लव यू। फिर से ना क्या है पता, 2 बार नहाया हूं मैं आज। बाल ऊपर जाएगा। सुजीत भाई थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप। चाइना क्लैश है भाई, पैसिफिक के साथ कर ही नहीं सकता, चाहे तो भी नहीं कर सकता। Where is T-Bone
It's
sleeping?
the moment we've all been waiting for, the start of stage 1 here
Shroud
in
me,
VCT
shroud me.
Americas, and what a way to kick it off. You got
Back
Cloud9
minus
versus
bullet
Leviathan,
register
and don't
नहीं हो रही है,
forget,
game भी
make sure you go out there,
किया।
support your favorite teams, get their team capsules, all right? Because, you know, we've been seeing the numbers add up, you know? Americas wants to try and be the global #1 in capsule sales. Come on.
किसका सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? C9 बे, ऑक्सी बे, वेरी
Can be the
यंग।
number 1 in capitalism.
मेरे को 6 का याद दिला
Surely, guys, come on.
Very
In any case, so 2 teams hyped up, excited to come out in here. You heard Vanity before saying time to find out if we're a couple
Watch party
scrimmers.
without
Tom, on
Binks
the
is
other hand,
incomplete.
feels
Love you
pretty
too,
confident
yaar.
in this Leviathan team. Of course, he should because
Binks
of the
is
weapons
not
they have
playing
on
in
there.
Sentinels.
This is going to be a
Obviously,
very
okay,
interesting
in
battle.
Sentinels.
They've got the weapons, now they've had the time to put into practice, and don't forget, like, even with only a couple of
And
weeks
miss
to
any
get
of
ready
your
for a
stream over
kickoff,
3 years, hats
Leviathan
off,
came in
boss
and
man,
were
love you
playing some
too, yaar,
wacky
Utpa.
stuff, right? They were really experimenting with the meta, some Sova on split
देखो
action.
भैया,
They were
Cutie
playing
Pie को
Arbor on
देखो
multiple
भैया।
maps as well, the Reyna for Ospas. So I
आसपास
can't
करेंगे
wait
और
to see
सिर्फ
what
किसी
they sort of
आसपास की
dial
नहीं है, he's on top. आसपास मारेगा. मतलब मेरे को लग रहा है technically aim wise Lev is like very strong, but I would love to watch Oxy with. वैसे DRX के अगेंस्ट क्या लगता है आपको 2-1 या 2-0? Technically 2-0 होना चाहिए. It's been the strongest team in the region. हमेशा देखा है DRX फर्स्ट आते वक्त, DRX सेकंड आते वक्त, फिर DRX फर्स्ट आते वक्त, DRX सेकंड आते वक्त. So DRX is pretty strong.
Basically, what I think the identity for Cloud9
Hopefully we get qualified to make it to top 4. Would love to love it if we qualify for Shanghai. हाँ ना, Shanghai qualify होगा तो मजा आएगा.
I mean, all honesty, especially in this
But
first
DRX
spots here, right? You got to have Oxy going crazy.
आज देखा ना भाई, clean valorant खेलते हो लोग. कुछ ऐसा नहीं कि heavy strat, heavy aim, ये वो नहीं. सारे लोग ऐसे है कि 3-3, 4 मार सकते. I think DRX 2-0 G. But I hope G proves me wrong. I hope थोड़ा close जाए.
This guy is an absolutely lights out solo side
Found it so good when you said Doxy. मेरे को Strix की याद दिलाया.
Not just playing full passive, he's going to continue to challenge you even when he's on a weak side, isolated by himself. I think
when will you join Esports again? I'm playing for fun. I'm there in Premiere. I'm making the content. So that is all I have for Esports. Professionally would never. क्योंकि मेरे को watch party भी करने नहीं मिलेगा. मेरे को stream भी नहीं करने मिलेगा.
But I think he's somebody who's going to play way higher of a level than he did over in Tier 2 back in the day, because I've seen him in pressure moments, and I think this is a pressure moment.
Thank you so much for the $50 यार देवर्स. Guys, देवर्स की गाफ मारो. Thank you. भाई कुछ नाम ऐसे है ना, हमेशा सपोर्ट कर दे. बता हमेशा, चाहे कुछ भी हो. देव भाई हो गए, देवर्स हो गया, गेम्स भाई हो गए, रिट्जी भाई हो गए, खान भाई हो गए. कितने मतलब सारे भाई भर के रखे और भी सारे नाम हैं. But thank you so much. Thank you so much यार.
What's going to be very fascinating is how these teams, what they've seen in
Love
Madrid,
you.
and then how they've tried to implement, iterate, and improve.
Devarshitis को गाफ दो.
They've had a lot of time to cook here.
Sure. Yeah, and I think especially for I was seeing some of the agents getting locked in early, but like the harbor was already something that Leviathan were playing for that safe, plant.
Job करते करते खेल रहा है ये IT field busy.
That spike on the ground, but it also gives you so much more flexibility to fight for it as opposed to just those solo Viper comps that
Oxygen,
really just
baby.
had that default wall over towards the B side of the map almost
I like
always.
how
And I think that's one of the things
C9
that
is
allows
having
Leviathan
fun
to be
already.
so flexible.
Like the vibes are so good.
And it doesn't look like they're going to change anything either. I think they.
But what's the prediction? Gafi by I think left 2-1. But I think my heart goes to C9 2-0.
With the Reyna, I think there's even a world where you could play Razer
But
here,
prediction, real prediction is left 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, you sold this.
I mean, look, it's
Sage. He's playing Sage.
Yeah. No. I did see the Sage coming for C9, and I'm actually a big fan of this.
ये वाले देव भाई कभी attendance लगा दो. Love you यार देव भाई.
Also, retaking with the wall is so strong, but I think she can also let you seize a lot more space on the defensive
Dev
side.
by
especially
240p.
with early slow orbs. I think you can control space around A especially.
Is that the surprise?
Not Reyna.
That's least surprising Osbox choice.
Back from reporting some vertical streams. रात को नहीं देखते vertical.
But I'm with you on the Sage. I think also on attack.
My boy's gonna like an AORUS or something like that. I'm gonna lose my mind.
It gives you a lot more variety, the Sage does, on how you want to fight forward, what space you want to take. Makes those plants way easier. But yeah, Osbox.
Vertical का algorithm रात को कुछ अलग ही है.
Let's do this, shall we? The start of stage 1 starts right now, so let's go ahead and
बहुत
send it
बड़े
over to
साथ
your
में long
captors.
study
You
session.
got the
Let's go.
Dapper
बाकी
Yappers. It's
rest
the
भी
one
ले
and
ले.
only Vansili and Rivington.
काम होने के बाद खुद का घर लेने के बाद क्यूट Valorant टीम खड़ा करने के बाद उनका स्टडीज करने के बाद जब मैं 80 इयर्स का होऊंगा उसके बाद मैं रेस्ट लूंगा या फिर 90 इयर्स का रेस्ट लूंगा वो भी इन पीस. आई एम साइलेंट वी आर नेवर चैट यू आर जॉट फॉर रियल. आज बर्थडे मेरा बंक फुल एंटरटेनमेंट. लव यू बोथ. जय बाय. लव यू यार. थैंक यू फॉर 449 many happy returns of the day and love you. I hope you have a great birthday.
Before we saw teams head over to Masters Madrid, and Leviathan just did not.
Games on थोड़ा कम करो. लोग बोल रहे ज़्यादा करो.
A few of those. We also get the
50%
changes, like you said, from C9. Rooney back
चलो
in the
let's
mix.
go.
Moose
I
there
think
with
ये हालत
C9
से
to the stage.
तो बड़े 360 करेंगे सुन ना स्टार्ट है नहीं पका डांस से.
With that sheriff again, if
Love
you
you.
cast your mind back, you have to remember he is a demon with that
4
sheriff.
का I hope
Oxy as
360
well
क्या
is gonna
4
be
के हो
holding
जाओ.
one to start us off.
And Leviathan's looking to fight as well. Look at them. They have 4 ghosts to work with. So they're going to try to work together to try to get these trades.
Mid में sentinel बन के खड़ा है.
Off on this B site.
पूरे टीम को उसने B
They're going to get some space for free here. Pistol wall, Sage, or pistol round, Sage wall is huge. C9 can easily gain the space they need, get that wall up, and really give Leviathan hell on trying to get back in here after this plant. See how the Cove play goes. Actually, no Cove to be used here. It's just going to be the wall game.
Just waiting for the high tide to come down before C9 could start executing the retake attempt. Nice little cascade being pushed forward, so Leviathan wants to fight forward in the side. Vanity draws first blood onto Com.
Oh!
Holding down the grounds towards this B site.
Bhai, clean कर दिया बे.
Falling down, and Leviathan get the first pistol.
Clean कर दिया.
Leviathan taking all the space that they were offered.
Clean भाई harbor meta है bro.
Cloud9's face and able to make it.
कितना deep wall बनाया था बे.
Start off those first fights of the round. Little buys all around, 2 ghosts.
Double controller BT बोलते.
Mind of Leviathan as we get into our second round.
फिर बच्चे आपको support करेंगे. Done saying.
Just every time I think about it, he sold it out, but just Rooney fracture plays, other ones. Big reason I think C9 had such a decent eco round as well, the way that
left बहुत strong है बे.
And also Rooney joining us roster.
बस ऑक्सी मारे बस वही देख लिया
to the team too.
Absolutely.
Even doubled IGLing with Vanity.
जिंदगी में और अपने उठाएगा.
Vanity is still at the helm with the macro. And to start things off, he was trying to find Intermission early. 1v1 against Tex. But he's gonna fall.
ये Tex नया player है ना. Tex नहीं था ना पहले.
Not giving Cloud9 really any extra information.
सीनन के भी टीम चेंज हो गई ना. रूनी नया बंदा है शायद.
Could avail. Give him a
कि
few
Tex था. बाकी 4 नाम तो मेरे को याद है.
That turret spotted out, but they don't stop just yet.
Sorry.
ये सोया नहीं कुछ
Timmy
नहीं.
saw a few, and all of Leviathan will start using a little bit of util and realizing that the A side is open. So this will be a pretty free plant.
Wall देखो
Trying to
फिर
take down
से
Tex will be
deep
kind of
wall.
nice though. All these 3 now pivoted towards that bottom mid, but Tex,
Nice.
2 for his troubles on the lurk play on B
ऑक्सी
side.
मार
This is a
बस.
great start
ऑक्सी
as
का
well
हाथ गरम होना चाहिए.
for the Killjoy.
मुझे
on
चिंता
Leviathan's
नया है वो
side.
अच्छा. रूनी था पहले से.
Frags here. Mazzino very close to
तो
some
C9
kills.
का basically पूरा lineup same ही
A
है.
little bit with somebody on the help. Nas boss with 1. Never bad to get that blade storm up either. So just a wait out here for C9.
मुझे नहीं है क्या? मैंने उसको देखा है किधर तो लेकिन कोई तो टीम में.
Leviathan grabbing the first few, coming out strong. Moose getting on the board.
Moose नाम है भाई. Muzi.
And this will be the round that really starts to tell us what C9 have in store on this defensive side with this Sage comp, with how they might run against it. Having so huge here, Vansili, because if all those walls go up and Leviathan does want to push forward, a nicely placed dart from Rooney can just wash that out, and C9 could be spraying down their opponent.
For Jake and
in this bonus round for Leviathan, though, what's really important this time too is trying to potentially get the reckoning out of the ACP for Mazzino, because that's clear out the side.
Show them what you got.
Have technically lower weapons against C9. So 2 rifles to work with and a Guardian, which is still pretty strong in the hands of Lev. Already dashing forward for the early info. Trying to lean towards a B-side split and trying to get the orb control potentially.
A quick different look, right onto tube. They back off, just trying to make C9 think a little bit here on their bonus round. And a lot of attention is being sent.
6 guy sleeping. Watch party में दोनों बक्से के मजा आता है. Love the hard work, lots of love. Love you too, माने भाई.
Position themselves over towards
love
A,
you too, love you too.
Really trying to mess with how C9 might be positioned on this round.
But for C9, look at them. All 5 are grouped down towards the middle.
भाई देखा ना Icebox में एक इसको पसंद नहीं. B. पहला round B गए. दूसरा राउंड पे इको था जिधर जाने चाह.
Yeah, they are favoring the
First
lean.
gunfight भी B जा
right now as they get in.
B best side है लड़ने
go
के
in this
लिए.
round, so everybody's trying to get to a position that would matter on that first blood.
लर्क के लिए best है.
The lurk coming out on the A side, the execution on B though for Leviathan. Tex trying to lurk around.
Boom.
We'll catch
Nice.
Zippa on the rotate, and look at that. All of Leviathan right after. Let's go for the full rotate back towards the A site. They have full A site control too in C9. They're just gonna have to wait it out.
30 seconds
Early
left.
placed orb up. They cross back. And Leviathan has done such
नहीं
a
आ
good
सकते
job so
इतना
far to work the map. They go fast towards mid, which obviously is going to make weight. Almost pushing in here. Tex ready to defend.
And with that plan, Mazzino has the Reckoning available. Planet for a long-range battle.
आसपास ने मारा रे ऑक्सी को.
Was looking towards Belt, but he looks to be the late lurk. Something that's a signature move here for Com himself, while the rest of them are holding aggressively inside the A site. High Tide comes out off the next refresh, and that's going to make it even harder.
Walls देखो रे एक बार. Harbor के सिर्फ walls देखो. भाई ऐसा लगता है artist बंदा है.
Calm trying to find these kills. Rooney looking for these exits to save his weapon. And there's that double swing. Nice info for Calm. Mazino with the swing out. Moose cannot connect the shots. And finally does so until he gets picked off here by King.
That alarm bot looked off, but it also looked like he was able to creep by it. A little pushback for Moose there due to the positioning at the end. Allows a creep mid and a great round from Leviathan. Full guns now as they come into this low buy from C9.
Moose
And
का
the
spray
reckoning
देख
is
के
up
मेरे
from
को
Mazino.
रूस
So
की
if
याद
they
आई
need to
रही.
be sure to secure this
Ascent
round,
वाला.
they can. And we already see what this
Same
slow
spray
play,
था.
this lurk is offering for Leviathan against the rotation.
Candidates देखो देख रहा था.
And the thing is, he had it for the previous round and didn't even need to use it. So it shows right now from like that first round to the third round that in these post plants, Leviathan, despite them playing double controller, and you're thinking you're going to play lineups and spam, they're actually
मेरे को बोलते रात को दिमाग वाला streams मत देख.
within these
नींद नहीं
walls and
आएगा.
not allowing C9 to really rotate together and flood back in the site.
Orb denial almost
यार
every
पिंकी
round.
बहुत cute है.
Cascade and the
Shot,
Viper Molly,
bro!
but there's Oxy
Bro!
starting to cut the line a little bit as he gets a shot right down onto King. So the walls are out in that sense. Up to Mazino and the
क्या
Reckoning, so
मारा
we may
भाई.
just see that here for them to get by. And I'll be damned if it's not going to be another C9 eco here. They start off 5v4 now. Can they convert it?
Yeah. And that's definitely something you want to see coming out of your star.
Oxy, my
Fragger
god,
and
क्या
Oxy.
मारा
The
बे.
first one now using him as a winning condition. Finding first contact and gets a pick with the Sheriff is a great start for him on that side. That said though, Leviathan's playing this very cautiously. Reckoning being used against the eco of C9 because they're at a demand disadvantage.
Absolutely.
Clears out the site, trying to get the walls up. Molly to put
भाई
down the
एक और
towards
मारा
the
ऑक्सी
snowman
ने.
as Moose is looking to help out as much as he can from the top of the bridge. Yet, we have not seen Leviathan move in for a plant yet. They're just trying to clear it out first. Orb to come up, a lean towards the hallway of Kitchen, but cannot get that contact.
So much chaos.
Yeah, Comj actually just got a pick there onto
Yes,
Oxy, so
Karan
that's
bhai.
gonna make it a little bit easier. Giuseppe.
Hey, what the fuck?
Really long range with that beautiful Sheriff.
क्या
And now
मार
Mazino on the
रहा
plan
है?
is alone. 4 players now squeezing in.
भाई क्या मारा बे?
Of course, it has to be him with the Sheriff.
Big Dog, thanks so
C9
much, buddy. You
scored
made
first
me get into Valorant. Now I'm playing it almost
And
every day.
that
And
is the Rooney.
Watch party of G was full of emotions. Vibes were great. For me, you're the face of Valorant India for sure. Love you,
Fading
Ashok.
out the peaks of Leviathan and never
Love you.
fully giving up the kills, which means Leviathan
Bada
is
point to you,
forced
Mirza.
to just continuously
Thank you so much for the 400. Thank you so
Zeppa
much.
finally gets the
Love
flank,
you.
but Oxy started it off
By
with that
Oxy
one.
Goat.
What a shot, top pipes.
Yeah.
Goat बोलते.
King even surprised on that one.
30 seconds
Definitely
left.
recognized it.
One enemy remaining. Spike.
Another one after that too. to get
आसपास
them
वाला
into
नहीं
the
दिखाया.
site. Oxy operator online for the low armor. So they're going to look to put Leviathan down as soon as they want a site and see if they can get some
Paid
hits
super
here.
chat.
It's going to be a push onto pipes quick here. Both Zeppa, everybody up. Orb not denied this time. So they should be well aware this is more of a B hit than not.
Exactly, especially when on the other end here,
वो लोग
Vanity
B
sees
जा तो रहे.
this cascade being pushed up by
लेकिन
Mazino on the
Killjoy
other
अच्छा lurk कर
end.
सकता
So
है
call
फिर
for
इससे.
C9, it's safe for you technically to move out towards the A site to pick up that orb. Rooney is one away from the Hunter's Fury right after that and instantly rotates to support the rest of his teammates on
एक
this
मिनट है
on
यहाँ
this B
पे
site.
पूरा
rather.
आवाज करके फेक टैप करके भी ए जा सकते हो लोग. तब तक रोटेशन आ
Now
जाएगा.
becomes this game of
फिर
how
1v1
can
हो जाएगा
Leviathan
Killjoy
start to
का.
mess with C9. It's going to be a B hit on this one, but there's mid to be played with. Alarm bots, turrets, they can hit that. A lot of what Leviathan did in the first few rounds got C9 disjointed from these early positions they're able to be safe in right now and feel good about the defense.
भाई
Exactly
लेव का
that.
अटैक
'Cause you
स्ट्रांग
look
है
at the
यार.
positions to a drone to look out at the 50-second mark.
And
But they're playing
will have
passively
edited
towards this B side, but still
just because of you and your watch
in a
party. Love you,
position where they
Nishi.
could actually add enough pressure to give a chance for the
All
others to
Timon,
rotate
Timon so
around,
रहा है.
and that's pretty much their game plan, it seems, in this first half to play on this B site. So there's finally the execution at the 34-second mark. Leviathan is trying to move in,
30 seconds
and
left.
because they had the op posted up on the A side, they know there's no lurk, so all of C9 currently rotating
split
towards
करेगा
B.
क्या ये?
Plant attempt coming down. Mazino is going to get it at the default spot.
ऊपर
King push
split?
all the way up now, trying to wait for this
नहीं
high
कह
tide to
रहे
come down
आने
towards
दे रहा हूँ
Snowman.
उनको.
This looks almost impossible for C9.
Well, maybe doable now. It has to come down to these trades. Beautiful orb to get away as Mazino gets the pick onto Vanity. Advantage coming out now for the attackers of Leviathan. And it
Possible
does
है
seem,
क्या?
with this Hunter's Fury that's currently being held towards the garage by
Oh,
Com,
कभी
it
आगे.
might help solidify the round. But the wall comes out on the
Shot,
defense.
baby.
Here's the Hunter's Fury out on the attack. Nobody on the spike yet. but there's only 2 players
Shot,
left, but it's a
bhai.
2 versus 2. Actually doable now. Aspas is low on HP. A tap on the spike first. The recall dart misses, so you're forced to hand, but unfortunately there's not enough time.
Bhai.
The last 2 players of C9 had to fall back, and Leviathan will still
Possible
get the
था
round.
ना अगर वो स्टिक करता और सुबह
Lev
बैकअप देता तो
pushing through. What a war that happened once those walls finally went down. But I think that shows you, tried and true, what the walls continuously do. Viper's walls up, then Harbor's walls up, and all C9 could do
Dev का walls
was
बहुत
look
perfect
at the
है bro,
walls for a
बहुत
bit, not
मतलब वो
too
लोग
much.
सिर्फ
Rooney's dart actually
6
went
महीना
out
walls
very
ही
early,
practice
so
किया
there's
था
40 seconds of kind of wondering. We don't really have a way to
नहीं
quickly
था
flash through either to break this wall and get into the next quadrant. So a little
करता
pause
तो
there
था मेरे
was all
हिसाब से
Leviathan needed from C9 to make sure they got away with that one.
And C9 calls out the
लेकिन
timeout too.
सो
And when
पोजीशन
you're
में नहीं
looking
था
at
दोनों
how
को
these
मारने के
pulse
लिए
plans has
but
been going here for Leviathan
था
is the orbs usually when you're looking at this composition on that side of Leviathan on the attack is the orbs
Operator
usually
save
thrown up
करना
and then get
important
plant
था ना
through it, but they somehow still manage
दो
to
control
find
बहुत OP हो रहा
safe
है
passage to plant before and then use
भगा
the orb
सकते
as
हैं
an
बहुत
extra,
पैसे
extra
खेलना पड़ता है
obstacle
और
rather
अगर
to really fight against
वो
C9's
लोग
attempt
स्पेस
to
लेने
flip
के लिए आ
retake.
गया है
So
तो ये लोग
they
ऐसा
really gotta
मार्क
figure out
करते
how
हैं
they
ना
can work in tandem to really get rid of that orb ASAP
लर्क करना
so that
impossible
they
हो
have
जाता
more chances to really fight
Killjoy
against
lurk कर
double
सकते हैं,
control.
एकदम
It's very
sexy
hard to get vision through.
It's Oxy really hoping he
लेकिन
gets one of
वही
these
है फिर
opening shots too.
50-50% चांस है अगर
That is
लर्क
not a
सक्सेस
fun
हुआ
game as an operator to be at a site and be like, all right, I just need this wall to go down. I just need it to go down. If it does go down and you see Viper walls come up, you never get any angles and you're forced to push forward
bye,
and
कैसे आयुष?
hopefully find a Vandal in the fight. But
आज मेरा बर्थडे रुद्र पटेल
Or at
many
least
many
see
happy
somebody in
returns
the
of the
early
day मेरी
rounds, right? So
जान
this has been
avoided
2
it.
rounds exactly that they
आसपास
posted
on
on
top
pipes.
Oxy
He got
on
that first
top
pick with the sheriff
फिलहाल
this time
ये
with the
चल
operator. I
रही
mean,
है
I don't
एक
think he
राउंड
really
जीता
shot
है
it yet, so I don't know if
C9
the
Oxy
other
के
team knows that they're
sexy
aware.
plays
Yeah.
की वजह से
Last round, I think they probably saw it, but we'll see. They're very careful about hitting this A side now.
भाई
They've
अगर
actually
ये
gone
राउंड
away
जीता
from trying to just deny that orb.
उनको कुछ भी करके कन्वर्ट करना पड़ेगा
Playing a
नेक्स्ट
little
राउंड
more
में जो
quiet
कि
default
थोड़ा
set from
इम्पॉसिबल
the
है
attack side now. Leviathan
कंसीडरिंग
is.
हार्बर अल्ट
Oh,
आएगा
this is an aggro play from C9 though.
बट दो राउंड बैक
Already
टू
up
बैक
trap,
जीतना
or
पड़ेगा
sorry,
इनको।
going through the rappel, gets towards the belt. Oxy has a very aggressive positions while the other 2 are pushing towards the tower.
शॉट
Well, looks like they were ready for that for Leviathan.
I was going to say, if they don't come to you, you go to them, but Leviathan immediately ready for it. And now they are forced to back.
कहाँ पे बैठे थे वे
That is not a good sign for C9. Leviathan are reading just about everything they're trying to get a hold of. They're trying to position themselves for. And now we'll move up towards A here.
And that
दो
opens
बंदे
up for
दिखे
grabs
ना
too if Aspas wants to pick it up, but we'll have to see what the game plan is for
भाई
Leviathan.
सिर्फ
Will they still
spotting
want
वाला
to use him
angle
to
है
try to create that space? Again, double controller very hard to do with, and it gets an
क्या?
instant dink and a wall bang onto Rooney, who looked like he was maybe staring at his radar for a split second.
अरे
Gets
नहीं
punished
उसका
right away,
माउस
so that opens
डिस्कनेक्ट
up
हुआ
the
है
A
कुछ
side.
तो हुआ है
Might be an immediate call to see. I mean, look at Zeppa. He's already running back towards that B site. And Leviathan, well, looks like they're going to get a freebie here.
This is such a good wall.
भाई नहीं
These
उसका
walls
माउस
we see from
डिस्कनेक्ट है
Leviathan
कुछ
here
तो हुआ
allow
है
so much room for Aspas to float back and forth between 410 onto screen. That little sliver we saw on the harbor wall that lets him get a frag if anybody walks into screen's area. It's so hard to defend against somebody that's coming at you that fast, and how sure and confident Aspas is to take each fight.
Yeah.
You see A site having to be dropped almost each time here. And a big one here, Aspas as well, to open it up with a few kills and get him into sight.
Now you see the real value of the orb too, right? They threw it up on the A tower so that he can't get wall bang from spawn. A high tide to not allow players to run through from the spawn. And leaving Leviathan, they're hunting down C9.
वॉली कर दिया लेकिन
Trying
नीचे क्यों
to
कर
keep the
कूदा
guns
वॉल
away
किया
and
तो
keep the guns out of the hands of the C9 roster, but it seems to be okay now after this wall came through.
I think it's a
3 will
tech
stay
toss,
alive
guys.
as they lost 1. But they lost a huge op in Oxy. Thankfully, he has a Blade Storm to work with in round number 7.
Yep. He can play a little bit more aggressive with that.
Yep.
You know, it's kind of the idea. You're like, oh, you did go down with the op. It
मैं
does
बोला
suck,
भाई
but
पॉसिबल ही नहीं है
go
मैप
with
देख रहा है तो
Blade
मुझे
Storm
थोड़ा
next.
तो
If you
हिलेगा
want ultimates,
एडी
they're
या फिर
trying to put
माउस
every
पे हिलेगा कुछ
advantage
भी
they can
इससे
into
कुछ
play.
नहीं हिला है
And some of that is being able to be more aggressive when you know that Blade Storm is coming up next. But what can they do? What can they figure out how to get past Leviathan here? It's been Leviathan aggressive A. Then they went B a few rounds, so you're conditioned to the entire
लेकिन ये अभी
map.
वो नहीं आएगा ना शायद
And then they
रिस्टार्ट
played
नहीं
it
आएगा
slow.
कि
They
आसपास
played
पहले मर
default
गया
and
तो वो भी
absorbed
ऑफ
the
लेके
push. Every read from Leviathan right now
I
is
doubt
controlling
remake
C9's
करेगा
flow of the game.
if anything, it almost looks like the win con that they have again is trying to put Oxy in a position to get first blood.
Absolutely.
Bangsa free ka vada pav please.
Or if they're not contacting
vada pav
first,
mere jaan.
the rest of the team is actually still trying to use
Bangsa
the
hatti
utility
ka
around Rooney to work together, right? Find out 1 minute mark where those opponents could be. Once they
मैं
figure out
अभी
that the hit is
किसने
coming
नहीं
towards
लाया
the B site, for example, you're still kind of
Mouse
not ready
यार
for that type of
भाई
hit
कुछ
to
खाने
fight
का
back
मंगा है
behind
क्या
those
बोलते
walls
हो
because you're still playing very passively.
लंबी स्टोरी
So
तो
you'll have
करनी
to
है
think here as we
मतलब लंबी
do have a
stream
tech
तो
pause.
करनी है
It's a PC
वैसे
issue
डिनर
that we're
तो
going to
किया है
try
मैंने
to fix ASAP, but once we get back in, that's probably the conversation now for C9 is once those comms are up and they're able to discuss with each other what they could do to fight against Leviathan, do they want to play a little bit more forward? Because again, the cascade that's being thrown from Leviathan on that B side, what does Vanity do if he's playing B? He's falling back already. He's playing back towards Orange. There's no maybe 2-3 players set up to try to fight back on that area.
मस्ती कर रहा था कुछ नहीं मंगा रहा हूँ भाई डाइट कर रहा हूँ heavy
you haven't really had a chance. We haven't
Price
really
का
had a
सकते हैं
chance to really test out the operator on the B side.
क्या डिनर प्रोटीन का है मैंने
From Oxy, right? So there's still some room to work with for C9.
This is where the entirety of a game does change. Round 5, 6, 7, 8. When you start to get the ultimates up and things can swing a little bit. Now, has to swing very hard. So much money in favor of Leviathan right now. And the
heavy
credits
dat
that
heavy
they
dat
can
है diversities
make choices. They
thank you
can
यार
make
5 seconds for the
aggressive choices, I should say. Things that put them in a bad spot.
क्या
by next
diversities को
round,
फिर से
but
काफ दो
look for the trades in these fights where you'd normally play a little more cautious. So that even makes them stronger.
C9 को
And C9 have
59%
to
what
start to
तो
realize
सिर्फ
that.
Oxy
But
का
yeah,
प्यार
you're
है
right.
लगता
They've got to get Oxy online. It does seem like that win condition
मैं
that gives
तुमको
the
क्या
team
लगता है अगर मैंने
vibing. If
T9
this
और
ultimate can come
Sentinels
off
का मैंने वो
strong,
डाला
they have to get in
Champions
Leviathan's
और
face
T9
almost
वोट
right
में
away,
कौन
like
जीतेगा
Oxy was trying last time. Because as Leviathan has been able to read the map, their consideration of how to move, how to flank,
वो
and
tens
where
भी कर रहा है
C9 is going to be
Watch
coming from has been spot on. And it's why we're seeing the 5-1 scoreline.
झूठ बोलते
And right now, as you can't see really what's happening in the state of the game, though, we could really tell you that at least they have the
भाई
blade storm to
टेंस
work with now.
जितना मेरे को पता हमेशा
C9,
दो
Rooney picked up
स्ट्रीम
a
करते हैं
Hunter's Fury
बे
a couple of rounds ago,
Twitch
but
और
haven't
YouTube
had a chance to
सिमिलर
really try
स्ट्रीम
to
करते
use
हैं
it to try to deny plant.
और
Because
दोनों में
even
crazy
Leviathan
viewership
are not
है
using like these last 20 to 10 seconds
Yeah.
to try to plant, so you're not really
It's
trying to
nice.
create chaos out of that. So will they want to try to use something a little more aggressively with that too? So there's an opportunity at least to try to change the tempo for C9,
की watch party
especially
की
now
watch
that
party
Zeppa
करो
also has the res. And I felt like they tried to do it when Oxy was moving up
हेल्दी
on that
मंगाओ
belt
कुछ
side with the yaw.
क्या हेल्दी
But the thing
साइड
is, if
साइड्स
you're
में
dying
क्या
up there,
रहता है
there's no way
हेल्दी
your teammates can come up there
सलाड
and help
रहता
you
है
on
बस
res and
सलाड्स
try to keep that op up. So do you want to keep
सलाड्स नहीं
like a
खाना
death ball pretty close to figure it out? So earlier we spoke with King about
Munchies.
some of the role changes they're implementing for stage 1. So let's have a look.
सबसे हेल्दी फ्राइज ही लग रहा है मेरे को ऑप्शन
Bueno, hemos cambiado un par de cosas. Hicimos cambio de roles. Yo pasé a jugar mayoritariamente.
भाई यहाँ पे एक जगह है बोंगर्स
tanto
करके
Viper
बर्गर्स की
como
जगह पे
muchos mapas
बोंगर्स
juego Omen ahora. Para que Masino se siente más cómodo en roles donde juega iniciador,
दिख
juega
तो
flash.
सेक्सी है बे
Entonces hemos visto una gran mejora en eso en el equipo. Y nada, también hemos estado practicando
Cheesy
mucho
nuggets.
como
nah, normal fries
situaciones repetitivas, como muchos patrones. Entonces estamos encontrando mejores respuestas a las mismas situaciones como en muchos mapas. Así que eso más que nada han sido como los cambios importantes.
यार तुम लोग मेरे को टेम्प्ट कर रहे हो मैं कुछ नहीं मंगा रहा Why is
So
Ten's
key
not
things that
playing
I'm getting out of
tomorrow?
this here from King
मेरे
2
को नहीं
is that
मालूम
they
he's playing
had
ना
some time during Madrid to really iron some things out to get ready here into the Americas. And I like the sound of that because when you're looking at the kickoff, they talked about it on the desk where it was a very close loss that they had against
मैंने मंगा रहा
Loud,
कुछ
for
मैंने
example.
मंगा रहा
But it was for a little bit of miscommunication in terms of like flanking times.
भाई
and stuff
लड़कों
like
को
that. You're
एंट्री
seeing that a
है
little bit more,
उधर
and it's been flushed out in one of those rounds where Calm actually had a better timing on flank before.
सोया स्टिक से
But now we
चिकन
have a
मैक
chance to come back in the game and really see
So
if
जाओ
C9 could come back in this one with the 3 also we mentioned before. Reckoning still available for Leviathan.
मैं खुद ने
Thank you
सोया
for your
सोया
patience
स्टिक्स
as
को
now. Round number 7, Blade Storm activated in the hands of Oxy.
What? Right into Nast. Aspas not even holding back right now. I think this is one of the cool things we have to look at too, is the way that they're entering A. When we have seen Zeppa here, Aspas is just over any of the slows, over any of the walls. Boom, right onto 410, then onto screen. It's just so quick, even with this util.
So you saw the game plan, trying to keep the res close to Oxy because he has his Blade Storm. He dies. They could still res him here. They used a Hunter's Fury to try to stop him.
अकेले क्यों reload
Aspas
करते
is pushing
पता
towards
नहीं
the spawn. Long range battle, headshot onto Zeppa. The third in a row.
बाप रे भाई आसपास गोटे भाई जीत गया लेफ्ट
That's one way to come back from a break.
bed.
Bye.
What was that?
Bye. Aspas is back, boys.
Round out there just farming for one of them. The
Aspas is back, boys.
Aspas.
Aspas is back, bro.
I love it. We had a tech
The
pause,
goat
just
is
laying
back.
on his seat,
Of course he
chilling
does.
out, and then gets in the server, activates, and gets his ace.
He gave him time to ramp up. This is why. Just floating around.
Oh my.
एक तो उसका डैश भी अटका उसके वजह से बे.
Yep.
वो खुद हंस रहा है भाई. अरे मैडम अरे.
Yeah, that. Emotions everywhere from Aspas just hitting.
अभी भी doable है. It's not that C9 lost.
Round 8 comes in now.
Doable though. I think they can still have
C9's face
like
here.
a 8-4.
Silver lining, still a weapon.
But
a
then
gun round for
it's
C9
a long road.
operator. Once again online as Moose falls in the beginning from the hands of King. At least got some information that there's a few bodies from Leviathan, and Leviathan also notices that.
पता
So
नहीं
they're
यार
trying
मेरे
to pull
को
back now. Maybe even rotate back towards the B site where there's only Vanity.
अजीब लग रहा है थोड़ा
One of
गेम.
the first kitchen works we have here
मतलब
coming from
थॉट अच्छा है
Tex.
लेकिन बहुत रिस्की
This
है.
has been
मतलब
covered
टीम
by
का
a lot of
एडवांटेज नहीं
killjoy
देता.
utility for Moose in previous
obviously
rounds,
kill
but they've
लेगा
seen
तो
it
है.
now. They have the option.
Exactly.
Bro,
there was no
उसने
KJ utility, but at least a
वहाँ
body to
पे
spot
read
it.
करके
So he's
मारा
using a
उसको.
lot of that util to try to find late information towards the A side.
भाई
Deniability with the
वॉल्स
util
वॉल्स कर
towards
रहे
Jenny.
क्या?
And then going
वहाँ
head
पे
to head
रीड करके
against Tex,
कौन
but
मारता है?
gets a little bit of damage. A
Base
heal
में
up here from Zeppa. Leviathan are looking
Free
to
दिया उसको.
regroup with King for a double pump back towards the A side. Off angle held
Nice.
and won by Zeppa. Immediately gets
Antec.
traded out by Tex. And here's the delay round. 20 seconds left on the round. Alarm bot.
What a
Nanos
guy.
gets the bite to Tex.
ये भी लो है. 16 है.
13 seconds left. Calm, low HP. Attempts to go for a plant. Moose trying to find a timing, but with the cloudburst, gets away. Oxy with a knock kill
मार
onto
सकते हो.
Mazzino,
Vamos, set.
leaving only a damaged Calm and Aspas at full HP to play the post plant. Updraft missing the pipes, at least trying to look back towards the screens. Recon dart coming out from Calm, spotting one player, and he's even going on a flank. So you're putting a lot of responsibility on Aspas now. Beautiful headshot onto Oxy. First tap on the spike, an attempt of a stick by Vanity. A spray as Rooney gets the pick onto Calm. No defusal
Bro.
as Aspas gets the pick, but then Moose moves forward to
भाई
trade it right
क्या
back. And
मारता
C9
है
will get the defuse.
आसपास पे.
Moose coming
क्या
up with a big kill there.
मारता है
Ultimate as well for the
भाई.
killjoy. And yeah, round 8 starts to flip back a little
भाई
bit. Leviathan
क्या
still have a good amount of
मारता है
padding here with
भाई.
4 rounds up, but this is Cloud9
क्या
feeling a bit more
shot था
comfortable on the map
वो.
now. Also, being C9's pick here, we see why Leviathan wanted attack. You know, you grab a handful of rounds, you feel good, you might catch a team while they're
आसपास
cold.
का shot
And
दिखाओ
Leviathan
बे
had
वो
a plan in those
लोग.
first few rounds as they
Fuck.
went from site to site, back and forth. Especially bonus round where they go to tube and they came back.
हम
So
देखो
really
spawn
cool
चले
of
जाता है.
Leviathan here to start on
मैंने
attack
पकड़
and know they could go for the throat right away. But C9 is now trying to put something in action. They're getting more aggressive.
All right, Oxy's trying to bait it out. Beautiful.
Nice bait.
Breaks the turret, gets away so that Zeppa can get the kill from the tower. So Tex falls, and that's an early advantage for Cloud9.
They reset.
फिर से झुल के
Another
आएंगे.
5v4 round. We saw the eco round they had with Sheriff start 5v4 and they turned it. So spells good things when they do have full guns. That operator ready to focus on mid. And they do have clear on A. Vanity usually has not been playing yellow. So let's see how C9 tries to play it now.
So break the alarm bot for Calm to start things off. Cascade to move out, and first contact, again, Vanity falling back here to play inside the site. They do have a lockdown
ऐसे
to work
नीचे
with
देख
here,
के
so
क्यों
they
करते हैं?
might let Leviathan move in for a plant.
Walls देखो बे. Walls देखो.
Calm moving up, trying to find a timing, but Moose greets him at the bridge.
That's huge.
इस बार
Two
पकड़ा गया.
players
इस
now
बार पकड़ा गया.
on the advantage for Cloud9. Bubble being drawn up. King with the lurk, looking back towards Spoiler and wins that fight against Rooney. Manages to escape,
Rooney
as
का
meanwhile
क्या
we do
scene
have
है
the
बे?
fight from Leviathan. Aspas pushing forward, dropping Vanity. They can't get position right now for C9 to get the lockdown as Moose rotated all the way over towards Orange. There's only 2 players left though, Mazzino and Aspas. And those may be the only 2 players you need. The jiggle out, nice shot by Oxy. Mazzino alone, headshot onto Oxy on a 1v1. Oh, he just caught Moose. Gets the take.
Oh, bhai,
nah,
galat
there. Trying to come back. But Mazzino still wins the Rebel
Bhai,
clutch.
left too strong, bro.
Incredible play by King. I think you got to mark it there. That kill in mid is Rooney coming in
se
with the
आसपास में दो
dart.
मारे ना?
Everything that sees behind the walls of Leviathan's defense. As soon as that happened,
Rooney भाई
it
का
slowed
क्या
down.
scene है?
Leviathan had a chance to then work the angles without
Map
worry
देखता है
of
क्या? वो
utility
IGN है क्या?
dropped in. These first few kills, so good, but it just came down. This play, boom. Rooney would have been able to come in and I think help reveal the entire set.
aim पे आके मार के गया.
Great job inside by Mazzino. Cannot deny those frags. One on Oxy.
कम कैसे
and
दिया
another
बैक साइड
kill
उसने
out
दिया था.
loose.
उसको लगा लेफ्ट साइड.
All right, back towards A. This denial onto the alt orb again. It's been a handful of rounds since we've seen this quick play. Usually it's just been Leviathan on the W.
Gets an insta heal. Oxy tries to run back out with the Sheriff. It is a lure buy for C9. And couldn't catch his opponent. With no more dashes, they're now grouped together. And again, Leviathan. They used a reckoning against the last eco. Now they're using a lockdown.
They recognize Vanity could be getting ult on this one, or anybody with another alt orb. So they have to worry.
One more thing we should
Zeppo
learn.
actually got hit. He thought he could get in the corner.
Teammates trying to protect him, and that forces Oxy to swing out and lose the fight to Tex. Meanwhile, the plant has come down as Moose unfortunately cannot connect the Sheriffs. Dash across on the other end. Zeppo at least gets one, but it definitely looks like it's going to be Leviathan's round. So Vanity has something to say. Sees the bow at the top of Calm, who drops down towards the orb with support from his teammates. Molly to try to flush out Vanity, who upgraded to a Vandal. An opportunity to get things done, but as soon as the wall came up, the spray came across from
एक
Calm.
सवाल है
And
जिंक्स
Leviathan
हो रहा है
had a
कि नहीं
strong
नहीं
lead
नहीं
and
मैं
a great start
प्रॉपर
so far in his first
जो
half.
प्रेडिक्शन है वही बोला.
Speed, the tempo that they're playing
लेफ्ट
with
जीतेगा
on
बोला
these
था.
A hits,
ऑक्सी
it
दिन जीतेगा तो मस्त
varies a little
लगेगा.
bit. I
क्या
think that's
2.7
kinda
के
what we
वाचिंग
got
लाइक
out
करो
of
जल्दी.
King, saying, you know, seeing the same situations but able to come out with a different result because
बहुत
they've been
अच्छा था. गंद
practicing the
रहता तो शायद जीत
situations and what
जाते.
outcomes you might be able to get. It's really neat
This
to see
Bussard was
Leviathan have these
favorable
little
for
changes and make these
C9.
rounds work. There's just about everybody going high on that one. Just get the plant towards Nest side on the defense. So, a lot of alts here.
8-4
Three on the
करना
side of
पड़ेगा
Leviathan,
भाई.
two for
अभी C9 के
Cloud9.
पास
Guns
गलती करने का
all
ऑप्शन
around
नहीं
once
है. वो
again.
लोग को 8-4 करना ही
See, they
पड़ेगा
slow down this
और
A
वो
hit
लोग
now.
को
It's not
पिस्तौल
as
और
much
जीतने
control for that
पड़ेगा.
orb,
ये
just
दो
the
कंडीशंस
cascade.
है C9 का कमबैक.
Roxy so far has been guessing the whole half.
लेकिन
of
हार्बर
trying
और
to find someone
सोवाल
with
टीम
this
में
op, sees nobody
लगता है
towards
कि
B.
8-4
They're just
रहेगा.
avoiding him.
Exactly, at least an early wall to just try to get him in position outside of rafters to look back towards the orb. First peek to come out. Does get the wall bang onto Tex. Reckoning comes out to be replied by Leviathan. Slow orbs by Zeppa just to slow things down. Nice shot by Oxy. As Aspas was trying to find some verticality up on the top of Jenny. Zeppa gets traded out as he drops King. As the advantage continues for Cloud9. Locked down to prevent the plant from even coming through. And this will slow things down for a bit.
40 seconds left. Good anchor right now by Cloud9. Vanity still staying in position, expecting to get a party here. But if they can get a plant, there is Com's ultimate. It would seem tough to use in this case. But never say never. Vanity's going to get the first peek here. The rotation is going to a 2-2 for DC9's defense.
This is a big gamble too. He's not trying to jump spot and delay with a snake bite. He's just trying to play a one and done and prevent the plant from happening. Orb comes up early. As Leviathan slowly scaling up for contact. The fight against Calm, and that's a spike down. 13 seconds left. Support out from Moose on a top B.
Nice time.
That's going to make things more difficult here from Mazzino, who does manage to get both picks.
No time.
But no time in the end. C9 so far, they get the third round, but there have been some very, very tough rounds to win.
थोड़ा विश्वास लग दे दो. एक कल बहुत ही important exam देने रहा हूँ. विपुल भाई, love you. Thank you for the $5. कल जो भी होएगा तेरे life में अच्छा ही होगा. फिर $500 ready रखना. ठीक है?
Huge hit from Moxie. Bop.
Shot. मारता तो है भाई.
That have just been tearing Cloud9's defense
ये भी kill
apart.
बात था.
They didn't let it happen this time, and it worked out so well that Vanity could stay, right? Cool, calm, collected in the comms. They didn't over-rotate. They lock it in for possibly an 8-4 here. Ops on both sides as we get one coming out from Aspas.
Well, they have a Viper ult
Early
and a
info.
Sword.
B long as the drone goes towards A. So Leviathan go back to a little bit more of this default.
By dodge.
One more.
Close. And got between both players on the A side, but at least there's information there. And that will just slow down Leviathan for a bit too, because a pit has been dropped down on the
Bhai,
B
mid
side
to
as
B
well.
wali feeling
Leviathan
lag rahi hai
will.
mere ko, mid
With
to
that,
B
they're going
wali.
to try to death ball towards middle. Orb to come up. Moose playing aggressively inside the tube. Will potentially spot first contact. Make that first 3 contact, and he gets mowed down.
एक मार सकता था मूज लेकिन.
Very defensive position, instantly gained by all the C9 members. See, back towards spawn, back towards boiler, outside screens. Ready to get the retake on both sides. This could be a res as well once they clear it. Yep.
And I like it. Zeppa made sure he looked down towards bottom mid just in case. And with that res, Leviathan thinks there's less players now towards the A side, so they engage very quickly. Tempo up towards the A side. 3 players from C9 already waiting for them, but that's only 2 now left. As Zeppa gets dropped by Tex. All of the control on the right side of the site. A nice little pit to play the pulse plant long range now. Set down by King. But the sprays are coming. Vanity's trying to find a timing.
उसको दिखा था.
Mazino solo on HP. There is that tap, the swing on the end. He does get that win onto Mazino. Oxy finally connects onto Calm, but the spike still has been
उसको
planted.
किसे दिखा था bro.
Viper's still up, so the pit's still up. King is holding all the way back towards jail. There's only 2 players left now though for C9, and that's Vanity and Rooney. And make that only Rooney on a return in a C9 roster. On the top of the A tower. Trying to find at least something, being very quiet and silent. Forced to give his position away with the Vandal as he drops down. Tex waits for him. Leviathan ends the half. 9-3.
भाई उसको वाइपर दिखा था.
Strong half
शायद
of
वो वाइपर को पहले
correcting
3
any
मार
of the errors they saw where C9 was hitting them there. They just kind of hit A and let that utility come out, right? We actually saw a rotation back into site. Cloud9 didn't have any idea what was going on in site, and they're like, we got to get back quick. It's just the state of the game was not being read well, and I think Leviathan preyed on that the whole time, that they just had to know.
Hello.
First half.
At least in the beginning, sometimes we're able to get these first bloods for C9, but it always comes down to the second and third kills. That always comes in the side of Leviathan. But at least, let's toss it back to the desk for now to see what they think about it.
क्या मार रहा है? 50 तो मार दिया.
All right, so we start things off with a very hot, very
aggressive
Leviathan, and it feels as if, Bala, that this Lev team certainly, I guess, you know, they dotted their I's, they crossed their T's. It feels like this is a team that has a solid strategy here.
Yeah, I think this icebox looked great at kickoff, and it looks great here again. They're doing a lot of very good things in terms of working the map. Their defaults are perfect against dealing with Oxy. He hasn't really been able to come online outside of a few specific kills, but I mean, moments like this, Ospas, this is the reason why we love him so much.
And you know what he couldn't do back in lock-in when he, or kickoff, sorry, on the Reyna? He can't do that. He can't be updrafting with a knives, going crazy through the walls. I mean, he looked for a couple of those aggressive pushes in
Binks your language कोंकणी. तो बेचारे मिस किधर गया? Done since अगर वो एकदम मस गया था $100 to done since people buy. सबसे sexy जाएगा. सबसे
challenging C9 forward in every single
sexy जाएगी. Tension ना ले.
Here C9 coming into this 9-3 going into the half. What does C9 do to get themselves back into this? It does feel like when Oxy has those openings, he can have some impact, but right now it feels like Leviathan just full control.
Yeah.
आज मेरा और मेरे गर्लफ्रेंड का second anniversary है. Congratulations.
This attack from Cloud9, a very typical one that we used to see all the time with the Sage. And
433 इतना तो मेरा unranked में नहीं होता.
More control
मेरा ranked में हुआ
into this, whereas on defense it kind of was multiple different ideas going all over the place, kind of playing pretty
Rose 100 दूंगा.
in general. Here, I think you're going to be able to see them play a little bit more
Rose
forward, and it's forced. So I'm very interested to see how grouping as a pack with Oxy in the mix is actually going to enable him to get a little bit more value on this out.
मराठी मला येत रे बाप.
कोंकणी तो कोंकणी flexible on their defensive side. I think it's better than their attack, or at least it was back on in kickoff. So they have a
ऐसा कौन सा एग्जाम देने जा रहे हैं?
It's
NASA?
going to be an uphill battle 100% for Cloud9.
Rose
to be
100
able to
दूंगा
pick
वाला?
up the icebox win. Let's go ahead and send it
ये
back
कौन
over
सी
to your
एग्जाम
casters.
होती है बे?
Thank you, GB. And yeah, indeed,
Same
definitely an
Basha.
uphill battle for C9 to kick things off
Binks.
because, yes, there was some light at the end of the tunnel sometimes.
Barais,
but it definitely
Barais.
seems like it's crumbling here towards the end. And, you know,
भूख
last
लगी है,
time
पैसे
Leviathan
नहीं
played this
मंगाने
map,
के
it
लिए.
was just Aspas waking up one day and saying, hey, can I play some Reyna? And then they said, sure, and he popped off. This time they're just playing something more to their tradition with a Jet. And he's also still popping off, so you kind of need Oxy to wake up at the same time, right? Because Moose mentioned
ऐसे नहीं कि मैं
it. If
पैसे
he's
दे
going
रहा
to
हूँ,
be
लेकिन मेरे हिसाब
on
से
point and awake,
कमाना चाहिए तुझे
Aspas
पैसे.
has no
मैं
chance
motivation दूंगा.
against Oxy. And C9, they're looking to work together to maybe activate Oxy this time around. 4 of them grouped together towards his
We also
B-side.
don't do.
And Rooney trying to find a
levity.
He has a Sheriff once again. The Recon Dart went out early.
They have
So
to
he
win
has
this
to use
round
his
no
body to
matter
try to
what.
find some pushes.
And
Neat
it's
little
a
play here
B
that they set
retake
wall up
round.
at A. Cloud9 already have. They still
क्या
have
लेव
Zeppa's
retake कर
plant, giving them a
पाएगा?
little versatility on
क्योंकि
how they
Sage है ये
can
लोग के
fade
पास.
3 at A, so they got the numbers game for Cloud9. Once the wall's up and the
Sage
plant's
के साथ
down,
retake
it's how
थोड़ा
they
tough
control
हो
the post
जाती
plant. It's
है.
going to be the question. These 2 Sheriffs still alive to just Osboxes and some ghosts for Leviathan. But this is going to be pretty full util coming back in here for Leviathan as they hold it.
I like this too. Using the orb instead to try to gain space towards this B side, then the wall, so you could fight towards orange instead of doing the typical Viper wall
Balls of
conditioning towards this B side.
4 mollies for post plant. This seems unlosable if they just don't peek, right?
Yeah.
Right?
And they're set up and protected, right? It's going to be activated once the wall gets broken up and Zeppa gets contact. There's an orb on the defense. The high tide to come out, perfect for the post plant util. Aspas and Mazzino, though, has something to say. But they still have the util so far for Cloud9. Orb comes out. There's the first deniability. Mazzino pushing down with Tex. As they're coming through the high tide, nobody's tapping on the spike yet.
Fourth one.
And there's just too much util for C9. For both Moose and Vanity to win a 2 versus 4 and off the spike. It will be the Red Bull clutch.
सिर्फ धूप और नेड़ में जीते पे.
So much.
This is
4 mollies. Yeah, how long can you
अरे
delay
job
was the question.
related.
They delayed for quite a long
अरे
time. A
इधर
big pistol
job का
round necessary there
related
for
है.
C9 to
जिससे
start
करना
off with a
इसलिए
9-3. So a little bit of
हो
pressure
जाए
relief,
तब
but they
बताऊंगा डन
gotta
से.
keep frying here as we watch again.
And that's the beauty too, right? The amount of util.
Love you, thank you for everything. Love you too.
Coming up, it doesn't even matter. Yes, simply nice if maybe your first contact with
मराठी मध्ये
Oxy
सबस्क्राइब
could
करायला
get
सांगा
one for
जे
their
जे
troubles
नवीन
or
आहेत
something like
त्यांना.
that, but if not,
मी
they have that
नाही
last resort
सांगतो
for C9.
मराठी मध्ये सबस्क्राइब
The thing
करायला
is, this
कारण
was
मी
already shown
पूर्ण टाइम
at the
मराठी
pistol round on the attack. So
बोलत
the
नाही.
first round on the attack for
तर
C9,
जे मराठी
Leviathan
लोक
has an idea
आहे
here of how
ते
the attackers
माझा
want to work
स्ट्रीम
this map on Icebox.
मराठीसाठी
3 on A first time for Leviathan defense. 3 on B for
सबस्क्राइब
round
केला
2.
तर दिक्कत होईल.
Doesn't matter.
Nice little flick there too. Great way to gain that confidence. Tap and tap against the eco of Leviathan. Easy plan to come out. Same plan except
आपला
the
श्रीमान
wall
भाऊ
is that
ओपा
conditioning
आहे.
wall on B.
Oxy opening up these rounds, whether or not they're pistols on the other side or not, just
You want 'em.
starting to get
बंदा
that
कहाँ
goal.
से हो?
Yep.
Give them those kills.
मुंबई.
Get them online.
नवी मुंबई.
It's going to be a slow retake.
क्या
here
entry
for
मारा बे
Leviathan,
ऑक्सी ऑक्सी
mostly
मारता
for
तो
the spike
बे
to
एम
go
तो
down
एकदम
and not give up any
sexy.
alt orbs, so we might see some hunting here from Cloud9.
Exactly. You see the juggling around.
God.
Oxy's going to be one moving forward with the Sheriff to give him confidence in that, knowing that they have to play against nothing
भाई
but
सबसे
HP, no
strong
shields,
aim
nothing.
एने का ही
They're
लग
trying
रहा
to
है
get the
भाई.
Blade Storm or at least the ult up ASAP of Zeppa. So those two are the ones running around and hunting. Tex just hiding down towards the bottom. And at least is able to take down Oxy. But in the end,
Nah.
this is a nice second round converted from the pistol
Hi,
round
good morning.
win
कैसे हो
by
केस?
Cloud9.
Good morning.
On to weapons is the question. And what
बस
do they
इको में
go
मारता
for?
language.
This Oxy again going straight in with some nice hits there. Just a little bit of utility over the side too that he got to work with there. So Oxy not needing much in these instances. This slow-mo death. All right.
सब लोग खुश खुश लग रहे हैं. अभी ये राउंड
Operator
जीतना
did. I
पड़ेगा.
was wondering if he would do it. Super naked off for Ospas.
ये राउंड जीतना
Didn't have
पड़ेगा.
anything else but
कम
really
बैक
the
का चांस
purchase
है ये
money
राउंड जीतना
to
पड़ेगा.
get. And his
Tough है.
dash.
That's true.
This is
लेकिन अगर ये राउंड हार गए तो इसके बाद
Leviathan
दो
putting the
बाय
power
राउंड
in
जीतना
his
पड़ेगा.
hands, and he will get the protection
तो
from
सोचा ये
Mazzino
राउंड
just
जीता.
off the bat
पैसे
on A.
And that's probably the position as to why he's
ये
playing
guns
towards the
तो है,
tower.
तीन
Because
vandal
even
तो
if
है.
he activates the dash and tries to get away, but let's hold that thought to push out towards the bottom pipes held by Tex and also by
Oh,
King.
मार सकता
It
था
doesn't
उसको.
even matter if Ospas has his last cannon. The rest of Leviathan are holding their ground. Vanity snuck through though. He might get an opportunity to take down Calm. Will do so and looks back towards the kitchen, knowing that he heard the rotate from at least one player, and that's Aspas. Mazzino has to watch the window now. The Al Drone will clear him. Will force him back and give a chance here for C9 to pick up the spike.
Oh, the jump peak. Very smart by Mazzino. Identifies two because that was the drone, so they know both are near tube now.
भाई कोई spike
Big
नहीं दिख रहा
information
है.
gained there. And smart play, so they can just play super back. Everybody's flank is covered. And Mazzino's making sure this operator can't be lost.
This is good. This gets shot instantly. They heard the sound, so they double swing out. That's a 1-for-1. But here's the op. Hello, Vanity falls, and Leviathan will get their gun round. But they still lost 3 in the process. Not too bad for C9.
Like, oh, Ospas has an op. 22 and 7. Exactly what we wanted to start facing after we got a pistol in the second round here. Because that bonus means big trouble on the defending side now. Great push through. The first few kills on this one made you wonder.
One day.
Oh, wait a minute.
One day.
Nice shot like that. Nice shot from
the
original
and पर फन के लिए आईडी से गोल्ड लॉबी में खेलता हूं पर उससे का ओरिजिनल गेम प्ले खराब होएगा हां
into this belt area every time. Dart broken. Ospas has freedom to fire from Jenny now.
प्रॉब्लम नहीं है फन के लिए खेला था लेकिन कंटीन्यूअस नहीं.
Expecting it. Well, that's a knee shot.
इसमें अगर 1-2 घंटा तो फन के लिए खेल रहे तो मेक श्योर कि 6-7 घंटा नॉर्मल रैंक.
It's patience.
Get crept under it, no way.
1:3 का
They
ratio.
get there, so now Ospas has to play this one pretty careful with that draft or the dodge up.
There was such an early drone though, so don't get the information of 4 players in the site. Yet Oxy still gets the opener. Mazino trades it right back, and everybody else is blocked behind by Varp Wall and a Reckoning on top. And now the Wall still forced to push back because of that Reckoning. He might get wasted here.
Absolute stall utility, and they just have to wait it out.
That's crazy. Insane to me that it's going to be the spike moving up towards the tower, knowing that the op is there to try to contest it. At least C9 is trying to fight back against it. Aspas, another kill with the operator. Looks back up, denied by Moose. Gives a chance now for the last 2 players of C9 to move inside the A site. Still Mazzino in the back though. Another great anchor.
Oh shit.
30 seconds left.
There's that tap to flush him out. Mazzino misses the shot, but King is on the other end. Top of the rafter. And Leviathan are 2 rounds away of closing this first map.
Big frags by Moose there. Seeing him go up on 4-10, feeling comfortable to
By
take those fights.
24 and 8
and not
bro,
back down. You thought
Aspas.
it might be a few more.
मजाक है क्या 24 and 8
It was
क्या
just
होती
too
है?
much from Leviathan still to come through.
Insta jinx.
Again, a hit on A. It just seems the util dump, then the stall.
Shot,
and Ospots gets a kill on a wall. But
Binks
he
आज
also
मेरा
gets
birthday
killed
wish कर दो
back.
मुझे
The
राहुल
ball
bye.
creates some weird angles for both
Happy
teams
birthday
there.
to you
Picking
मेरे
up a few
जान
of
के
these frags
टोटे.
from his
Many
base.
happy
A
returns of
quick
the day.
pause.
But again,
Bot 9.
that was spike down.
Say thank you for the membership. Thank you so much.
Pick up the spike,
An
try to work
interesting
together,
call.
yeah. And you saw
Work
how
कर रहा
easy
है
that was from the POV
Why
of
आसपास
Aspas,
left
right? He
cloud
just held
कुछ
that angle,
रहेगा
held
कुछ
the corner like
contract
he did,
related
and then
रहेगा
all he has
team
to do is
related
click,
रहेगा
just like he
कुछ
did
भी
against
रहेगा
Vanity a couple of rounds ago. So this now forces the
internal
last time
stuff
out. Look at me. See if they could actually put something together to start a comeback, because it's not looking good so far from not only the results, but how the rounds have really been one-sided here for Leviathan.
All right, we enter into round 17, 11-5 here for Leviathan in the lead. Oxy's going to be dropping now with Blade Storm. He drops Rooney and Vandal. They're trying to get a buy-in here to stave off that game point for Leviathan's pressure.
You got to play around those Blade Storm in that lockdown, right? Anything in your favor and your chance to turn it around, you have to use it right away. It'll give you an opportunity to keep the economy low against Leviathan if you can burn this. And although, again, they have to go against an op of Aspas and have to fight against a cycle of ults on Leviathan's defense should they win this round here for C9.
Yeah, the one kill
मेरे साथ
gives you
उसको टीम
lockdown
उतना वो
and a
नहीं कर
Blade
पा
Storm
रहे
for
यार.
Aspas and Technical 2 at that point to lock in both of theirs. Quick molly up.
Goodbye this time.
Very cool. Take out the turret. We've seen a few of those as well going towards kitchen and KO plays. Really interesting stuff people are coming up with.
But if you trade a turret
उसको
for a kill, you're
proper
going to
support
take any
चाहिए.
day there for Tex. So Oxy already falls,
क्यों
and that's
गुस्से का ना एटलीस्ट उसको ट्रेड करो या वैसा कुछ क्योंकि गुस्सा तो बहुत है बे.
Blade Storm no go for this one. Still
वेट
towards A.
करते हुए मैंने देखा नहीं उसको.
They can hit, but it's going to be tough. Zeppa gets a
तुम्हें
plant
सब हरा
here,
ले
they
देख
can
के
get
अच्छा
res
लगा.
up,
Love
but it's
you.
so far away. Don't even know if it becomes an option. 1 minute left on the round, and Lev's happy to let him take the
I'm
site
here
with
for
four
Aspas and
for
Dibon
the
on
full
दोनों
retake.
heavy
You
hitters.
talked about that kill that could activate an important ult for Leviathan, and that's Tex. So they actually have a lockdown to retake against Moose's initiated lockdown on this A site. Leviathan comfortable of playing passively and give a chance and let a
Love you, Binks. I
chance
love you, Shrey. Thank you so
for
much.
C9 to get the plant down.
They have to play forward. C9 have to play forward at least for that lockdown initially to go off if they can pressure it.
And Mazzino's low. The swing
there
is
is
beautiful by Vanity, but instantly traded out by
Crucial
Mazzino.
lockdown.
Here
Crucial.
comes the cavalry. The rotate over from Aspas. Waited by Leviathan on the top of the heavens. Zeppa almost got a pick there, but once again, too far. And on an island, cannot res any of his teammates, so he falls. But at least takes one down with him. Rooney trying to find his own timing. Here's a rotate coming out. The dome coming up as well. Swinging across, gets that pick, but again, instantly gets traded out by Aspas. Beautifully done. In the end, fundamentals are there for Leviathan. As now they push to map point.
Cut off so many sections with these walls. Again, still having the high tide to come in and getting whatever angle they want, whatever fight they need to be sure about. Cutting down those options for C9 to get back in. 3 in a row there, that last one being a post plant. Leviathan doing a great job of either just stalling C9 or being able to get these retakes. Just the trades instantly behind each other.
Well, nice. Get up, Aspas. Nice.
Team is pumped up. King
Levels to go
got this one and can wrap up this map in one more round.
Revealing area.
Quick forward play. This has been the setup for C9. This 4-1, a little bit of a lurk here.
And
your power 4 here. Just going up B. They're going to meet a bot right away, but this stack from Leviathan really playing
potential to
retake on a site if they wouldn't be at B.
And especially when they knew from the piss around what C9 does, right? Util on post plants. They'll just use a lockdown out of orange and then Util towards green. So stacking on the A side to play the retake towards B makes sense right now as C9 goes for the plant now.
Binks, why Indian players are so less in the city with so much population?
Heals coming through as they get out of the Viper.
Standing ahead.
Gaming में अपना रीजन पीछे है रे.
So they have to play against Leviathan, playing behind the Sage wall. Owl drone comes out. It's going to spot 2 players there just under the tower, and Leviathan starts moving in. Ozzy still gets the first pick. They want to tech, so that's locked down. Denied.
Nice.
A second one through. Dashing forward, trying to find a third. There is support from top and
nice.
Does get the third before he falls by King. Advantage still for Cloud9. Bladestorm out for
legit
Aspas.
ऐसा लग रहा है.
The lurk from Moose with the Guardian, but traded out by Vanity at least. And this will be all that they wrote now for Leviathan. Aspas trying to fall back and save his operator, but C9 will get the round, and that's Vanity even chasing down the kill.
70-80%
round number
Oxy
6, they'll take the op for the attack as well,
place
put it in the hands of Oxy.
Moose collecting that. Great job on the take. A bit of a struggle towards the end. Yeah, everybody going down in these battles as it seems. But Cloud9 not hesitating to get back in. Oxy swinging through with the 3K there. Exactly what they need from the young player.
Candidates में 5 Indian.
Almost back up the Bladestorm 3 ults here for
DC Gaming का
Cloud9.
बात कर रहा हूँ भाई.
It's not going to be that 4 towards B, 1 towards A. Everyone stacked here, but it is going to be a stack for Leviathan at the other side now. C9 getting the reads they want. The retakes aren't working for Leviathan as much. This could be a bit of a comeback, but we'll see.
Right here.
Coffee get one, will be nice. They'll get one.
Yeah.
Almost a second one.
A.
But at least that makes it a little bit expensive. You definitely do see that you've wasted a lot or had to use a lot of
close आ रहे
resources.
लेकिन rounds.
A Hunter's Fury and a Res
9-3 आप थोड़ा भारी पड़ गया.
Thrifty from Leviathan.
So much. I mean, they save Lockdown and Reckoning just for another round, right? Round 7 of, or I'd say round 20. I'd say C9 round 7 win.
Unless Aspas pops off with the Guardian, but yeah, definitely at this point now, both of them falling down, so no ults available. There's a shot that came a little bit too late. Third kill comes through, continues to be very expensive for Cloud9. Snakebite lineup with the orb, the tap on the spike keeps him at bay. And Vanity has to push forward now because he doesn't have any more orbs. Wall on a defense, the spray, Aspas gets the pick, it's halfway, and Rudy has to get the pick, will get the headshot, and we'll be able to save it there for Cloud9.
Recognition is nice.
The gas going down right
India team का aim
so
और
close
gameplay
for the
में
shot to be
कितना साल
made.
लगेगा आपके हिसाब से?
Oh, you thought it was saved there.
मेरे
It
हिसाब
looked
से
like he had
इतना infra भी नहीं है
Save
India में.
King on the defuse. 4 ultimates ready. This
Main
is
तो
what I meant.
मेरे
Like,
हिसाब
that
से
round was
discipline
so
diff
close
है
on the
बे.
retake. This one, they are just going to overload.
जो
whatever
level का
site C9 takes
motivation
as we see
और
Zeppa
जो level का
holding it
discipline
off
वहाँ के
with
players
that
को
shot
है.
from Rooney. able
यहाँ
to
पे
Red Bull clutch that round.
Just imagine
वहाँ
if
के
Zeppa didn't
ऑर्ब्स
get
भी
the
बड़े
kills
बड़े
on the ones that were
वहाँ का
holding the
पेमेंट
ults on
भी
that
बड़ा
retake.
बड़ा
That
है
would have been a different
Yeah.
story there. So
Hashtag
you
भी
had
सब
two
बड़ा बड़ा
hero
है सब
plays
कुछ
coming out
insane
from
है
both Zeppa and from Rooney.
Mid
Rooney
push.
coming back as if he's never
Support
left, right? Great
system
shots
insane
on
है,
the
सब
Sharon,
कुछ
great
insane
shots
है।
with the op.
लेकिन ऐसा नहीं कि हम लोग बुरा कर रहे हैं यार मतलब लीड को
The Jets
हराया
reading each other.
जेटा से एक मैच जीता थोड़ा थोड़ा
The
सक्सेस
barrel of
है
the gun a little bit too long, so Aspas is ready
It's
for
not
that.
that we are
Dash
too
activated,
far.
looking for a second kill, and C9's not looking to trade it back. All four of them trying to move forward.
प्लस अपने में
towards
कोई
this
ऐसा
B side.
स्टार
Aljon
स्टार
even
प्लेयर
clear
भी नहीं
towards
है
the front,
समझ रहे हो
allowing even
जैसा
Aspas
हर
to
एक
pick up
टीम
the
में
op if he
देखोगे
wants
एक
to, but
स्टार
instead he'll
प्लेयर
cut rotates,
हर
pinning
एक
the
टीम
rest
में
of C9 towards this B side. Mizzino has to jiggle to find that info. And here's the Hunter's Fury coming out here now on the defense. Calm with the contact onto Rooney. That's one to fall. Reckoning even slow down the push. Mizzino gets the perfect read. The wall comes down. The swing out from Zeppa. Nice little flick. Gives a little bit of hope now for C9 to enter this B site. Remember these ults coming out on the defense. It doesn't matter for this platform because they have to lock down on the defense from Tex 2. So winning condition for C9. Try to take down Tex and Aspas as well with the lurk. There's the ult first.
Oh shit.
Just reaches the outside. They know what portion of the ult he's got to be in. It's really
Luna
interesting and
mid-flank.
awkward now for Vanity.
Wait, Aspas is going to call it at least.
Yeah,
There's a snake bite into the pit. Aspas looks back. He'll get the first kill in, and now there you go. You have all that information coming through. The pit comes down. Moose is alone. He's going to get spotted for sure after the Nanos one comes down. Nice little first shot, a second, but the defuse will still come through. And Leviathan
By
will win the
Alambot
first
left
map
right.
here on Icebox.
Really able
Alambot
to
left
scatter
right, guys.
Cloud9 for the most of this Icebox map, finding ways to route them,
उसका Alambot
finding
left
ways
right था
over and under the utility, if you will.
उसको वहाँ पे
They
कैसे जाने मिला bro
really put Aspas online here to do well. 31-9. Like quietly, but not quietly.
Why
You know what I mean?
Citadel
Like,
is not having Valorant
absolutely
lineup? It's not
wild stuff
profitable.
here from Leviathan to
करेगा?
start off, and this is what people expected after that preparation time. And with
हर
Cloud9 coming
दूसरे
in.
दिन प्लेयर चेंज होते हैं इधर से उधर जाते हैं
Aspas for
Yeah.
first
कोचिंग
blood,
होती
but
है
Tex also had 5, so it shows how much he was doing on not only lurk points,
But
but
the
also
house is
how
I am
he's anchoring
Gucci.
sites.
Yeah.
So very well done at this point. And with that, we'll have to see what's going to happen on that second map, though. Sunset is the
Nice,
map coming through
camping पे
here
जाओ
for Leviathan, and when you
Truppi
pick
आएगा
ice
जाट
spots
पे
in, you kind of
रियल
got one
ट्रुप्पी
shot
नहीं
at
है
pretty
रियल
much this point
ट्रुप्पी
against Leviathan. It's
फॉरेन में
definitely a tough
और
hill
हजार हजार
to try to
डॉलर
come back
मुंह
up.
पे
Life
फेंक
was
के
hungry,
मारती
man.
है
They started on
ये
attack.
फेक
I
ट्रुप्पी है
can't
मेरे हिसाब
expect anything less.
Exactly. Well, with that, we'll go for a break, and when we come back, we'll see if C9 could push this into a third
याद
map,
रख
or
ट्रुप्पी
will
बिरयानी के
Leviathan
पूरे
close
पैसे
this
दिए
on
थे
a
2 दाने
2-0?
खाए थे तूने याद रख गेट रेस्पेक्ट टू सर इट्स बोथ रे मतलब पीपल हेट पीपल लव इन द एंड उनको ही करना जो करना
Oh, no problem.
बिंग्स ब्रिंग आसपास टू जी मजा आएगा बट ही इज वर्थ अ लॉट ऑफ मनी गाइस एंड प्लस वो आएगा नहीं वो बात अलग Binks, you said discipline and someone need to step up. Yep. Is 3:30 AM and Binks का jinx is still going strong. कैसे बे? Hello? भाई साहब भाई लोग के थीम के ऊपर पीसीस बनते हैं भाई थीम के ऊपर भाई क्या है ये Binks bro, you comedy में आसपास You going Korea for champs? No comments. Jinx जाओ सिनेन जिताओ Jinx जाओ सिनेन जिताओ सिनेन जीतेगा दिल से भाई आसपास गोट है ब्रो सोलर से स्क्वाड खेला है $1,000 कुछ ज्यादा नहीं हो गया बंक्स भाई? शर्म करो तृप्ति, शर्म करो। $1,000 ज्यादा लग रहा है। कन्वर्ट क्यों कर रहे हो? वहां की करेंसी के सबसे कम है। डेवोस्टिटीज को देखो, 50-50 मुंह पे फेंक के मारता है। उसको तो बिरयानी भी नहीं खिलाया मैंने। कल मजा आएगा। जिंक समथिंग फॉर सेकंड। कल मजा मेरे को आएगा। 2-3 घंटा सो के फिर से और पार्टी ठीक। गाइस तुम लोग को भी कुछ ट्वीट करने का #VCT अमेरिकास करके ट्वीट कर सकते हो बाय द वे। But if someone wants then how to start competing, मतलब जॉब लगने के बाद हाँ, मतलब चैट भी एकदम एटीट्यूड से कर रहे थे। See you tomorrow. Good night. 3K subs for 300K. 2,300 subs. I'm still cute 21 wali student. Cute. इंडिया में वैलो के लिए और भी कहा है भाई? और कितने सारे हैं बे? एसेंशन में कौन लड़ रहे? मैंने सुना someone was supporting Sina and rest is history. भाई ऑक्सी के वजह से सीना इनको सपोर्ट कर रहा भाई, उसके वजह से हार रहे बोल रहे तुम लोग। एक मैप स्किप कर देना, एनर्जी का टेक रेस्ट। नहीं रे, क्यों स्किप करो? Sexy matches, sir. 300K sure before this month and you deserve 1 million. Love
Smig standing here with Coach Gokid after an amazing map #1 from Leviathan. Really quick for you. We noticed
when
that there
Binks
was a
going to
switch
play
made
Aspason by
before
आज का मेरा प्रीमियर मैच देखो ना यार।
and now we see him back on that
कोर्ट
jet.
खेला मैं,
And we see
सब
why.
मेरे को वही
An
बुला रहे थे।
amazing ace,
Love
but
you
tell
यार
us about some of the
Son.
reasoning as to why you made that change.
Thank you
Honestly,
for
I
the
really think both
899.
Reyna and
Love you
Jet
मेरी
work
जान
really
के
good,
टोट।
but it's nice to mix it up. Jet allows you to get a bit more operator, which obviously on Aspas is insane. So it was also him feeling it. We can play with both, and he was feeling like Jet, so we just went for Jet because it's a nice switch up and it works good.
He was feeling like Jet and he got us that wonderful ace. Best of luck on map #2.
Thank you.
So it seems like Aspas just goes
there
up
any
there and says, I
academy
think
for
I want to
Valorant
play
in
this
India?
one this time around. And they did just that. And then he drops a 30 bomb. That's crazy, bro.
I mean, I think that's pretty cool.
That's
to be
amazing.
honest, because like one of the things that they're missing when they're playing like the Reyna, for example, is the ability to have that verticality, and especially fighting aggressively over an A main, B main on defense. So I actually really like that read where they can get a little bit more flexible.
बाद में जाके बने
I
यार
also love how differently you see him play sometimes depending on the role. I think he's really good at like taking the right fights depending on his agent. He's a top-level player no matter what he's playing, and giving a star like that flexibility is awesome.
Let's not act like switching from Reyna to Jet is some sort of
वैसे देखा जाए तो वेंकई भी स्टार प्लेयर है यार, TRX में खेलता था वो।
He was farming though,
They
and
didn't
all
need
of
Mark
Leviathan was, to be honest. They right out the gate, they won that pistol, and since that moment,
Blaze
you
King भी
kinda,
कितना
other
बढ़िया
than the time
बंदा
they got eco'd, you kind of saw them working all sorts of corners of the map, and it was working really well.
100%. I think Tex had that big round. He was able to walk all the way up into A main. They played another round, leaving King and Sonnen down by jail. They also did a lot of mid work, not just with one player late in a round, but also 3 players walking into tube, clearing it out, freezing the round. And if you're C9, you're just wondering, like, where can they be creeping up once our Killjoy utility starts to fall down? Level really good at using time and sort of freezing and hiding information to make C9 worried.
Yeah, and the way that Aspas was playing around the harbor was really reminiscent of him on Loud, right? They did a great job, I think, of kind of setting comms darts in the right position around that harbor utility to set Aspas up to take some really good opening fights throughout this one. And it was the same deal on the retakes for the most part, looking real clean in the second half. I think the synergy looking at really a higher level. level than what we saw in kickoff already.
Yeah, it's actually
Citadel
quite
doesn't
impressive. I mean,
have a
something
money
that
tree where they can't
Remington
invest
Van
money
Silly
in
pointed out.
hopes
That I just
of
want to
building a
give,
base.
shine a little bit
Like,
more of a light
even
on
if they have a
Tex,
money
only
tree,
person with more first kills than
bro,
Aspas
ऐसी जगह
in
पे
the server,
invest
right?
करेगा
So
जहाँ पे
really showing his impact.
अच्छा खासा return
Yeah, his
जाएगा.
lurks were nuts. He was really putting
Bro,
that work, and it
Citadel
does feel
जो
like
भी
this
कर
team is
रहा है,
starting to gel together. But now as we
लोग
take a look
उसको
at the other side
inspiration
of the
लेते हैं.
field, let's see what's going on with the coach of C9.
और
as
बहुत
we have Smith
difficult है
standing
वो
by.
करना.
Smick sitting here with Coach Immy ahead of sunset. Coach Immy, obviously, Cloud9 has made some roster changes with the addition
Build
of
करना
Moose and
है
Rooney. How
या
has
कुछ
practice been
parts
going
चाहिए
with
तो
them, and what do you think
हम
it is
हैं
that
आपकी
those two
मदद
bring to the
करने.
team?
Practice has been
New
going great,
job
to be
पे
honest.
ओमकार पाटिल
we
love
actually
you
firing
यार.
everyone.
Thank you for the
But I
gift
think when we
यार.
got into here, we're just playing not to lose.
ज़्यादा नहीं,
but
एक
it's been
30-40
great
लाख का
additions.
पीसी
They've
गिफ्ट कर
been
सकते हैं.
comms, which the other people
ज़्यादा
didn't,
नहीं,
and
समझ
they're
रहे
very
हो?
proactive.
थोड़ा गोल्ड डायमंड डाल के
showing
दे
that
ताकि
first
मैं
game.
OLX पे थोड़ा बेच.
Well, hopefully we're able to see some of that better on
Love
map
you,
number 2
Omkar.
for now. Thank you very much for taking the time and best of luck on sunset.
Coach Jimmy
by
noted
आज
there
वो
the
second
aggression that we
caster
were seeing
language.
from Leviathan, and it did genuinely feel like, guys, Ball, I mean, you noted it really early in the game, like, it just felt as if Leviathan did whatever they wanted. They got spike down, they just pushed forward. Even when it was a detriment to them, they still did it. It's very clear this team is trying to just aim for that style, that aggressive play style because of the weapons they have.
वो एप्पल में हो जाएगा. ओ
Viper
तनु.
Harbor works in tandem with
Best of
that
luck,
actually,
Scott.
in general too, and I think the tools on the other side, Cloud9, don't allow them to really get
Do you
a little
think
bit
G
more
कभी
initiative.
full
You saw so many times where
non-Indian
Leviathan on
roster
attack was
सोचेगी?
pushing forward into the B side.
Like
As soon as Cloud9 put that wall down, they're done. They can't go forward anymore. Like they didn't have any chances to push forward. I think that's because of the comp, to be honest.
I also think in the
Bro,
first half we
option
saw
है.
a lot of players from Cloud9 honestly taking risks. I
क्या
think
कर
around
सकते हैं? कोई
that
कुछ कर
Moose is
सकता है,
like
कुछ नहीं
sitting
कर
in tube and gets picked off from that direction. There's a lot of moments where solo anchors, individual players get picked off by a Leviathan that was doing a great job of working the map there. And we had this debut from these two players, one returning, one new to this tier 1 stage. And honestly, I felt pretty good about some of the stuff we saw from Moose.
मेरे हाथ से 3 इंट्रो पानी में गए.
Because I saw the moments where, you know, the shots
There were some whiffs in the first half.
Okay, we
Razer band account
I know
details
Moose
report.
is a sick player, and then just every time he's the last
तो
one
नए
alive, it's
इंडिया में
like,
एक
oh no,
तो
he's just
गेमिंग
not
को
going to be able to
इतना
do something
सपोर्ट
like
नहीं
this is
है
the first time
compared to
playing
other countries.
Team America
ऊपर
stage,
से
so it's
इंडिया में
also
गेमिंग
nerves
other
kind of play a little bit of a
countries
role into this as
सब
well.
nervous है.
I think
अबे
the last
इतना
big
deep
LAN he played was like the one match.
भाई
at
मेरे को एक बात बताओ, इतना डीप क्यों सोच रहे हैं? अभी अपने पास जो प्लेयर पूल है वो अच्छा ही है. मतलब कम से कम 50 से 100 लोग तो है जो अच्छा लेवल पे ई स्पोर्ट्स खेल रहे इंडिया में. उसमें से 5 जन ऐसा नहीं बना सकते टीम कि एसेंशियल जीत जाए सिर्फ, और इतने ही अपने को इंडियन रोस्टर करने का. तो समझ रहे हो? या फिर 3 एकदम बाप प्लेयर्स इंडियन और 2 इंपोर्ट. लेकिन कुछ भी करो नहीं हो पा रहा है ना. टाइम लगेगा हर चीज को मिक्स एंड मैच करते हुए, ट्राई करते हुए टाइम लगेगा. जब एक बार मोमेंटम पकड़ेगा तब सब अच्छा होगा. देव भाई नामान रे, थैंक यू फॉर द 10 फाउंड्स मेरी जान के टोटे. लव यू देव भाई, थैंक यू फॉर द 10 मेरी जान. ऑफ कोर्स बना सकते हो, डेडिकेशन ही है, वो भी है. G partner of
Tons
SC12.
of ideas implemented in Madrid, right? Some great, some not so great.
He's back.
Dude,
He's lounging again.
We saw C9 implementing some ideas during kickoff. Like they were playing double duels with Razer on this map. They were
Demon One
playing
किधर है?
a
इसके
Sentinel
बाद वाले
like
मैच में.
it was wild.
I deleted that from my
चलो जिन भाई इजराइल टेक लाइव जिन तो गुड बात मस्त काम करता बंक्स भाई. ऐसे ही हमको हंसाते रहो, एंजॉय करते रहो. काले मैच लव यू सब.
But like also I think it is a little bit to do with like the changes they've made, because are we putting Moose on smokes? No, I'd much rather see him on the side, right? Like on his bread and butter, especially on a map like Sunset. I want to see him back on that.
Also, I wonder how much time they've actually had with me
एक
and
टीम
Moose,
था.
right, in the
कौन
lineup.
सा
Like, is it
रीजन का
Madrid when it
पता
started?
नहीं.
Like when did they
चाइना
actually make the
रीजन
changes?
का
When were they
या
actually able to start practice with these two guys? Because I think what we saw on
ये
Icebox
मी
is
का
very
या
comfortable type of
याद नहीं आ
choices,
रहा.
right? Kind of scared choices.
सारे
in my
मैचेस हारे
opinion,
थे.
you might say, because it's
That's what
way
Coach Jimmy
back.
और
said.
फिर से
Played a
खेले खेला था और फिर से सारे आ रहे थे या एक जीता था ऐसा कुछ
Is what I'm kind of talking about.
I don't know. I think that
Then
comp
फिर
is
भी खेलते
fine,
जाते
right?
ना
I think
मतलब
it's
give
so
up नहीं कर
actions
सकते
of
यार
Harbor Viper, but
हर एक का एक विजन
It's still
है
good, to be fair.
It's good, but also when you're talking about Cloud9 who was playing like
FPX
Deadlock and some of
था
that
क्या?
stuff, and a team that's playing Yoru constantly, like.
I mean, I would
You're just saying that you like
But
to
I'm
see
not saying to go back towards that
Billy,
stuff,
Billy,
but like
Billy
that's a
नहीं
team that
था।
wants to be
DFM,
creative, and then all of a sudden you're going to this.
it's
I
a
think
team
it's
who
because
had an identity, was taking risks, versus a team that
DFM
did the
था।
whole default
Yes,
stuff.
and this is way more comfortable, and so that kind of shows.
Which I am in favor when you're an underdog in a game, taking some risks with the comp, taking them to a different map, like trying new stuff. So I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, I mean, it's what do you have to lose, right? I mean, you know, worst case
game.
DFM
you
तो अभी
lose,
भी आ
but I
रही है
mean,
वही मैं
if
बोल
you're
रहा हूँ
going
यार
into it as the underdog already as it is, and you're going up against a Leviathan team that a lot of people weren't giving you the time of day.
वही है
But
होता
also,
रहता है
I
भाई
think we're
गेम
also
में
reacting to game one. I
सामने
think
है
all of our
strong
opinions
teams
was Lev is going to be the stronger team, but C9 have been saying they're owning every
ऐसा
line
थोड़ी है कि
script, so
जाके
they're not
मारते
coming in
रहेंगे
weak.
Look at the agent select. Leviathan is stealing the loud comp, going for.
I was wondering who
the
was going to
Phoenix
do
Breach.
it.
Well, but this is the weird thing, though. It's the loud comp, but there's no Viper. And I think that Viper
भाई लेव
really
का
enables
comp
the
देखो
no-dive comp,
भाई
right? The double flash as well, because you can chop the map into much smaller segments. You can fight through your walls much easier. The Cypher does not operate in nearly the
इतना
same way.
जीरो क्यों
And
दिख रहा है मेरे
what
को
the Cypher does add is it lets you strong side really heavily towards that double initiator and have the Cypher to hold down on the other, also activate a couple more lurks. But you're absolutely right. That Viper, I think, makes it a lot
Christopher is
harder
live
mid-round
thank you
on the
for
attack.
the
Ospas is
membership
gonna fry on Phoenix. I'm just saying, I ain't never seen this before.
भाई
and
लेव
he
का
is
full
gonna
blind
fry.
blind
Yeah,
कौन
we
था
haven't even really covered
He just
that
dropped
yet.
a 30 bomb. And
When's the last time you played an Asian besides Jetta right now? Race, like, this is crazy.
We gonna learn today, Mimi. Let's see what ends up happening and get ready for map
इसके
number 2.
बाद
We're gonna
कुछ
send it back
मंगाऊंगा
over
टाइम
to your
पास खाने
cast.
को
It's the tag team stylings of Vansili and Rivington.
Thank you again, GB and our friends at the desk. Indeed, I kind of agree with Bola. I think Ospas is just going to fry on Phoenix. And
या
maybe
फिर
one
नहीं
of those
पता
things
नहीं
like,
सोचना
remember
पड़ेगा
when they
फोन
won
चार्ज
that map
करना
where it's like
पड़ेगा
on Icebox, like, I'm just going to play Reyna today. Maybe today
Yeah.
just
First time
woke up
playing
and
this
said,
comp,
well, I'm just
yep.
gonna play some Phoenix
Both
today
teams.
and see how that's going to pan out. And I think it's going to pan out quite great.
We'll have to see. I mean, if it happens
Best
anyway, like the
initiator
last
according to
game
you?
when Oxy fuels fire, Ospas
Trade
goes
भी
off.
अच्छा
I
है
mean, this could just
Jacko
be
भी अच्छा
an
है
absolute
वो भी अच्छा
explosion
सारे
here for the
initiator का
Phoenix
काम
for
ही वही है
Leviathan.
सारे
Come on,
initiator अच्छे ही
as
है
strong. Hey, we gotta get a few in there.
बहुत
This
sentinel
season,
में बोल
okay?
सकता हूँ deadlock
Okay. Giant radianite hole blown through here as both worlds of Omega and Alpha.
But
बाकी
they do
इसमें
bring
कुछ worst नहीं है
a good note on the desk here. There's no Viper coming out from this composition either from
worst
Leviathan.
duelist करके कुछ
You'll
नहीं
try to
है
see now as they start on the attack for Leviathan if there's going to be a little
Sentinel
bit more
में
of a
एक
death
worst
fall.
है
If Texas is just going to be watching flanks or
बाकी
if it's going to
सब
be
में
King
सब
just trying
कुछ ना
to use
कुछ
the
role है
lurks here. But we'll look at the lurks later. We have first contact at middle from Tiles. And the first one to answer is once again
Hold on
Leviathan.
करके double
And
pick
Oxy
वाला fight
falls
था
at the
लेकिन
beginning, watching it from the
I
market.
don't watch VCT solo but I
First
never
kill
miss a
going
watch
to
but please
Zeno.
doing
We'll see how
what
this
you're doing lots of love
breach
thank you
utility
Shubham bhai
comes
thank you
through.
for the
So
first episode
effective from
also
different
love you
positions on Sunset and the ways that you can actually
ISO
get your team into the site. Looks like
ISO
they're all going
correct
to hunker down and get to this elbow area, though, as mid is being
Correct.
controlled very hard. None of the Cypher utils up, so Lev has to go forward or full re-clear behind themselves. This is going to be a weird pinch if they're not ready. Oh, they're ready now.
Yep, especially after that jiggle from Calm. That's 3 coming back. A high flash, a paranoia. Doesn't hit Calm. So he actually has a perfect angle here. 1 versus 1 to jump across. Zephyr wins that fight. Meanwhile, though, the plant did go down for Leviathan inside A. A flash towards the left corner. Ospas going for the curveball. Seeing 3, connecting on to a bit of damage. And Mazzino's trying to answer back. But the flash does not blind the opponents as they fall back. The heal out on the defensive side for C9 as we have players full HP trying to retake.
Just pushing forward. Lev get a few quick kills. Vanity to peek.
Lev was waiting the whole time.
Map देख रहा था
Head-to-head
क्या
against Vanity. As Mazzino still holds that sight down. Traded out by Rooney. A tap on that spike and a tap of his stick. And that corner towards Dice has never been cleared. King gets the easy pick. Vanity trying to make some noise just to bait him out. And it's King that jumped.
X map देख रहा था क्या
On to Vanity.
इतना
As
deal है
Leviathan get another pistol on their side.
Really nicely done. Texas push up towards Pawn Shop. Caught Moose running backwards. He was jumping into
एम अच्छा तो ऐसे भी बढ़िया ना ना esports में
They did not expect to lose
As I
the
say
site
about
anchor in
Indian
that
esports, we are still
situation.
getting
And
development
then
and
here,
getting
good
better
hold
every
on
day.
site. They're
Time we
looking
need
for
more
spawn
people and
for that
organizers
regress,
like
and it
Rossi and
actually comes
SFL
from
to
inside
put
the
us
site.
यार
Nicely done for Leviathan.
people
grabbing
like
the
Rossi
missile round.
बोलते
Two
तो वो
Bulldogs to
हार
come out,
किससे रहा है
Spectres
matches
and the Ghosts. So a bit of a mid-round push. C9 trying to get
I still
moving
believe we
right
don't
away
have
in that
a
first
star
round as they
player,
stack
guys.
Back 4 towards A here with a camp.
India doesn't have a star player yet.
AORUS goes for all the orb focus. Mazino's got
But
a
there
few
will
of
be
the
soon.
kills, but
कोई ना कोई
we see
youngster.
Oxy grabbing him up on one side, and I figure Phoenix would be the one to do it on the other.
Perfectly done here for C9. At least you're on an eco and you're trying to get that
Hi Banks bhai, all
ACP onto
this
Oxy.
late time was
Even when you're looking at the
ML3
roster for C9 for this
same. I
map,
think
it kind
D3
of makes
and
sense the roles that they're currently
attack
playing.
lobby
All
is
very
good.
strong
Yep.
in that specific role.
Yeah.
So there is a chance. We haven't seen too much of
D3
C9 since
NA is quite
really
strong,
I
yeah.
guess the offseason at this point. He tried some Yoru and stuff like that on this map. This is a fairly confident lineup that he can have here for Cloud9 on this Sunset map. And that said, though, a contact text.
What about you? You are my
spotted
son.
here,
Love
but
you.
Oxy is just trying to bait out some shots.
Six
trying
को
to see if
बना
there's
था
more than one
potential
person
था
into
bro.
that. And after that camera that gets
मजाक set
broken,
कर
you're
heavy
starting to see the
potential.
smoke come out immediately towards the B side to hold that push.
Really facilitating
Venka,
that text
bye.
work, but you still have the
Bye.
initiators ready to hit B. All the util floods in. They should be getting a front sight plant here.
Venka मार रहा है अच्छा player.
Consistency
की है.
Delays a bit with a snake bite. There's finally a trade coming out from Cloud9. Two of them fall though on the defensive side. As Zeppa is trying to find a timing, looks into the wrong corner. Calm picks up the easy kill. This will be GG for the round. Oxy low HP at 13. Underhand throw. And doesn't want to give an orb away to his opponents. I'll take that any day. Smart play.
And like if somebody's coming up, chip armor, trying to do a little best of
Glove
both
जाना बंद
worlds,
करना पड़ेगा.
but going down in the end. You can only do so much in there, and you don't want to give the
हाँ
ultimate.
है.
Exactly. Exactly.
वो नहीं
Every
खेल
point
सकता
in
है
time that
Esports
you can.
professionally.
All right, Leviathan.
It's family-
Interesting to see. We saw Mazino and Tex on the one
मना
side.
करता है.
They put the fault line into the lurk to try and sell that
वो
lurk. That
पढ़ाई
much
में
more. So
बहुत
it's not
अच्छा
just
है यार.
Tex on his own,
समझ रहे हो?
throwing cams, trying to bait somebody out.
पढ़ाई
They're
में
actually
अच्छा
putting
है.
quite a bit into
उसका
these fakes
family
so
well
far,
to
even
do
on
है.
that low buy for C9. But now to the bonus,
क्यों बोलेंगे gaming
expect
के
to see
लिए?
those full
कोई किसका
protocols
भी
coming
family
out on
क्यों
each
बोलेगा?
one. They do not let that be.
पढ़ाई में खराब रहेगा तो भी समझ में आता.
See that Lev last round actually had to clear the spot behind them in B main, right behind that wall, and Aspas will start to focus the orb. That was a question for us. How often will
I
they
just
get
why
that
नहीं
rush
नहीं.
back?
I'm just wondering why the same position players are not there in value
Just
players.
getting C9 a
I have
little
no
antsy
idea, bro.
here, as it's still pretty much a default for Leviathan.
Yeah, and Tex on the other side of the map once again was trying to contain the
I
A
mean,
side as
देखा
Oxy's the
है,
one trying to
BGM
push
में
forward with
इतना
Zeppa.
खेलते होता है.
Themselves trying to control space on the A side, trying
Travel
to control
करते
orb if they
time
can. He was ready to pounce. That dog was ready to pounce there, but Zeppa just staring through the eyes of that dog, the lurk here from Tex. But there's that rotate across, nice fault line out from Tiles, and Oxy managed to escape.
Really nice escape, expecting that too. It kind of thwarts the fact that they want to play off the fault line. Oxy can still get the info, and now they play safe. But is it enough? Can the team rotate quick enough? Leviathan paused for a moment to get the util out, and it might be just enough time for Cloud9.
There was a one-way being
30
thrown there
seconds
towards
left.
that left side of
women
smoke
का
in the
blind
end when they got the
sexy
flash
होने
contact
वाली है.
and elbow. But this gives an opportunity for
Women
Leviathan
का
to
blind
just flood. Look
sexy
at all
होने
that
वाला है.
util. Uh-oh. Flashes galore in all angles as Kong gets first blood onto Rooney. Another flash coming through. Oxy's fully
Nah,
blooded, trying to stay
blinded,
alive. Nice little headshot though onto Mazino as the spike falls. There's 13 seconds left for the clock. A second kill coming through. Pink shells on the ground as the ult came out from Baspas. A 3 versus 1. 6 seconds left. Trying to stay alive as he gets that pick, but there will not be enough time.
Jawed round by jawed round है
Boost
Rexy.
and Vanity
आसपास
fall
मारता है
back
लेकिन
in,
उसको.
save the weapons, and also win the round on time here for Cloud9.
Bench Ramadan
Oxy doing the
losing,
dance inside
but
sight. I
like,
gotta see it
he's
again.
losing,
What was that
we won't
separation
start
between
supporting,
Lev
come
out
back
the
to come
smoke?
back and better. Lev
Somebody
is a
ran
comeback.
spawn, and then
बात
Oxy
है.
had time to just dance around the box, get back in position.
तेरे भी तो
and
try
get
कर
the
सकता है
safety
guys.
here.
नहीं ले
The
कहाँ
dog
पे
just
भाग
grilling.
Well, you saw that util that came out, though, towards that A site, right? They had the paranoia and an aftershock. So for them, for Leviathan, they thought that it was fully cleared.
True.
And Oxy, all he did was dance around the left side. He had no pressure on the left side because of these one-ways that were being thrown by Vanity in. That was probably the perfect thing to allow
समझ
Oxy
गया
to
तो
get
तब
these
मैं पूरा
kills.
मैसेज पढ़ा.
That kid keeps smiling.
Control से
Great
space
defense.
हटाइए.
B main control instantly again for
और
Leviathan.
आसपास में आसपास on top है यार.
And that's one thing here that C9 will have to start identifying, but we'll hold that thought for a bit. There's an early curveball, and now the orb's being taken by Mazino. So they are trying to cycle objectives with this orb, but that's the name of the game right now for Leviathan. C9, they have to try to fight, but they're fighting mid
5
instead.
HP भी.
Pushing out very aggressively.
5
Yeah,
HP
they'll
किससे
get one
Phantom
for
था क्या
for
उसके
that,
पास?
so we'll take it.
Moving back around. So they know Lev is playing the orb game. That's something that Rooney can hear inside B. It's something that's going to happen. You see Rooney throwing the Viper or the Snake Bite out every so often, just trying to do a bit of damage, get some armor off, and chip him away. And this mid to market play could be huge.
Oh,
Only
मार
good for that
सकता
one
था.
kill, unfortunately, though, as they had the players to at least try to set up some sort of crossfire for Cloud9. Advantage still for Leviathan as the hot hand gets thrown at the staircase. Zephyr runs through for a bit. Here's the spike going down. And he's hoping to get one. The blaze wall up, finally gets the pick there onto Aspas. But doesn't know that there is this player right here that lurked through. Zeppa tried to clear it. There's no util left to try to get information for Cloud9. So it has to come down to the swings and the trades, and it continues to be perfect here for Leviathan.
Wrong read for C9.
They were thinking it was cut close to the corner. With the time that you saw the swing off that paranoia, they were expecting somebody to be tight left, not just standing right in the middle there with another off angle. So nicely played. Good defense on the side there by Lev. Throw off the angles of the crosshair for C9. And in mid-fight, super aggressive. You see C9, like you said, wanting to get their hands dirty right away, wanting to find out what Lev is doing.
As we talked about maybe trying to control B main, but at this point, if they want to fight back towards middle, they'll give the orbs anytime they want. Getting control of mid will not allow any lurkers to happen on a split towards B. And maybe potentially with the comp that they have, they could have a better retake here towards the B site in the end. Now looking for a timing contest towards the B site with a tap on an orb, but there's no lead from Leviathan there. Calm with the spray as soon as the wall came up, gets contact on one. Here comes the swing for the rest, and he'll get two at least, and it's going to be King's turn.
He's going to save the weapon.
Exactly.
And make sure they don't get it. There's the step he needs.
Yeah. That's too obvious at this point.
Easy stop there, slow play towards A. Lev continue to set up this default too, where you see King is mid, the fault line's ready from tiles from Mazzino. This plant will actually give Mazzino ult, so they can start to think about future rounds on this, and all they have to do is hold off Cloud9. C9 here, pick up a few of these weapons that may have fallen. You can even see Oxy's like, is they still protecting this? Not just yet. So Showstopper and Seekers for next round too. So C9 aren't too far back here from being able to even up this game with the power to bring it into the next few rounds.
And they don't mind playing a little bit more forward at this point as well, so that Oxy could actually help out to maybe go for any type of trades if Zeppa gets contact now towards A. They're not really trying to play the retake because again, you don't want to give these orbs away to Aspas. They'll run it back as he's moving forward with the rest of his team, is trying to find these players that are trying to die to spike potentially.
I was thinking does Aspas go hunting, but it looks like Mazzino has to, or Mazzino or Tex have to buy for somebody next round, so, or Calm that is. So spike goes off. Kills go down. We expect to see Zeppa go in there. And Oxy's going to hold that hold the weapon for next round. 4-1 now. So Levs like to get mid control. Take a little bit of that. 2 rounds ago, we saw C9 trying to stick their foot in that door. It didn't work too well. They did get the trade off, but they're losing one. So if they can just get control of that mid and then hold it, maybe from market or at least top mid, I think they stop a lot of what Leviathan wants. Maybe even tiles control would mix up a lot of how they start their strategy. Towards A again to start though with a lurk from King. Insta-util.
Off a flash combo just to see if there's aggression out of Cloud9 towards the elbow, but there's nobody yet. Leviathan are still trying to group together to support towards middle. Oxy set up really for a camera showstopper, but it gets instantly broken. So you might not be able to set this early trap play.
गोल्डी भाई लेकिन बहुत कॉस्टली पड़ेंगे ना टीबोन क्या सस्ता है
Texas ready.
फिर भी कोई कितने ले रहा पता नहीं
as they only see
like you can get him for like 15 rupees man
coming out from Tex. They don't think that there's more
just do some
behind,
flight
so
tickets and get 50 rupees for vada pav.
I think C9's done a great job of kind of reading overall how Lev starts the rounds. We saw the fault line from Mazzino almost go straight up pawn shop towards the dumpster this time. That's been the black path escape for Oxy. So instead of from tiles, they went to change it up towards pawn. Now that it becomes a contact play. But C9 giving Lev a hard time on these starting setups now.
Yeah. They walled up, double swung, saw nobody, so you pop the ult right away. You get information and it's towards the A side. Showstopper gets two. One of them was the one impact, so Aspas stays alive. And as we rotate back towards the B side, it's open, and King is the one moving forward. And trying to find a timing against Vanity, trying to rotate back, but Vanity instead is just trying to hold the main key choke points to allow his teammates to rotate over with 16 seconds left on the clock. And as he peeks a little bit too much,
left too strong, bro.
It's going to give a chance for the plant to come through.
They didn't realize how far Leviathan actually got into B. They were ready and waiting, so it tells you.
Time? Sticking right now.
Time नहीं है.
Lunar gets the pick as well. C9 found the timing with the util
Bhai.
to get B kills.
भाई क्या खेला ये round?
What a stop! What a nade! Oxy still has that late into the round.
भाई
Changing
क्या
from that
मेरे को
short
लगा
guard from
गया.
shot play to mid.
5-1
Oxy never
फिर
really saw
eco
too much
6-1
play with
गया
who they were
वापस.
playing. I think Zeppo maybe up there
जीत
too.
सकता है, जीत सकता है.
And yeah, this shot.
Beautifully done by Rooney there. Swaying towards the enemy. You saw it. They still had the snake bite available.
That's
the attempt to
crazy.
try to get the plant in that corner first, then the paint shells because of that showstopper. That was
Dead
very
बढ़िया
nice
था.
thinking on the
Oxy में
toes
है.
here for Cloud9.
That was the tempo increase from what we've seen on the C9 retakes, especially after losing Vanity there. Ultimate comes right away from Com.
And that's all the util down on this B site. And that
He's
forces
doing
now
something
Rooney to
seriously
play it
wrong,
off
bro.
angle at the entrance of the B site, and there's that lurk on market. B site now open, and this time they'll get the plant. But that's the thing you mentioned, right? The change of tempo that you saw in the
एक
attack
second.
for
मेरे को
the
ऐसा
retake
क्यों
for
लग रहा है
C9.
कि
That's the
उस
thing that
टर्न
Gimme was talking about. During that
Recon
halftime
और
interview,
Alto
that
है वो.
during these scrims, they're playing that way, so they want to see that a little bit more now.
Is it like possible?
applied in the game.
Yeah.
So there's a taste of it. But now you want to make sure here that
लेकिन
it
जिधर
continues
मरा
on
मेरे को
as the
डाउट है
round
वहाँ पे रिकॉन हुआ
and the
है.
rounds in the map continues here on
देखना
Sunset.
पड़ेगा वापस से मरा.
So just to dwindle down
यार
of this
बिना स्टन
timer,
रिकॉन के मारा
Leviathan
मतलब
doing a
कुछ
great
तो गलत
job.
किया
I was going to say last round, as we saw, taking late B, but having A pressure of keeping this default
Six फिर से
in a
Esports
way
करेगा हम
that's
लोग के साथ टाइम पास.
causing Cloud9 to basically guess everything, where they might peak, what the timing might be, and what the state of the game is. As they find these kills towards elbow, maybe?
Yeah, there's a flash. He's down. Zeppa stuck in the
मतलब वो
elbow.
भी यहाँ पे छुपता तो बच जाता था. उसके पास हैचल भी था.
All right. Rooney
Guy
may,
must be
I mean,
killed
you
by
can't really
Oxy,
ult
right?
right away towards A. They just encroach on that. Can you ult towards B to start off? It's kind of hard to get that in a good position unless you're just denying something, as C9 call a timeout here. So it is going to be a bit of a lower buy for C9 as they come out of this. And they're going to have to come out with something.
So it is just for fun still,
it
it will always
with the amount
be.
of money that Leviathan has. With
People
the amount of
come,
ults
they
that are gonna
play,
come up.
they are
So
getting
what do they
into
do?
wars,
The
they are
mid
getting
pressure has actually
salaries, they are
gotten
getting
Cloud9 a favorable
recognition.
trade. And each time they
वही
do it,
success
Tiles
है
control
इसमें.
has been Leviathan's all the time. So something in mid may be the answer to at least separate the power that Leviathan feels like they have in this default setup.
And it's tough. You're mentioning here Rooney's ult. Can he use it early somewhere? I mean,
Right.
towards that B side, it's going to be a tough one.
They
because
just come around market if you use it main.
Exactly.
Otherwise, the same, you know, vice
and you have to
versa.
make sure that it reaches far enough to even deny the orb, but they have such good util on the other end for Leviathan to just counter that right away. So maybe trying to get that pick and tempo towards the middle would be potentially the play if they want to up the tempo that Imi wants right now out of C9.
क्या कर सकते हैं? C9.
Let us see.
I think Beeman control ले सकते हो लोग.
Towards A, at
और
least
ये
to start
wall
where
वही
Rooney's
wall है.
position is.
Beeman control.
For Leviathan, it's
जो लोग पास Omen blind है
like a
और
nice little slow default. Spikes down
aggressive
towards the
camera डाल
spawn.
सकते
One
हैं.
watching the flanks, watching the pushes. It's going to be text towards this A side.
Spikes
Then
grab.
aggressive
Looks
cam
like they
है
may
नहीं.
play a little bit of a fake if you're going to put the Phoenix over there. Nah. Okay, he goes Tiles. So like Phoenix and the Cypher may try to sell something towards A. But no, Tiles control again.
किधर ना किधर only
Texas
fight
met
लेना
with that
पड़ेगा.
one way. We'll see what Aspas can control. So they actually just go for control over the orb of A. Very nicely done. I mean, it's a set, but now if they go through mid around to A, this could make things sketchy here for Cloud9's defense.
Vanity was trying to play on the top of News. Might call it 10 spot from now
अकेला
on.
pick लिया.
But couldn't get that kill on the top of mid, forced to fall back in. That was the other important anchor.
इतना है
Piece
Omen
on the
blind
top
है वो
of
सब
middle.
use नहीं हो
Zeppa
रहा.
got smoked out, was trying to
मतलब
find
chance था
information,
उसको
and then
kill
he got
लेने का,
picked in the
लेकिन
end. So an early
फिर भी
advantage
बहुत
for Leviathan.
risky
And actually, it dwindles
individual
down the
plays है.
defense that you currently have here from C9 because one has to be planted towards the A side, so it gives a lot of room for
ये
Leviathan
OP
to work
वाला
middle and anywhere they want from there.
They have such good protocols out of this. Normally, you can
perfect
almost say to
जगह पे
yourself, all right,
round
let them have
खाने के
mid.
लिए.
What are they going to do from there? But how explosive they become off of Mazino's utility. Aspas running forward. It seems almost unstoppable. They find Calm, though, to start it off.
With the first small mistake out from Leviathan to start, jump peeking with the recon dart, but it gives information for Leviathan to non-team players or towards B.
Nice
Beautiful
blind
paranoia.
play.
An assist to allow Oxy to get the kill onto Aspas. Vanity playing the off angle right in that tight cubby.
Nice.
They did.
Ends up being a beautiful
OP
crossfire.
round, Omen. OP
Let
round.
them have mid. C9 back up. They make sure they just don't come through the Omen smoke at the top of stairs in mid. And Rooney just has to call if he hears anything. Great play to hunker down on that B site to make sure Leviathan could not get the market play.
Premier का timeout
Now
वाला
what can
feature
they
comp
do?
में भी
They
आना
don't
चाहिए.
have an
It's
ult that kind of
important.
directs where we're seeing them go.
Spam करेंगे लोग.
That is the question. Cloud9.
इतना हरामी लोग रहे ना, जीते रहेंगे ना, तो भी timeout लेंगे.
With Omen.
और BT दे देखो.
And you saw
इतना
with those
त्रास
picks
होएगा
though,
बता.
right? They didn't really take too much control
Imagine
of top
करो
middle here.
12-0
And the game
timeout
plan
ले
for
रहे.
them so far in these 9 rounds is, or 8 rounds rather, that we just saw. They haven't really been pushing.
Already ranked game में इतना BT का थे लोग.
It's just really.
कि पर ये सब भी हरकतें चालू हो गया तो हो गया भाई.
Or just plow
छोड़
towards
देंगे
the
वालों
elbow
के ना
towards
लोग.
A. But this is slowly being read by C9 as they have 3 players here to get ready for that push.
They look angry. It looks like they want to swing this. The first bit of noise.
Then Sinai learn from
They hold it
different
for a
group.
moment. That
They're
Noya in
facing
Vanity's
Israel.
hands is almost the
different
light on the fuse. And they're going to back off just for now. They have control of the orb though, and they've pushed up, which is really good for A's knowledge of what's going to happen.
बंदे का F5 रहना
Especially
चाहिए.
after the Aldrich
मैं
saw
जितना
Oxy
वाला
here,
team में
that's
रहेगा
going to
बकचोदी
tempo up the
करने के
push
लिए
from
तो.
Leviathan towards his
कितने
A
करेगा?
side.
हारने वाली
Moose
team
has
depression में
trap
जाएगी
kills
ना.
all across the board here. If he gets smoked out towards spawn,
If I'm
you
spending
just hopefully
millions
get a
of
tag
rupees,
or
I'll do anything
some
to win.
kills. Nice little flash at the same time. If you're going to try to
तो
run
वो
through, you
लोग भी
could get
anything
tripped
तो
over.
win नहीं कर रहे, पर नहीं हो रहा.
Leviathan is looking to exit or enter towards the A side. Nice little win by Tex. Even a second one thrown at the hat, and that's the remaining 3 players potentially here having no choice but to save.
Save.
Especially now that Aspas is pushing forward with the run it back, keeping them at bay. And look at Com already lurking out towards the market, catching from behind.
Of course he is. The perfect lurk too.
Best
No,
lurker,
he's just getting the back of every player.
Hello.
Best
Out the
lurker.
spray, forcing him towards Com. Unfortunately, can get a second
Com
one,
जैसा
but you
lurker
definitely
कभी
do
नहीं
see
देखा है
the
मैंने.
rest of Leviathan
इधर
hunting
तो
down
घूमता
C9 towards the market now. Thankfully, Rooney's still alive, so he can put the wall up.
Six को तो पैराट्रिक्स में ऑफर आ गया था. 6 को अभी तक बहुत जगह से ऑफर.
We might do
बहुत जगह.
Iron Man at this point.
सब मना किया.
King's
उसको
close
मेरा ही
by, but
पसंद है.
you definitely see the last players. They don't have too much money to work with here, so the last 3 will not hunt down anymore. But at the end of the day,
Only
the round is still in
45
favor of
seconds only.
Leviathan.
We look at that round,
Rand
and I
game में
think
नहीं
it
चाहिए भाई.
becomes
जैसा
a
है
round
rand game
where
में भी.
C9 is happy to allow mid open.
Just because
and
कोई
they play
DC हो रहा है ये
control
वो
over site.
timeout
Here,
चाहिए.
they give up too much space and it bites them. Like Tex walks right into the site.
Just
It's
unlucky
all
मानो.
contact play,
Next game
and
find करो.
Leviathan just take the shots that they need.
Timeout
So
वाला
a little too
चाहिए
much
नहीं.
space being given in one round. They control it good and find the middle
आपके
ground.
पसंद है calls.
Lock down Leviathan and don't give them as
One
much.
question, can you
Again,
understand
Tiles
Tulu
has
love
just
from
been
Tula? नहीं रे,
home ground
I don't.
for Lev. Once they get mid,
But my dad is
they
from
listen to the
Tula.
map. They
I
start
love
to
it
read
too.
it. See if they try to go for that once again here as we're back to a bit of the early rounds. And that's a miss. So close to the hand there.
Oda.
Yeah.
Oda peak.
And it was off a camera
Shot.
to bait it out, but at least
That's
able
what
to
they
rotate
need.
back towards the market. That's Tiles down. So you talked about this Tiles control. They found it, but somebody still made it through. It's King just waiting to see if he could catch rotates, and it's shot deep so that he could actually swing through. Perfect timing to come across head-to-head against another smoker, and that's Vanity to fall.
भाई काहे मैप देख रहे हो?
Flash on the front of the A side.
George,
Beautifully done by
spike गिरा
Cloud9
दिया.
just to answer right back, and that spike now in their control. Flank from
Nice.
behind, a 1-for-1. Calm is now alone. An opportunity to win a 1v1 right here, and he'll get it against
ये
Ruby.
crucial
Spike
था.
now picked up.
क्या ये निकाल सकता है इस
Recon dart
पर?
available. He's just going to use all the time in
Plant
his
भी
favor.
भाई इसका next round अल्ट आ
to add
जाएगा
a little
इसका
bit more.
पे.
Wasting out or forcing out the neural theft. The ping across, the spike plant down, the sprays attempt, the off-angle position now by Com. The double swing in the end, but it's C9 winning it.
Winnable था, लेकिन भाई
Now we're
एक
making it a closer game
साथ उसको
finally for
3 और
Cloud9.
points
Yeah,
मिले.
good
Plant
control
भी
there.
मिला
Rooney with
और
some
भी
pivotal
उठाया.
kills over towards that
एक
Bay
को
area
मारा
of
भी और
Altor.
मरा भी.
And the rest of the team playing together to get it back.
चार और
Being able to
point.
pick apart Leviathan in mid is definitely what C9 can focus right now. Yeah, you want to play defense. The name of the game is they're
जब कभी
forced to walk
esports में
into
try
site,
किया
play
अगर
hard
किया तो
angles,
छोड़
but
के दिया.
I
मैं
feel
fun
like
के
if
लिए
Led's
खेला
going to give you
और
this
मैं अच्छा
many
खासा
fights
बहुत
in
टीम्स
mid,
का रहा
there's a way to get that trade. There's a way to play it, so they're going to go down. And there was Oxy's operator.
time
They
नहीं
don't
कर
have it
सकता.
again. It's
I
going to be in
love streaming
Vanity's
more than
hands now as they
playing
start to
esports.
switch it up. So not even the positioning, but the player. We'll see how they
Valo
one way
खेलने का
here,
मन नहीं
Vanity,
कर
and
रहा
I think
कर
he'll
रहा
go
है यार.
towards mid as they try to shut down on this pressure Lev can create from that part of the map.
सबसे पहले मेरे को फोन चार्ज करे कुछ मंचीज खाने का है.
Little revenge there, huh, Vance? King goes
Peri
down
peri
from the
fries.
push last round.
बस भाई किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो?
Vanity's hands now. They're going to be
T9
able
को
to
कर रहा हूँ
grab the
लेकिन
gun,
लेफ्ट जीतेगा.
get that stinger out of their hands, but still have mid control. Something they prioritize.
And right now, since they
Obviously
lost
by
their
the
smoker
youngster
for
को कर रहा
Leviathan,
हूँ.
you're playing single controller. You're going to have to start using your Cypher and Phoenix together, potentially to block vision as you're moving through. So you're
भाई
eliminating the
6-6
fact
कर
that you can
सकते हैं
lurk
लोग.
around. But as
Next
I
round
say
होने के बाद
that,
भाई इतनी
it's
अच्छा नहीं
Calm
है.
trying to sell a fake towards
Can
his
be a
A
good
side with
half.
the L drone as Rooney's waiting. The walk contact play back into market. It's traded out. Showstopper out. And it gets swatted out by Aspas. There's that Blaze welded back towards the spawn. Big flash putting Moose away. Zeppa running through. There's that cage. And he's burning down from the hot hand. Second flash blinding Moose once again. And as they're playing back and forth with utility for C9, they can't capitalize on a kill.
भाई वो लोग को पता ही नहीं.
They're just trying to get out of Boba.
Exactly. And it gives enough chance here, enough time for Khan to meet up with his two teammates to try to isolate this B site. Nice shot by Zeppa.
Spike down B.
As now the paranoid comes through. Now committed towards this B site. It's up to Moose to wait. 18 seconds left with the first tap. Khan playing the off angle, up moving forward with a jump spot. Couldn't connect the shots, unfortunately, all around the silhouette of Zeppa.
That was crazy.
And you definitely do see once again with time, no
Khan
matter
को
what, it was
मारना
going to
था
be
bro.
C9's round, and they're one
को
round
मारना था.
away of tying up the
Just
game. And this is
just curious how he
definitely
met sticks at
a
starting
different
playing
story than
grand
that
game.
first map on Icebox.
Yes,
मैंने उसको
it
carry
is.
किया था और उसने
C9,
मेरे को add किया
even
था.
the trades we saw a
Please
few rounds
Bunks
ago, I
भाई
think it
मेरे
was
से
Rooney
नहीं
and
हो
Zeppa
रही
who
है.
had pushed up towards A or
Add कर
awesome
लो
shot
फिर.
by Vanity. The swings they were doing off each other looked much more coordinated, just tethered to each other, able to anchor the shots. They were missing a lot of that in the first game here. And looks like they have ironed a bit of that out. Operator
Much
still
better
here,
half
gonna
than
be in
first
the mix
match.
for the final round of the first half on
On the
Sunset.
effort,
And
Demon
to
1,
note
let's
as
go,
well, I mean,
NRG.
we're in the first half, but
Next match भी
Leviathan's
खतरनाक.
first
भाई दोनों मैच आज के
play
अच्छे.
on Sunset as well.
उसके
So
बाद
we're seeing
Loud
their
versus
first go with Aspas here on
Demon
Phoenix, the rest
1.
of the squad, as they formulate their attack side. Still tiles
NRG में तो
control.
Loud भी
We'll
देख
go
रहे
back to this
obviously.
default play
X क्या
across.
कर रहा था? पता नहीं.
Without even anybody ready, it seems like they're just kind of set up protocols to make them think twice.
Shot.
Rooney.
Shot.
Easily done. You saw on the other end, they were trying to control middle, and then at least trying to move up towards the A side with a fault line. Instead, it's 100 sphere to try to create
नए
space for
player
Tex.
में aim तो
Crossing over
है.
gets dropped.
Spike down
As this is a
A.
great chance for C9 to get a flawless. Bring that confidence and carry it over towards that second half. Com is going to use, once again, all the time in the world.
बिंगी भाई chat में.
Make
क्या
C9
चीज़?
antsy and hopefully punish some mistakes. But C9, you definitely see it. A pit on that spike, and they're just going to hold it.
They're like 38 seconds. What do you got? And it's going to be the arc from Vanity. They bring
6-6.
it up to a 6-6 first
Not bad.
half. And it was
लेकिन
interesting.
अब
Oxy with the op, Vanity with the op, switching
main
around
problem
how to
अब.
figure out where Lev was going and understanding that
ये
it was a
लोग
lot of that
stun
starting
blind
priority.
combo
A lot of C9's focus in the
कैसे
beginning was that
लड़ेंगे?
B main control. They expected Aspas to want to hover orb and just eat it up and
Tap,
ult
tap, tap,
after
tap
ult.
मारा बे.
But that wasn't the play, and it took a little bit for C9 to figure it
रुझी
out. But
थोड़ा
they
नया
did, and
मतलब वो
Rooney back
जाके
in
वापस
action
आया
is feeling it.
Yeah, all they had to do there is continue their own protocols and their own game to hold that, and they were able to make this to a 6-6. But at least until we start the second half, let's toss it down to Smix and the belated birthday man, Papa Com.
Thank you very much, Benzili. Papa Com, it is always such a pleasure to be
Papa
able to
Com
speak
बोलते
with
हैं,
you.
last time भी आया था.
I know the last time I had a chance to have a chat, it was very clear you were very, very nervous. You were absorbing all of the energy of what was coming off of the stage. Now that you've done this, many times, you've seen your son on stage lift a trophy, become a world champion. Has it gotten a little bit easier?
I think so. Him winning the world champion, him being a world champion, it's kind of like, he's accomplished at the top level. So anything after this is gravy.
What was that moment like for you? Because obviously for the EG fans and all the personal fans of COM, it was amazing to witness, but I have to imagine it's different as father to see your son go on this journey from start to scratch.
It was surreal. I mean, the arena was surreal, the crowd was surreal, the Cinderella story was surreal. I mean, it's been an amazing experience.
Indeed, and now obviously he's on a new team. Talk to us. Does he like to deliberate some of these decisions that he makes, or does he talk to you afterwards? What is that relationship?
Yeah, he always comes to me for strats. No, I mean he's accomplished so much. He's brought so much intangibles to a team. He did it in a crew. He did it in EG. Now I'm hoping he does it with Leviathan. He's both someone that brings a team together as well as inject a lot of good ideas. So he builds a team up.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Papa Kamal, as always, for taking the time. We'll see how this map goes as we throw it back to our casters, Vanzilli and Rivington.
Thank you so much, Binks. And indeed, I mean, I'd probably take some advice here from Papa Kama. He's tearing up the team deathmatch servers all the time, and I see him tweet about it. And you know what? Another thing, I wish I'd looked as good for 25 years old there. Happy belated birthday there, Papa Kama. That's at 6-6. C9 able to fight back now in Leviathan, as we saw that they were working a little bit towards the side. I'm pretty sure C9 won't go A. Read that quite well. It's now time for Leviathan to play the defense. They start things off with some information gathering. We saw the Skybird being thrown early by Zeppa that finds no contact towards middle. C9's looking to get the punish into market. A little bit of love taps there onto Mazzino, forced to fall back now at the staircase, and instantly 2 players going to meet up with him.
You just see him creep into market here all slyly, ready for the protocol. They're setting up for a market play. They may get backstabbed here if everybody starts to run through. Cypher util is at A, and I think that's been slowly identified here. Good lurk coming in from Moose. They may actually revert on this if he gets far enough up.
Yep. Right now, C9's just waiting for this smoke to dissipate, right? They pinged out towards the left side at the orb. They pinged out towards the map. They want to make sure that they clear all of that. But all of this time wasted to clear this area. You see the position from Leviathan already ready to set up these crossfire fault lines to even delay them.
Bye-bye.
Nice.
This is
going
it. This is the big
A.
one right here.
Nice.
Moose walking in. He's going to be able to escape, but leads a trap coming through. Head-to-head now against Tex.
He knows Tex is back, but he doesn't know where the trips are. Doesn't want to get himself caught. Oh, no. Moose takes it upon himself to go in. It's exactly what you want to see from a new player. Feeling confident to make it happen. The plant's going to go down, and all this power from that pawn shop side could come through from C9 on this post plant.
Hot hands, paranoia, shock darts. Doing a lot of damage here on to C9, but Oxy still gets a pick. Another flash out through the smoke. Oxy gets a second one. Ping shells out.
God made me.
As players of Leviathan are
God
falling down. 1 more left to go. It
by C9 are back.
For Cloud9 in the pistol.
C9 is
awesome pistol round.
back.
The mid play, they find out where the breach
भाई मेरे
is.
को ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है मूव भाई का मोने भाई जैसा कुछ होने
dealing with
वाला है.
that Cypher, dealing what might be set up after they start to go towards market. Really nicely pull Leviathan over, and then this lurk from Moose, as big as he is, can squeak into these tight spots, figure out where C9 need to go.
दबाने की जगह पे W दबाया उसने.
Huge stuff, and then Oxy, just classic Oxy, if you will. Nice nade to come out as well.
We're seeing it too from the composition and firsthand that there is a lot of util flood.
And
Leviathan towards the east side. A lot of it missed at that point, so C9 were in great positions to avoid the radius of the damage that was implemented against them. And off this round, C9 staying as a group. Not even controlling the orb. They just want to death ball into the A site.
Yeah.
They know it's clear.
They have to stay together. I mean, you drop one a Vandal or a Phantom, you
Yeah,
can pick it up right away.
dream team नहीं बनता है. सबका अलग अलग है.
A Vandal. I mean, that's what they have. It's a Vandal buy, second round.
अपने हिसाब से ये वो वाला नहीं है.
Or suffer too much damage. Even through the one-way, a quick shot for Moose to collect one for himself. And this is going to be a spike death for Leviathan if they can help it. It's going to be hunting. Oxy going forward. Says with this ghost, I will push.
And then I will also fall, but at least get an orb for my troubles, right? Still becomes a round for Cloud9.
Bye.
It's exactly how they got to start off the second half. They actually got to start off Icebox too on second half, so that has been coming in well for them. Still have a bit of that eco prowess that we saw before with the Sheriffs. So that C9 is still in there.
Wait, the new ones on the roster. Yep.
A little bit of it back out here. Vanity and Rooney able to get the calls that are really working against Leviathan's early rounds.
Well, clearly C9 is back.
The rotations won't come as quick, and Leviathan is going to anchor these sites a little harder. We will see Mazzino
आसपास अभी शांत
in that market area for quite some time to be able to affect both sides of the map.
कौन सा GPU यूज कर रहे हो? Very good question. मेरे mods अभी active नहीं
next
लेके.
few rounds. No mid control right now for the team. Those pings
So I would
look like
recommend
it's a
आप
send it.
कल आओ.
Satchel out as well. Flash on the other end, getting the timing towards the one-way of Raiden Identity. Oh! Shrouded step on the top. King couldn't capitalize on the kill. Oxy's actually still quite healthy.
Yeah.
As they get the paint shells to push him back, and that will allow C9 to get the plant.
Heal comes in from Zeppa. They're back to topped off, just no armor from that chip. The 5v5 retake here to happen.
But Zeppa used a lot of that timing of the dog only to spot that one player, so he doesn't really know how many players will be flooding out towards the A lane. So you can definitely see it from Leviathan. A fault line ready to cross the map. The Aldrone towards the front. Cages and smokes to try to slow them down. Aftershock, Zeppa avoids it, stays inside the as King is now going, he finally moves inside the site, gets that first headshot onto Zeppa. Beautiful flash being done. That's a second one to fall for C9 on the pulse plant. But there is utility on that spike to delay that defuse out of Leviathan. And all that time that it took for Leviathan to attempt to take the A site, it's Icebox all over again with the pulse plant utility.
Omens go down to the explosion. Good gun saves though for C9. Good damage from the Leviathan. Good bonus, right? Getting a lot of that in. All right. Lev, as we watch here this replay, sorry, the Phoenix to come in with so many flashes, but it just didn't clear enough ground. Only that early part of the site. C9 were still ready to defend a lot from the A main altar position. Doing an interesting job of not really trying to anchor too much in the site, leaving a few, but really hovering back around Rumi, back around where the flame would come from and being able to dump utility in that way. So Lev calls a timeout, gonna get themselves situated here to see how next round may be able to play out. All towards not really in their favor as they're quite a few points away still, so C9 can really start to run away with a few rounds and make this hurt.
Left का मैप है और C9 इतना अच्छा खेल रहा है. So I think it will be a big push for next map.
C9 has pulse plant util lineups out from that Viper.
लेकिन Ascent में वापस आसपास बहुत मारता है.
So the control right now, will it be trying to work towards that middle? Will we want to try to get flankers now from Leviathan just to make sure here that C9 can't set up outside of the A site?
And
for those rounds, last round, you know, they call upon Oxy. Blast forward by himself towards Dumpster, pushing forward through the one-way. Doesn't get hit because King doesn't expect that on that step up already. And they start to flood the site. Little ways C9 trying to up the tempo to get through the defensive Leviathan. So back to a default setup, more so that Cypher at B for Leviathan, a little bit of B main control, and now breach over towards A.
They went for the recon dart now from the top mid, just to get information, fault line, potentially, if there was more pressure coming up from C9 at the ramp.
This com always waits
with the sheriff, but instead King will get posted and will use his body to get information. This rifle that was saved though by Calm in that previous round, he saw that he still has 100 credits rather, and didn't want to buy an Aldraone, so they won't really have too much util to find the mid-round information. It's going to have to come down to really trying to find some sort of punishment here on the overpush of C9. And there's that first contact, and King's already falling back.
Gonna have a pretty easy time doing this. Over on the defensive side, you see Tex and Ospas waiting for a cam peek. They just take control of B main as the spike's going down. So a lot of time for Cloud9 to set up here once they take down King.
Short way.
As they take down King, Mazzino at least was able to get one, but so far we definitely saw trying to do a hero play towards.
And this is the last round for C9.
Defensive plays and defensive players
after
to help Leviathan
to do something
from the dumpster,
else.
from
It's
the
like 13-7, 13-8.
It would be a similar story.
Considering उसका alt
make things expensive with the Phantom. Dying
According to you, who is the best
player
player in there right now? Who can consider with 10 something and another? There is nobody.
They're looking good here for C9 to close.
We don't have one yet.
So Tex moves forward for a 1 kill.
Unfortunately.
Trying to salvage something. Maybe the Phantom, maybe some more kills. Aspash just waiting patiently for the first contact, but could not get a kill in the end. And that's C9 at 10.
Cloud9 are running just this not
But
default towards A,
stand
but the
off
same
in
strat
left.
towards A.
Alag
Everybody ready to push in.
role,
Rudy,
alag
Rudy
team.
watches the back
मतलब
a
role
bit.
same है,
They feel
लेकिन
comfortable. Why
अलग
change it
way
if it's
of
working?
playing, सब
And
अलग हो
they
जाता है
head
ना।
into sight almost like it's unstoppable for Lev right now with the numbers they're putting there. Let's see this replay one more
मतलब
time.
EG ऐसी टीम है
just
जो
a simple hold.
champion
This obviously a lower buy
जीत
for
के
Lev, so
disband हुई,
it
मतलब
does
सोचो।
become a very comfortable round for Cloud9 to start getting these swings in once they have the sight. But yeah, a lot of
आसपास got
focus
lucky
towards
ना
A
इस
here
वक्त।
for C9.
शर्म करो,
Not a lot of
शर्म।
mid control, not a lot
Hater।
of rear control on their flank.
शर्म करो।
They're just going forward and it seems to work.
कौन बोला था कॉम बेट करके मारता, पहली
They
मारा
go
उसको।
towards mid pretty hard as they just
बाहर
lose
निकलो।
Vanity.
Exactly. Calm all it did was spray down towards the smoke and contacted for a kill wallbang. Aldrone coming up and we're trying to answer back with their own wallbangs, but Oxy couldn't get it. Aldrone still hasn't been broken, so that forces players to push into the market. He gets 2 pings out of the Aldrone, Tex with the off angle, Flash comes out, Cage comes up, that saves actually Zep at the same time. He counter flashes, but Aspa still holds the angle. And finally, C9 decide to fall back. Too many cages. Too many block views.
Shot bait.
As Aspas finally starts getting activated there. He had a very
Aspas
slow
उठा।
map so far. I
चलो,
think I saw
crucial
6
round
and
था, ये
something.
जीतने
So
था।
that's maybe another plan now for C9, trying to avoid not only Aspas, but the Cypher util on that B side, which is potentially why we're seeing C9 continuously pump towards the A side.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to make sure you get into A. Even if you get trapped, somebody can shoot it for you. You're right. We have not seen any B play here from C9.
If you are an org manager, your dream
Lev
team
has a
with their role.
crossfire ready for it.
Yeah.
And they're already watching from top mid to make
Very
sure it's
dream
pinched as
team?
well and nobody can get a flank.
सारे big
Leviathan
subscribers वाले।
putting a little stop to the bleeding there.
और मुझे shout out। W.
That's big. The flash was actually thrown on top of tiles from that this entrance right here. So you saw a couple of players already rotate out from the A site to top mid. And C9's just trying to find a better timing to maybe push back towards the A ramp, but a second one-way smoke just thrown here by King. We'll slow things down for a bit.
Tens or 4 second. 4 second भी।
Just missing it. The Homos got that.
मतलब tens भी। वो ऐसा 49
someone has to
51
think
वैसा।
about market, but the A play that's going to come through and King
दोनों
falls.
goat है अलग-अलग। अलग-अलग
Contact play
region
this
के
time
goats
around,
हैं।
one crouching under the other's
दोनों same
round.
है।
King punish and look at the pivot.
Tens,
Leviathan
4
focusing on
second
top
और
mid and A site.
booster।
A retake play on B.
ये 3 अलग-अलग region
Moose
के
trying to
goats
take
हैं।
control of middle right now, and he's not going to hear any
और
of this
मेरी
so
भी
far
सुन लो,
because it's
बोलो।
just a walk across. TP now towards the spawn.
आसपास है second।
It's a fake now just
Yeah.
to make sure that you're trying to keep Leviathan out
Attitude-wise,
towards the A side.
I
And here
think-
comes the hit.
And this is what
second।
we talked about. C9 has been
उसका
going
vibes
A,
मेरे को
going
बहुत
A,
पसंद है।
conditioning towards that A. And just the
आसपास
trailblazer and a
हो सकता
delayed
है बहुत
round
strong
will
है
cause that
second।
rotation from Lev, but losing Moose in mid makes it 4v4
Even though
bans.
second अभी भी जीता है।
They want to fight back towards the middle. Calm just got
But
caught.
उसका vibes
So they have to try to push a little bit more. There's that nice pick by Rooney. A tap on that spike maybe. But now here comes a showstopper out denied by Mazzino. But instantly killed by Vanity. Aspas trying to move back out.
ऑक्सी पे मेरा stream देखना बंद करो यार।
Isolating. Trying to isolate one of these last 3 players of
सुनाई दे रहा है
C9.
उसका fire in the hole।
There it is.
तीसरी बार
At
हुआ है
some point it
पट
felt like
से
it was
खाया है
almost
वो
doable there
पट
'cause
से।
his transfer was clean onto the second one, but at least C9 won that duel. And it's their turn to be 2 rounds away
एक बार
of
मारा था।
closing out Sunset.
It does get scary in those moments. You're like, wait a minute, and the amount of times we've seen Oxy get shot out of his ult this series.
You aim with wrist or arm?
That
Wrist.
is also very true,
Your
yes.
showstopper comes up and it's gone down twice, I believe, almost in a row now.
भाई C9 का strat बहुत प्यारा है लेकिन।
Vanity starting to clap back with some of these shots.
सब
Feeling
जगह
good.
थोड़ा pressure।
We'll see. 11-7.
अच्छा है।
1 point off that game point. Leviathan goes for the buy. They're down in money here. If C9 can hit this, they go for the throw.
Oh, so much noise. Curveball, 2 kills, make that 3.
Heavy blind
And
play
that's
किया पे।
one thing you learn real quick.
Heavy
They've
blind
done a lot
play।
of these setups at the beginning of the round from Aspas and Tex, and this is the first time that C9 tries to just tempo really quickly towards B main, and they were greeted by a huge surprise. It's late now in round number 19 of the second map, giving a chance here for Leviathan.
कोई ना, I think Viper orb ले लेगा.
Try to bring the game back.
We finally see what that Aspas and Tex hold at B looks like. Cam sees them, they throw down a gate, they get out a flash, and just start lacing through with the Phantom sprays, and specifically the Phantom sprays, so they can't be traded back as easy. Here we go towards A, dogged out, Rooney almost got util caught, but he fires back.
That's crazy that he re-swings the ball as weapon 2, so Calm was not ready for that one. Runs up for the kill into Tex, the timing off. The fault line. Rolling Thunder then answered back from the Seekers. It's a stalemate for now. Aftershock out as well. Does it contact? No, he's made it towards the back. Now Zeppa is tucked in, 30 HP. Weapon now back out. He doesn't click towards the left, but they both get the kills.
Yeah!
Oh map point for C9.
Yeah!
12-7. Rooney, is that's
yeah.
I was talking about before, that they're swinging together. C9 so much more in sync. I think that one was, thank God we swung together, but still the teamwork is there to bring them to game point.
The whole right arena just erupted. Like, what the hell are you doing here, Zeppa? But there you go. They both swing through, gets that pick.
रोनी का वो सबसे पहला 100 किल था ना, वो सबसे ज़्यादा क्रूशियल था.
Straight into B main here.
And already C9 understands that, runs all the way up towards middle. Spike also there. Big paranoia by King. Counter paranoia out from Vanity. Towards trying to pin back, but here's the thing though. The setup from Cypher is actually towards the A site this time around. There's that first tag. And Oxy already falls. Dog now towards the back of Dice, he gets stunned. Trying to get these sprays, trying to stay alive behind the cages, giving time for Leviathan to rotate across as well. Now towards a dumpster. 2 kills coming out from C9 for 1 of Leviathan. You hear that running back from Aspas. There's that pick. A pitch now towards the connector. The hat comes out. It's a 2 versus 1. The running back is over. He's now pinned back towards the back of the A site. And this is a chance now for C9 to close the map.
By Baap Kela be, Baap Kela be.
Game have secured some pivotal rounds right now for
Baap
Cloud9.
Kela. Hey, Moose bhi hai.
It's going to be in front side.
Baap
That's
rounds
a little
nikale
tougher
Moose
here. If it's going to want to be a push from Aspas and for them to spam through. But Aspas wall is down. It's just going to be the fight for fight here. Can he get the transfer? C9 set up in a bit of a contact crossfire here.
And he has no utility, and right now you just have to run the
missing
main
Rossi
protocols
in
now for
cities.
C9. Smoke being thrown out, even towards the staircase.
और उसके नसीब में रहेगा वो खेलेगा the hard way.
Come at me, bro. Tap it on.
Potential है मेरे Rossi में, बहुत अच्छा player है.
And see on the other end, Moose is just waining towards long B the whole
उसको भी
time.
अपनी गलतियां सब समझ
So they're
लेना.
just letting
उसका स्किल
Vanity
देख
win
रहा था जब
that
उसको बोला.
1v1, and he will.
What all
And
changes
C9
he
will
would
be
have
able to
done
push this to a
if
third
he
map.
goes back in time.
Nah, stay up there. I got this.
तो उसका understanding है.
Vanity takes
देखते
it,
क्या
moves
होता है
with
उसके
some
life में.
big rounds. Cloud9 coming to life in game 2.
मैंने 2-1 बोला था for left. याद
In game 1, you wondered if it was
मैं
going
हूँ
to be
C9 के
enough
side.
from C9 just
लेकिन
between
मैंने
games
2-1
to right
left
the
बोला
wrongs
था.
and come up with what they need.
याद
But
रखना.
Oxy came online, facilitated some of the plays by himself. A lot of good
कभी
plays
Genji texture
throughout.
क्या
The
Genji
protocols
texture?
coming onto that attack side as they hit Leviathan hard.
It almost feels like
मैं
what the
gaming
best was
laptop
talking about here on
कोशिश
that
करो.
first map of Icebox where
Laptops बहुत अच्छे हैं यार
C9
gaming.
gave so much room for Leviathan to work with, and now it's the chance for Leviathan to give C9 so much room to work with, and now they both exchange maps, and we'll see now the conclusion on the third map on Ascent, and that will be coming after the break.
बोलना भी मत, मैं स्ट्रीम में पानी नहीं पीया, ठीक है? एक्चुअली में पानी भर के आ रहा हूँ, तो मोबाइल चार्ज करके 2 मिनट में आ रहा हूँ. भाई टक हो गई मेरी बदन हो गया.
Red Bull gives you wings.
te la puedo creer. Consigue aquí una doble baja.
Cloud9 showing that they have plenty of fight still left in them as Leviathan are licking their wounds as they get ready for map number 3. But they can't wait too long. It's going to be coming up real soon, and it's going to be a good one here. Golden Boy alongside with Mimi, and the champ is here. We're joined by Alexis from Shopify Rebellion. Alexis, it's good to see you. Well, you're in the screen here.
She's in the wall.
She's in the wall. You're in the walls. But how's everything been? It's been a minute since I saw you. I think last time was in Berlin.
Everything's been good. Yeah, won champs, but at the moment I am shaking on the verge of throwing up every 4 minutes and not well.
Okay, all right. We'll get to that in a second. Did want to ask your thoughts, though, on that matchup, because it seems like that reaction's coming from the matchup itself. How you holding out over there?
I'm okay. Honestly, I was a little nervous, more nervous first map, maybe because Ospas was just farming, dropping a nuke. But the next map was really, really good for C9, so maybe I won't throw up today. We'll see.
Okay.
That's a good change. I want to ask, obviously, you're very familiar with Moose. He's finally gotten his big tier 1 opportunity here. So for people maybe not familiar with him, not familiar with that whole journey, I'd really love to hear kind of like, what did it take for him to get here now on this Cloud9 team?
Well, he was playing Counter-Strike for a long time, and then he swapped over to Valorant, and, you know, he got his start with SR, his main start. And then he's been taking a little break, and now he's on C9, and this is his first franchising debut. So I'm really proud of him, and he's really excited to be here.
How did all of that come about? Just, you know, from the outside in, it just seemed like, oh, Moose is on the roster. Whoa, that's random. I remember seeing that name a little while ago. So, like, was it just a long conversation that they had, or, like, long talks that they had about getting on the roster? What was the... do you have any inside scoops you can give us, basically?
Well, after SR, he was playing on YFP, and he says that that's one of his favorite teams he's ever played on. And if you watch the Tier 2 scene at all, he was farming with that team.
Yeah.
He had a good game pretty much every game that he played, dropping 30s on Viper and KJ. So I think C9 probably saw that, and when Whippy was dropped, that Moose was probably the first person that they looked at.
Can you give me like the pitch? What's he like as a person? What does he add to a team besides just being sick in the server?
Well, honestly, on the outside, he's pretty cool, calm, collected, like very chill guy. But in game, he's very hype. Like he's actually, I think, probably the hype man for the team, along with Oxy. Like he's very funny, and he gets along with everybody really well.
Yeah, well, that's good to hear. I think with Cloud9 picking up this win as well, I'm sure that they're going to be quite excited going into map 3. Also, do want to get your thoughts on the series as a whole, because it has been an incredible start here for both teams, really. And from your professional opinion, like, what are you seeing from Leviathan that kind of has you excited? Is there anything you're seeing on the C9 side that has you excited? What's standing out to you?
I'm not going to lie, I'm probably not the best person to ask for professional analysis because I am just watching Moose on the minimap. But I will say, first map, Icebox, it's hard to shut down Ospas. Like, he is just an insane player. Like, there's not much you can do when this guy's dropping 30 kills. Like, there's not even a lot of anti-stratting you can even do when this guy's farming. Yeah. But second map, it just felt like maybe Leviathan's A was kind of weak. It seemed like C9 was rushing A a lot and having a lot of success in that area. So, yeah, that was my analysis.
No, not bad, not bad.
I mean, it looked great in that second half there. Alexis, I wanted to give you the chance while we have you here. Do a little plug. Obviously, you're just a world champion coming in after winning, stage 1 already for Game Changer, stage 2 coming up. Anything you want to plug or shout out while you're here?
Let's go with Chili.
Well, first things first, I love Moose. I love you, Caleb. I hope you win. And also, watch me. I'm co-streaming the games right now, so if you want to come hang and watch me simp, it's at Alexis.
I respect that.
Are we going to get to see you?
Oh, there is a mini role also.
I
can have a mini role.
Absolutely, 100%. I'll have my own little sign. I'll have this little plushie with me, probably.
No.
Oh, is that a Moose plushie?
Out with a plushie too? I thought I saw one.
This was my plushie that I had at Champs Finals as well, and for GC.
That's so sweet.
Well, that is just freaking adorable. All right, Alexis, well, thank you so much for your time. It's always a pleasure to see you, whether it's in this server, here for an interview, maybe one day in the walls. Maybe one day I'll get you on the analyst desk. Can I goad you to come here and drop some analytical
Heck
stuff?
yeah.
All right,
I'm
all right.
down.
Consider it a plan. Okay, well, we'll talk to you soon. Take care, Alexis.
Thank you, Lexi.
Looking forward to seeing you out there in GC. All right, and of course, we want to give a massive shout out to all the Game Changers players. Don't forget, you got what is it?
The open qualifier, second one
qualifiers.
going on. Or the
120
first one
calories.
for the second series. There's going to be
Yes.
2 more,
Let's have a
and
mini
that's
room.
just for North America.
I knew
Let's
I was
focus
gonna
up on
find a
the
way to
rest of the
screw that
series.
up. Yeah.
Because we got Ascent coming up. Leviathan losing a map already here. I think surprised a lot of people were expecting this one to be a 2-0.
Yeah.
They were pretty favored in this series, and now C9 really have a chance to kind of make something incredible happen.
300
Let's go
रुपए
ahead
का
and bring in the
खाना
rest of
ऑर्डर
the
किया
peanut gallery
120
here. We got
पे
Bob,
लेट्स गो
we got Ender. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and talk about what we should be expecting going into map 3, because if you would have told me at the beginning of the series C9 got a chance, I would have been like, I don't know, Aspas just dropped 30. So this kind of mixes things up a little bit, Ender.
I'm still just in shock that Bala thought that Lev were going to be the clean #2 team in the league. Like,
से पहले
Am I being
बेल बंद
gaslit?
कर दिया गलती से भी बेल बजा ना
All right, well, let's see, though, what we're going to be getting into this one as we get ready for map 3. Now, Mimi, there is a lot of pressure here on Leviathan because this is a team, again, a lot of hype, always. The names on the lineup, you know, world champion, so on and so forth, and whatever. Let's, though, dial in on this C9 team who kind of seem poised to find an upset victory, potentially, if Lev isn't careful.
Yeah, that second half, I thought we saw a lot of their win conditions coming online. It looked a lot stronger from Oxy. I think their synergy in a lot of those retake rounds was really good. I was especially impressed on that Sunset with, on their defensive side, a lot of those floods that were coming out. It was really reminiscent of the success for Leviathan map 1. So I think kind of carrying that energy
भाई
into a
C9
map
जीता तो
like
crazy हो
Ascent,
जाएगा बे
we're probably gonna get standard stuff, but we have seen more weirdness these days. But yeah, it looks like at least for
Standard it
5-9,
is.
locking in that normal comp. Oxy back on the jet. This is a great chance for them to carry that one.
I agree with you, but also the problems are back now, because Aspas, we're going to switch over to the other side in a second. Going to be locking in the jet, like certainly, right? We're not going to be playing the Phoenix, so the op is going to be back online,
Phoenix.
right? Like,
great!
Certainly playing the jet.
What happened, Ender? I thought we were certainly going to see the jet.
Am I watching the Pittsburgh Knights in 2021?
भाई रेस
This is wild. Honestly, so the Raze is something I'm a big fan of on this map, especially on
और
attack,
कियो
because of the range you can get
solo
on your
initiator
satchels. It's not just the smoke dash small entry agent you can have. It's you can
हेलो
double
बंग पे आज
satchel
रैंक
all the
पुश
way
नहीं
down
है
catwalk into
कैसे
tree.
होगा
So expect some
मेरा
very
ये
explosive,
स्ट्रीम कितना
very
बजे खत्म होगा
far-reaching
अभी ये
dive
मैच
plays from
समझ
Aspas.
5
5:30
lets you
बजे
do
तक
some
खत्म होता है और
interesting stuff
दूसरा
with your
चालू
hits.
होता
You
है
can be splitting into
6:30
sites, throwing up the
7:30
wall on one side when you're going
8 या
through mid
8:30
into
बजे
B,
तक
going
एनर्जी
through
पूरी
tree into
खत्म
A,
होगी
and
उसके
on your
बाद मेरे को
defense, you
130
can
से
flood retake
पैसे
with
के
that
कहां
wall
से
as well.
The comp leans so heavy stall. It's going to be tough to break in for C9.
This is going to be quite fascinating to see how the chips land here. Let's send it back over to your casters to call the final map. It's, of course, going to be Riv and Van Silly.
This
Van
is
Silly भी मस्त
definitely
है.
an exciting map 3. Actually, an exciting look of Leviathan now and split 1 of the Americas for the VCT this year.
I'm wondering.
Yeah, because we haven't seen some Sunset. Now they came out with Sunset. Maybe it wasn't the best Sunset, but now you're coming out with Ascent with a brand new comp with a lot of question marks. You're playing solo initiator. There's no scan. There's no heart sentinel aside from the sage. How do you really hold the sights? This is all going to be answered now in his third and final map.
And C9
But I like the
maybe just absorb
C9
this. They get to kind of play default play. This might
Hands
actually
down.
be right up their alley for coming into this game.
लेकिन देखने हैं कि Lev क्या करेगा.
Leviathan are really
ऐसे fourth birthday
ready
video
to
वाला
torch the
मस्त
map
था.
with this one. I'm interested to see how they do use the Raze. How they
देखने
actually
को
get
बड़ा भाई का
themselves in
language.
position. We just heard Ender talking about how much easier it is to get around the map there with timing being in your favor and how fast Raze can move. Here it does look like they'll focus mid a little bit and they'll be met with 2 from C9 if they choose to push through.
Yeah. Definitely big control on middle and, of course, a Viper in their composition, but in the hands of Calm, so there is no signature Silva on this map for Leviathan. With the early control that they were trying to make, the early noise that they were making on middle, pivoting all the way back towards the A site.
भाई एक Killjoy की A setup
I was just gonna say that.
under
Exactly.
वन के लिए वो.
You expect Tex to run up and throw a wall up, and then everybody maybe to hide underneath because Sage can block off Heaven. Well, everybody underneath is gonna get cooked if they try to get there. So yeah, really cool preemptive little setup. Expecting the Sage to push through and a lot of that sight to be gained by Leviathan.
Now you have 2 brains to try to learn on the fly how they could play against this Leviathan lineup. Both Rooney and Vanity calling to start pivoting towards the A site as a knife gets so much information thrown by Zeppa. That pivot is out there. 33 seconds left on the clock, but middle is open
By
for them
fast
to pivot back if
hit
they
again,
want to.
30
Leviathan
seconds.
now
They
commits
bro.
inside A to start.
They
There's a Nanoswarm's Paranoia out. There's that Flare retake, counter Paranoia. First blood from Zeppa, traded out by Leviathan, who takes the advantage now. Moose staying on the top, waiting for his teammates. More jiggles out from the attack as there's 13 seconds left until we finally start the plant down on A. Oxy and Rooney with shares. Rooney alone, denied by King. As once again, it continues with the pistol round for Leviathan for every single match.
Lev grabs one for themselves and absorbing that waterfall from C9 right away. You saw Moose, as soon as they heard things in the site, he activated the mollies underneath, meaning nobody could get under there. They weren't trying to kill people under there. They were trying to get the fight in the front of the site, and that's what Leviathan gave them. Literally facing each one, maybe double swing, almost triple swings, to make sure C9 could not make it off of Heaven. So, one round in, Aspas with a Vandal. Why not? Making sure he hits those shots. He's going to start clearing his own space here as they get over
And a knife was thrown all the way out from the spawn to get the contact there for C9 and information, and he still want to gamble towards B. I respect it. It's an eco round for C9, and they're hoping from that knife that Leviathan's going to pivot over there. But instead, contact play, walking up, Rudy with the wide swing, and punish right away, opening things up and giving a chance here for Leviathan to walk in for the plant.
So what's their weight? What's their feel good on going in? Another peek, maybe? Oh, they're actually just letting Mazzino head in.
And dies.
Yeah. Close to the alt orb, that's going to get him one. But yeah, going in, pretty confident on just making it looks like not too much util. And a big flank watch coming in here by Com as the rest of C9 tried to get in through tree.
We're in great positions here for Leviathan. Looks in the end here that it should be a confident round win on the pulse plant for the attack, converting the pistol round win. Second smoke going out towards the tree. C9 looking for an opportunity to jump together outside of the smoke. But there's a late lurk coming in on the other end. There's the bunny hop across for both. And there's a surprise on the other end. So Vanity is left alone. Will probably save at least a Paranoia and die to Spike. But you mentioned it before. Leviathan executed inside this A site. What's the play? What do we want to do? And that's the nature of the composition that they currently have. They don't have an owl drone. They don't have a knife to really try to scan out that site. So it really has to come down to like, okay, well, let's just run in, which is exactly what Mazzino just did. Interesting stat as well.
Yeah, very interesting. See if this one is the one that turns the tide of the 9 map losing streak. Already starting off good, but it doesn't mean anything right now with the way C9 is playing the mid-game of this series, I should say. Guns are there for C9 on the bonus. It's been a cat play, it's been A. So a third time towards A with this look, but Com is on a very heavy lurk to make sure C9 get no pressure towards B or mid, as King has something to say about it.
Yeah, in the bonus round, Vandal connects onto Oxy. And of course, you saw at the beginning here, Vanity was holding with the Judge. And if you've seen Sadak do this with a Judge at this spot, of course you'll see Vanity do it. One of the good guys here with the shotguns with the Bucky. And there's that contact, at least on the top mid. At M3, Rooney is forced to fall back, 51 HP remaining. There is that wall for the crossover. And Moose will have to try to anchor pretty much solo at this point. 2 Nanoswarms already popped out. Recon Dart to try to get info. No spray opportunity coming out here from the spawn. So Moose playing the off angle, hit by 2 flashes. And Mazzino wallbangs him.
Tough spot to play, trying to catch him off guard for maybe 1-2 with a drop in. Util is dumped into sight though. Leviathan is not taking any chances here. There's a null command or an ultimate here for Mazzino to stop something from coming in, but it does not look like they'll need any of it.
But yeah, wall करके फिर city से कोई नहीं मार सकते.
Last 3 saved up. That's the third round coming in for Leviathan, converting a bonus here, which was still again pretty strong. They had the Vandal coming up from King to contact first against Oxy on middle. But you're definitely seeing right now the wall to cross over, trying to run bodies in, wall banks, double flashes to take sight. So that's how you do it. You don't get scans, but hopefully you blind your opponents when you're moving in and you have the protocols for the trades. Vanity at least upgrades for the exit. Spike will go off. And the lurk comes in from
Calm
Calm once
ko
again.
dekho
Of course. But no upgrades for
Calm
him.
ko dekho.
Lev with a different look each round so far. That one encroaching on mid quite heavily. They get a nice dink onto Rooney. Free space there and taking sight with a good amount of utility. See this again.
Title views में दिक्कत नहीं दिखी ना?
So
क्या है?
everybody lane. You don't usually get that many people lane, right? The site's being held, somebody's front, they keep control of entry if somebody's going to swing in from main, but no. That was a train on the tracks from Leviathan going through that lane side. A bit of the same look here as they start a default portion of the map. And they say, yep.
Love you,
Samir. Run out of this one.
With the rifle, that Vanity save gives it to Oxy, so he gets forward position now towards main. Getting ready to double swing with the support from a stinger. There's that first nice little tap onto Aspas. That's a star duelist for Leviathan now down early.
That's a huge frag too, because you have a hero Phantom and the Vandal for Oxy there. Everybody else is on a very low buy, getting forced into this.
Mazzino is going to be the one running in, just basically being a Cypher camera.
Ooh,
and there's that Pittsburgh knife play that Mimi was talking about. Maybe even a little bit of a Ziff wall up to look inside the window, but they decide otherwise. Walking back towards A. The lurk from King trying to find an opening. He knows that a knife is close. Oh, the tap there onto Vanity. Miss comms coming through, but at least it's a nice bait to get that kill. And now Zeppa will have to try to anchor towards the back of the generator. The wall across now, a pop flash to slow things down, giving a chance for two players to rotate up towards the A heaven.
एक भी मारा Zeppa तो जीत गए.
Storming into sight now. Zeppa comes into contact, gets the trade off as Oxy falls. Last one to go is going to be Mazzino. Shock dart lands, no chip damage. He gets a plant down with 13 seconds left. There's a big lurk coming out right now from Moose. So Rooney's just trying to hold it out. Because that wall was up here by the stage. He's just trying to leak around it.
Oh.
Just saw it. Elisa gets information from Moose.
Oh!
You can breathe, Alexis. Moose wins that 1v1. And C9
love
will
you,
score.
Samir. Love you.
Great job. Moose has been so steady
when
when he's been called upon in these plays. The lurks as well from Sunset here now onto Killjoy for the Ascent play and gives Cloud9 their first round. Ultimates really on deck too as well for Cloud9. There's just a few orbs as we rewatch this round one more time.
Player standing.
And Moose had to hit that shot first. Mazzino was kind of clued in to what that play was going to be based on that dart, right? He didn't have to look heaven. Mazzino had only one place to look, and Moose still wins that come up in the 1v1.
By Cloud9 ka heavy winning
Little
potential.
A main control to start off, slows, and just about the kitchen sink thrown here towards the alt orb. And still control for C9. That's tough for Lev. You can't feel good about that if you're just going to throw that much in and walk away.
C9 clean जीत सकते हैं
It's close with the judge too, and you don't want to walk into that. C9 already trying to pull back, and yeah, we have a fast rotate from Leviathan towards B.
Right into the hands of the operator. Oxy choosing right, was a little bit towards the right side for that first hit, and now ready to tear him down as they come in right into the Killjoy utility as well. C9, they may have stacked the site wrong, but they got a good hold here. Lev's util starts to come in. Nice kill on the bots. Nice kill on what would have been some of those mollies.
Oh. Moose there gets that pick onto Tex, who got hit by his teammate's paranoia, so that's a small mistake. Aspas trying to find an entry, pushing out towards the spawn, will connect onto Rooney. Moose unfortunately couldn't anchor the back of that B site.
Master result to our dedication band by love you by the first verse of that love you
judge. Cover going out. You know it's pretty much over at this point, but he's at least trying to do some damage here. But despite that small mistake on the execution from Leviathan, to push out towards the spawn seems like C9 weren't ready for that one.
Yeah, getting through that, especially without being able to hit the alarm bot from Killjoy. Being able to util destroy with the kind of util you don't usually destroy with. Yeah. That Viper or that Snakebite coming through.
Huge.
Incredible stuff. Just to set up Leviathan to have that much more of an advantage in the round, and they were not stopped on lane.
Good timeout.
Pushing through, flies in. That's what they were talking about. The distance you can clear. It's not just switch, it's the sight.
Yeah.
And Aspas just rolls on through.
And you saw that snake bite on that lane was also a ruse there to force the players to play back boathouse.
Yeah.
So the control is more towards, yes, punish on staircase, but also just fight around switch and market. Take control of that area before you could flood in as a team towards that back of the B site. Because again, you have a team that has a lot of flashes and follow up behind that here for Leviathan.
Defense में लोले लगेंगे Lev के.
For Cloud9 again, they have to think
पता नहीं बे.
on their
मेरे हिसाब
toes
से
pretty
C9
much, seeing
clean
this
जीतना चाहिए था ये.
lineup from Leviathan for the first time.
ये चैंपियन का क्वालिफायर है, मतलब
This is
जो
also an
जीतेंगे
adaptation
उनको
from
पॉइंट्स मिलते.
Leviathan from when they lost against Loud
जो
at kickoff.
जीतेगा,
This
जो
was a
मास्टर्स
whole
जाएगा वो
different
जीतेगा,
composition
उनको
too. They
पॉइंट्स
were playing
मिलते
that
हैं
default
चैंपियनशिप.
comp, the
फिर वो पॉइंट्स
snooze
के
comp,
बेसिस
as you
पे
would like to say.
जो
I
टॉप
like that
टीम
they're
से
pulling out
उनको
something new
इनवाइट
this
मिलता है
time around.
चैंपियंस के लिए.
Aspas across 3 agents for this series. Yeah, they're all feeling pretty comfortable to be able to switch and change around and just get into different setups to make these protocols work. And this one, obviously, a new composition here coming in on to Ascent. Again, hoping to break that loss streak. 4-1 now for Leviathan. They pull back after that 4th round loss. That post plant take by
लास्ट राउंड में
Cloud9.
दोनों इनिशिएटर रहते हैं. भाई कुछ भी
Now
करो.
low buy. Leviathan
Sinan
has
का
not
comp
played
बहुत
as
अच्छा है.
aggressive on this as
ये
they
map
did with
के
the
लिए.
previous maps. They're getting set up, then
Like
they're
default
hitting.
comp रहे.
I think that's a
ये मैप
little
में
bit
default comp भी
what you
लोग
said
लेते हैं.
before
इसलिए
is
mirror
they
comps
don't
भी देखने
have the
मिलते हैं.
find with Sova. They don't have
ये
that
map.
sonar. They have to guess and
लेकिन
then run
Lev
in as the
ऐसा
death
comp
ball
लेके
that
जीत
would
रहा है.
take
It's
the
like
site together, and that teamwork has been coming out on top of
Yep.
these plays.
टीमवर्क के
Not
बे
too
और
much
क्या है.
push on the extremities here for C9. They're still doing a bit of guessing, but not bad positioning here for the middle of the round.
And that's one of the things you could think about here. This type of wall that you're throwing here from Calm, it doesn't really allow for them to take an early mid control. So this is a great opportunity for later rounds if Oxy has an operator to really try to hold that mid.
Sinan किसे आ रही है?
Again, because they don't have a recon dart or fade
Okay,
eye to
butter
push
left
them out to
right.
get scans, this would be a good way here to punish. We'll have to see in the later rounds now for C9 when they get the gun round. To start things off, there's a bit of util. It's not being cleared. The dig, second dig,
भाई
it stays alive
third
at 1
ding,
HP.
कितनी ding.
Finally, Oxy comes in for it. The
God.
dashboard to get the pick off on the text finally. That spike down. He'll get picked up. And he knows he's trying to hunt him down. The last 3 players of Leviathan inside B. And they close the market door.
30 seconds left.
What a heady play off the spike, knowing it could go down in that tight pinch. They get the quick Omen ultimate. Now it be, and it pressures this Blade Storm to come up even bigger now.
King has second smoke. There you go. Pops it up, delays even more.
Tough.
Not giving a chance here for Rooney and Oxy to come out from the market. So they have to opt now to go towards the spawn. Aspas is not looking towards the right area. Because of that recon dart that got popped there by Rooney. A 2v2. Cannot win the fight against King, and it's up to Oxy alone. Another contact gives him a dash. Looks towards the right. Cannot connect. Unfortunately, couldn't pull out the stinger on time. But have done some good damage here on the lower buy for Cloud9. At the end of the day, Leviathan still takes the lead on their attacking side.
5-1 on
आसपास लेकिन
that.
जेट
And
पे
another
मारता है
different
और
look,
इवन क्या ऐसा
using the
बढ़िया
Omen
तो
ultimate.
ना
Sometimes
लिटरली
we
सैल्यूट
see
टू
go
योर
to,
हार्ड वर्क
not waste, but
ऐसा
round after round,
लव
no
बग
option
लव
to
टू
use it, but instantly deploying that strategy here with the
गाइस जो भी
mess
लोग
that
स्ट्रीम पे
happened on
देने आ
Cat,
रहे
they're
हैं
able to easily get away from
लाइक
it
करते जाना स्ट्रीम को ठीक है
and just cause
ताकि
trouble
मालूम
at
पड़ेगा
B.
कि इन्हें कितने लोग देख रहे हैं
The chance here too, that moment made you hold your breath, but Oxy missing those and they're able to get it back. Push towards B. Leviathan again across the map to start this one off.
Heard noise now towards the B side, and knife was thrown once again from spawn towards A for Cloud9, not spotting anybody in. Looks like Oxy was ready to rotate right away, but maybe a call to maybe stay there. As Leviathan has not added more pressure towards this B side. The call from the IGL saying this is a default, this is a fake. The pivot might still come back towards the A site for you.
Ready for the double res round. Mazzino goes in, dies with ult, dies again, then they get text to res him. You just can't kill this team. So many options, but yeah, they can absolutely play this a little aggressive, look for the trade and get that res.
Oh, but the second knife also doesn't get information, so Zeppa is not in a position where he could spam through and ult running out towards the A side. So it really comes down to these two.
Yep.
On the high-low in heaven. Utility now forces the op away. Slow are not allowing here Oxy to walk out, so it's up to Moose alone. Down towards Hell to swing out with the first headshot. Trying to surprise other ones, but it's two players swimming against him. At the jump up is Aspas. Oxy had a sixth sense, has support. There's the wall. Pain Shell's now pushing players back, and the res comes up on the King. Advantage back for Leviathan on the pulse plant. So much util to keep them at bay.
अबे इसमें पता अच्छा मारा.
Free hit coming in slow. Paranoia, but they can't even play off it. They're still pushed out of sight. Just for the delay. What a nightmare for Oxy to try to play off heaven there. Caught the slow. Almost, you'd rather the slow than smoke when the op is there. Oxy can't peek, goes to peek, gets a wall in his face and a bunch of nade. That is just one way to shut down the operator even when it's at your site. Great stuff by Leviathan. Flawless on there, and 4 will live. Looks a little swapped if it was last season. C9 saving now.
Unfortunate there that the second knife thrown by Zeppa couldn't get that information for C9 to get ready to at least spray from tree into A main. So now Leviathan once again snowballing the economy. Maxing no matter what into the next round is calm. And C9 really scratching for something this round.
Yeah.
Bulldog for Moose, but has a lockdown. Doesn't want to play too deep inside the site so they could use their ult for the retake. And also trying to put Oxy in position to play with that turret towards B main.
They're just pushing forward right through the one-way. They are not really respecting the utility that's coming out here because they're getting the trades, they're getting the fights, the confidence just there for Leviathan. And we'll actually see how they take this, because not having at least another initiator on here to get them past, or not another initiator, but one to see what's going on, like a Sova, they're taking these sites flawlessly. They're finding the angles, creating the ones that they need, and it's not even Aspas having to do a whole bunch of glorious things to get in. It's teamwork. It's been wild from Leviathan here for map 3 as they bring out this new comp. And it looks like they will just wait again before they pull the trigger on what is an A hit. All 4 detected. And that's going to mean the jig is up.
Yep, there was definitely a chess match of utility going in from both ends, which allowed Vanity to squeak inside line, trying to surprise some opponents with the knife grabbing 4, funneling this time into the op. So it's beautifully set up here for Oxy to get first blood if Leviathan continues to work towards this B site. But an orb thrown on the attack. Moves instantly with the lockdown with 30 seconds left. Still giving a chance for Oxy to set up. There's that wall bang off the text. Showstopper in. Goes out towards the logs. He gets a second kill for it before he dies. And Moose connects onto Aspas. Holding down this B side. The last 2 players are detained. Moose is trying to find him.
10 seconds.
There's one. The headshot across. Upgrading a weapon. And Mazzino is there. Moose again. Big round.
Section. यही चीज अब तो एम में करता
Moose on the loose. What a round.
ठीक है, almost same time पे वो लोग ने hit try.
The preemptive lockdown as
यही
well.
same चीज
walls on
अब तो
that
ए पे
round. We were
replicate
asking
करता.
what happens once they
Same
start
चीज.
getting in the site. Well, if they can't start getting in the site, they got snuffed at A and snuffed at
तो
B.
last round में हम लोग
They
जीत
don't
जाते.
get the kills, and it was Aspas having to do something glorious this round, right? Could not get in. The kill was almost there, but Moose came up big with 3 to lock it down. Operators there for Oxy. We're going to get the ode nod to Rooney now
30 seconds alt
as we get a quick tech pause to come out. Still money here to work with for Leviathan. Again, I think that might have been another variation that they showed us on this. So C9 is just kind of getting their feet under them. That Lev's got something different every round. Always look for the second take, always look for the fake, and the reads are starting to come in on the side of C9.
एक और
And so far, C9, you see
reason है value इतना
mid-round, end-round. They're not really over-rotating players either.
ऐसा set place नहीं है, मतलब
they're setting
इतने
up
सारे
Oxy
strats
pretty much
होते
to
हैं.
launch down towards the line, and the rest
और
are just trying
कोई
to
भी
watch
एक
their
बंदा
angles,
मर
but
गया तो
nobody's
अलग
really
strats
trying to
होते हैं, अगर
over-rotate
2 बंदे
in
मर
these
गए
gun
तो अलग
rest
strats
situations for
होते हैं.
C9.
इतना
So
सब है ना.
Leviathan, maybe they'll have to try to up the tempo a little bit more. They had a lot of success working towards that middle before with the Sage Wall split into B. But that was before when, you know, C9 couldn't win the pistol. The economy was really snowballing for Leviathan. But now they have an operator and an Odin to work with.
Already know
we'll
each other's stats. मतलब खेलते हैं वो लोग, scrims करते हैं.
The server had a little bit of a monitor issue, but
या फिर दूसरे
our refs or admins are doing a great job there on the floor.
But उधर जाके counter
Get us
करना
back
थोड़ा
in the game
impossible.
right away.
Absolutely. Thank you for your patience. We are ready for gameplay. Operator there for Oxy. That's going to be the cat push. just to make sure
Defense
mid
का
is
100
covered,
drone
but
buy नहीं कर
definitely a
रहा
dash out,
है
got
उसके
himself
पास drone.
pinned in the corner already. And again, you called it, Vans. This mid play has been an advantage once they can
ये
wall
उनके लिए
off and get
सबसे
themselves
best
through
strat
this
है.
alarm
यहाँ
bot
पे
to
wall करेगा
crash
city से
B.
कुछ नहीं कर सकता.
And Calm is ready for just that.
And also, look at Rooney's position. He's just set up to maybe wallbang with an Odin towards B main, but also towards
अभी problem
market
पता है क्यों का
if they
poke
actually decide to do that. So the alarm bot just got broken. The wall came up. There's the execution from Leviathan. Pop flash coming through from Zeppa, though. He gets nailed by the pink shells out from Aspas. And instead of the wallbangs, they don't want to let them know that there's an Odin yet for C9. As now he ADS punished. Moose in the same position, but too many players from Leviathan there. An opportunity for surprise plays, but all caught individually. Leviathan gets an open B site for a plant, and the last two players instantly saving.
It might be Aspas that takes a different route, but Lev have committed to lane side almost every time they've come B.
For market, yeah.
Just a swarm down lane is impossible to stop for everybody in sight. A tried and true push by them. They get B to come up again, and again that mid play is what opens up the map for them. They get this Cloud9 rotation separated. That's what you're saying. Cloud9 is anchoring their sights a bit, so you can split them up if there's still those anchor spots. You have all that time to work with the spike going down as they rotate over. A hold to come in here for C9. They can stay alive from left.
I think Lev is just better, guys.
Vanity just got spotted now. He's trying to stay alive as the upshot unfortunately was missed by Oxy. Now he's gonna get headed down at Wine. There's that first contact. Up draft, Shorty! The dink can connect. The second one, and Aspas gets 4 in the round. And that, I was gonna say there was going to be a round where they could potentially buy another Odin here and then use the op around. But unfortunately, they lose the operator.
And that's now 6 ult points for us.
मेरा chat miss Binks back. कैसे हो?
One commits the site and everybody else is just like, where are they
नहीं आ रही मुझे आपकी तरह Binks back one time. बजे I love you.
Awesome mouse control there by Aspas.
Flash coming out. Wall bang from Oxy. And that's Blade Storm available for that too. So you saw the buy coming out from Vanity. I think
अभी भी 75 कर सकते हैं पता है मेरे को लग रहा है अभी भी C9 जीत सकते हैं वो लोग comp बहुत प्यारा
the Vandal for Vanity to work with. So back to a gun round for C9.
Calm is already deep in wine right now. They're saying he's just pinged the turret. So Killjoy is at A. You can expect a bit of utility to be strewn about tree. And that's what they're going to look for right now.
King's the one lurking this time. Made it all the way up towards Pizza. Well, Aspas is trying to create noise here towards Garden. He hears a jump that's going to punish Vanity, who jumps around and gives a nice chance here for the rotate to happen. A potential trade. He TPs away. Stuck in a corner, though. Rooney trying to fight him. Shot. Meanwhile, though, the plant is happening towards the A site. Nice little first and second contact. Once again, beautiful play by Rooney.
Nice.
And with the combination through, gets the paint to allow moves.
One more problem of the wall at this shot.
What a play there. Good adaptation by C9. That was almost an instant round change for Lev, right? They get Calm in position, he pings the turret. Alright, we take down Util on tree, we take down the turret, and then they're gonna move around on defense. Moved around a little less than they thought. And C9 still able to get into position to retake A. They were not fooled. Really nicely done as Lev's trying to play this little.
If they win this round, no money.
C9 out of position.
On left.
It takes a lot more than that at this point. 7-3 here could easily be a 7-5 with the momentum C9 has. Oxy still with these early peaks on B main.
That's a slower fake now towards the B main, pulling Zeppo away from the A side. But again, the KJ playing towards the A site. There's still a lot of util to try to delay. He was trying to hop back up to get a position on Heaven so he could fall back. Allowing C9 to play the retake should they get swarmed here. Jumps now. Audio being heard by Vanity. He was pushing up the whole way.
Showstopper in sight.
Paranoia 2 to ensue. Clearing it out. Snake bites. You see the util being thrown right now.
Oh,
it misses! And
By
Vanity is able to move
crucial-
forward to get the kill
crucial
onto
ulta.
Calm. Zep on the top of Heaven, catching Aspas with Util in his hands.
Crucial ulta यार वो, crucial ulta.
Instantly becomes the last player standing.
जिसने भी सेज वॉल के ऊपर वाले बंदे को मारा ना, सेक्सी मारा.
Double swing out towards the Heaven. You see the confidence right now from Cloud9, breaking the doors,
By
moving in,
God.
trying to let him down.
Balls
That
of
is the
steel.
exact word I was about to use. This looked
Every
like their
chat में
pistol
sorry, ज़रा मैं
retake
सुना.
where
Good night.
they just waterfall into sight. The confidence behind each other on that swing of Heaven was incredible. Absolutely taking Leviathan off guard. You saw Aspas's ulti go right through the door and just missing the shoulder of C9 Vanity. Able to pick up a few in sight. So nicely controlled there on around. Leviathan had planned out with an ultimate for Aspas.
Yeah.
And they pushed back hard. So that 7-5 is much more in the mirror or in view now. And King hears this. He's just ready for the swing.
अभी पैसा नहीं है उनके
Yeah,
पास.
Moose is
Then
just
fight कर सकते
cleaning
हैं.
up on these extra kills. No
Then
pressure
fight
when
कर
it
सकते
comes up. 9-7-2 there just behind Oxy. Ultimate for Moose about to come up. If he can get 2 on this round or even focus an orb. Oxy and Moose have actually been focusing B main pretty hard. So
बोले पास वाइपर
see if
अल्टे
they
तो
try to
शायद
do
B
that this
करेंगे वो
time.
लोग.
Moose
अभी
isn't back towards A. Let's see what the
Razer
setup
April
is.
Fool.
It is an
Shit.
A setup. It's just going to be Rooney.
और
and
मैं
Moose
एनर्जी
are
वर्जन
Rooney
लाउड
on
किसको
AB.
सपोर्ट
And it is going to be a B hit from
लास्ट टाइम
Leviathan.
मैंने नहीं किया था Demon 1. I think this time
Comms
go
all
with
could
energy.
possibly come in if they can get into sight, but this low buy for the last round of first half, gonna make it tough.
Change of pace too. Underhand throw under the Viper Orb to try to push forward. Knife to try to eliminate some of that util. A TP came towards the back of the site, but it got cancelled. This might get hurt, and still C9 were able to hold with the 3 players inside the site. More players falling down.
भाई sexy. ऐसी स्टार्टिंग से खेलने का था. क्या हो गया था भाई स्टार्टिंग में? मतलब पॉसिबल ही नहीं है कि 7 राउंड जीते.
Over that round. C9 approached that round.
Don't take
like
energy,
they knew what
energy
they were
जीत
doing
गया.
because they did. They've seen it before. How many times have we actually seen people in sight looking for that wall?
Where is
they
my
finally
Ghana?
use it, instantly take it off
प्रॉब्लम ये
the
है कि
wall.
मैंने ऑनलाइन पे
C9
नहीं किया. अभी
prepared
कैश
for
ऑन
this
डिलीवरी देना
protocol.
पड़ेगा. 10 मिनट में आ रहा है.
They're feeling it too. They're feeling it.
चैट लाइक करो. हाँ, जो लोग आते जा रहे स्ट्रीम पे लाइक करो, सब्सक्राइब करो. We are close to 300k.
With Moose, with the rest of the team, and you can definitely see here that C9 made some big moves ahead of stage 1. And Vanity told us about the game changers behind the scenes, so let's have a listen.
मैं वापस चला टूटा गया. Done it.
I think a big addition that we had in the changes was adding an assistant coach, GEELI. He's an old Italian man, but I'm very happy with him. He's been great to work with. He helps balance our relationship in the team a lot. I think he's very good at getting, like, we haven't had many like arguments in our team, but if there's like ever tension, he's very good at helping us like diffuse it and handle it in like a professional manner. I think he's probably honestly the biggest addition we've had. Like, I think Moose and Rooney are both great players, but I think that GEELI's mind has been helping us a lot.
GEELI. Mike में बोलो 2-0 energy.
2-0 energy. Out here for Cloud9. Yes, it was a much slower start from that first map, but those players really start stepping up too in those changes, right? Rudy dropped, I think, like a 20 bomb on that second map, and Moose is finding his rhythm and his groove right now in that third map. Now off this halftime, I mean, Leviathan, they came out with something new here, and they tried to surprise C9 with this composition, and now it makes it a little bit tougher this time, Riv, because we mentioned the no scan, you can't really spray when there's an execution with these smokes, so how do you play? Do you have to play passively and play
Never watching Valorant?
And you don't have a Cypher or a KJ to do that delay possibility like Moose has for C9.
I feel like there's not as many layers to Lev's defense. You see those few slow orbs, you might see the raise nade, and 90% of the utility you're worried about is going to be gone there, right? The 0 point's going to come through, but that's 8 seconds of, okay, we can wait. And they may be crushing through here if Oxy is the spearhead and continues to just go forward. Leviathan's defense going to be an interesting one. To set this up. About to get into the second half here.
सबसे बेस्ट मेरे को साइकिल में ना मेदू वड़ा खाने का मैं बहुत खाता था मेरे क्लासेस के टाइम छोटा छोटा मेदू वड़ा आता था और मैं कम से कम 3 या 4 प्लेट खाता था सांभर नहीं सिर्फ चटनी के साथ.
Little push into A. It doesn't look like Lev's going to want to stay there fully. They'll play retake
here
happily.
एक बार गया था अभी नॉर्मल करने वाला हूं मैं.
In this split for C9 though,
मतलब मंथ में मैं सोचा 4-5 बार करूं, फिर शायद से 1 या 2 बार करूं.
In the beginning of this round, Tex already had to use a slow orb and his heal on himself because he got popped here by Zeppa. Then also now the wall comes up early.
Yeah, wall hai bhai.
And we'll just knife it out, wait it out at the same time. Leviathan not budging off the noise that's been made though by Cloud9. Only one shot. So they don't know that there's actually 2 players here. Knife comes in again. We're just playing Minecraft at this point.
Yeah.
Oh.
By heavy stack hai, bro.
Oxy trying to go with the dash activate. The trade across not there for C9, but they fall back now towards middle. Vanity did lurk across though at the switch.
Oh, this is incredible. Actually, Mazzino's kill is huge to stop this rotation over. They're not going to have numbers to sight now.
Exactly. And Zeppa cannot get the contact off the flash, and that's the spike down. Mazzino did a great job here to cut these rotates, and the lurk now disabled pretty much.
Strat अच्छा था सिनेन का, लेकिन I think just too much casualties.
Where they win both pistols.
Strat अच्छा था.
And that was an important pistol for Leviathan.
ये क्या wall है भाई? तीनों wall तोड़ने पड़ते हैं यार अंदर आने से.
Cloud9 getting caught up in the crossfire there. Both of B area and Market.
Plus wall के ऊपर भी खड़े रह सकते हैं, वो अलग
भी tough to break through there. And what a read
as
well by Leviathan. Super patient, and they got everybody from C9 basically to face him in a firefight there with what they chose.
Bro, I'll feel bad if
Second round
C9
coming
loses
in.
with
Not
this
going to see any of those
agents.
Vandals. We do have the judge for Calm though, as he plays it close on B main. The Sheriff for Rooney already down to 21 HP as he tries to get the first shot off. And that far knife from the other side. A nice hit from Market mid.
Done a lot of damage at the same point too. Rooney at 21 HP and trying to find a timing, and with that wall coming up, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult. And also the audio cue there, the audio cue rather, is there.
Right, sexy blind diya be.
Triple swing right behind that, and that's Aspas down.
Sexy blind diya.
Upgrading to a submachine gun to dash across the lurk. Couldn't work out for Moose though.
Gun mila na ek
C9
lekin.
have made it inside the A site for a plant.
Oxy's got that gun too. If they confront one of these choke points, they can get quite a few kills. King's gonna help out by taking Zeppa though, 4v3 on the retake.
Spectre could be everything inside the site now in the hands of Oxy. Rooney also still has his Sheriff. It looks like he's playing all the way back here towards the A site. Does he have a lineup for Shock Darts? No, it's just for a recon dot on the top of heaven. There's that first kill on the attempt of a retake from Leviathan. A 3 versus 3.
Oh shit.
Instantly 2 kills.
Oh shit.
Man,
it is C9's map, guys. मैंने बोला था ये कॉप नहीं हार सकता.
One now coming on to ascend.
ये map नहीं हार सकता bro.
Rooney down to 21 HP at the beginning of the round, actually still comes up with kills at the end, but that wall, the wall that Tex plays, I think threw Aspas off just a bit because they were able to land on the wall and peek around it, giving them a high-low to get that first weapon into Oxy's hands. Interesting choice. C9 pushing through as a team, gathering the guns and just waltzing right in for the eco. That thrifty was huge for them. 6-8 here. Cloud9 still known for it apparently as we enter stage 1 of 2024 to get those eco rounds.
And C9 now through a knife, clears out one and at the top of the stone boxes on the right side of the A site, allowing C9 to creep up. Ares being shot, Odin being shot by Moose to try to just wall bang a bit if he can. But that's just a ruse for the rest of C9 to just execute for Planet A.
Yeah. Easy entrance here. They can just get themselves into sight and wait for this. It's going to be pistols on the entry. I wonder if Leviathan even just hide for as long as possible to avoid any alt doors here.
Yeah, Rooney's so close to these, right? Wouldn't be surprised if he's going to start hunting down. A great start for him in the second half. Did a lot of damage and allowing C9 to win that thrifty and build that money up. In great position is Moose. Mazzino, unfortunately, well, actually, unfortunately for Vanity, gets picked off here by Mazzino. Oxy trying to move close with the judge, being slowed down. Does get that pick onto Calm, but 3 players swing up towards tree. They're making it expensive.
Okay.
नहीं ये सब guns चाहिए
Really expensive so far.
ये gun चाहिए.
The rest hunting forward. You're lucky at least in the end right now for C9 that they did get at Thrifty on that second round, right? The eco win. So it allows for them to get a lot of money here to still get a pretty decent gun round.
Yeah. There's one person on low armor as we see once more. Good pressure here. Leviathan to get in. Odin is saved coming into the next round. That's going to go back to Moose. And Lev back onto weapons. We'll see how they really use this defensive composition, or this composition, I should say, on defense now with weapons. One way's played for stall. Knife goes out. Yeah.
The left spike and spawn. So Zeppa has to run late, pick it up.
Spike retrieved.
Or at least it's for him to pivot back towards the B side.
What happening?
Default wall being thrown here. Not default, but Com using that mid to B to catwalk.
सब जगह है भाई, सब जगह तो A
This
तो
mid
mid
push.
B.
They're trying to actually see if they'll still get a peek on Cat. They found a fight here almost every round, and Lev will give it again.
Big flash too.
निकलना पड़ेगा.
Double stack towards that left side at Dog here on Catwalk for Leviathan.
ये देंगे ना अभी.
But they did some damage onto Oxy. As soon as he got the first contact there onto Aspas through the Cloudburst and tried to escape, it instantly got dinked, trying to rotate back. That's going to weaken things as C9 is also dashless to try to get inside wherever they're trying to go with 45 seconds left.
If C9 only knew, A is theirs almost every round. They have to respect the setup they've seen. It's just the Tex and Aspas and Tree, and now only Tex. All this time being bought here with how Lev has played the defense before, making Cloud9 think twice. They'll know they have a free sight though.
The
Big
timing.
trade in mid as this plant goes down. A little bit of a push up coming in from Oxy. Could be the key factor here.
So now you have a 3-on-3 on A site and a 1v1 on B. Spike now planted on the ACF for Cloud9. Owl drone to push forward, leaving Oxy in that same position. Spotting at least one. Oh, no way. Gets that first kill, turns around for the second, traded up by Aspas. That 1v1 towards B was won by Moose. So it's Aspas alone, pinched. Nice shot at least. And he's gonna attempt to save this.
Yeah.
It doesn't like Aspas. Take care, love you. Like
for a moment, they were actually looking right at Oxy.
I thought I was looking at Vanity at that point.
And then you're like, okay. Everybody was considering it clear. Aspas going to save your Cloud9, coming up with another round. Look at the kills too. Spawn, mid, back of tree, spawn, Cloud9 encroaching so far into the defensive side to throw Leviathan off of timing and where the game state of the map might be. And now Leviathan's going to call that timeout as we watch this replay.
Exactly, especially off that. You were talking about those kills, those deep kills towards spawn, and it was like one-on-one peaks, but perfect trades in the end. C9 pretty much. But that allowed that late lurk battle to happen towards B as well. So Leviathan starting to get picked apart here on this comp that they're throwing out. Seems like they weren't surprising C9 too much with what forces them to call a timeout here.
There's good timing on C9 there. That rotation out of tree, just so much space for Oxy.
Bye-bye.
30 seconds on the round, but are we going to get that all the time? Do they draw out as they can because of this util? It's not a find Killjoy and run away from Killjoy. They don't really have to run away from any site unless they see 4 members of Leviathan. So it's just how C9 want to approach it when they get there. What are Vanity and Moose saying on how to break the site, and what is Moose offering on the flank to make that happen?
And it's almost like that conversation of that Sage on split where you don't really see her as much anymore. Beginning of the round, slow orb, a wall, and then what do you really have to defend? Not too much, right? So early in these rounds, if Tex is holding the A side solo, slower for them to try to contest towards orb. Once it's calmed down, maybe they will up on catwalk, but then there's not too much util left for Leviathan to hold towards A.
Right.
So they have to activate somewhere else, but there's not too much of that battle from the rest of Leviathan, at least trying to fight towards B main or something. And what's been really good as well for C9 is that they kept the economy very low for Leviathan since that thrifty eco, which then also means you can't really get an operator out early for anybody of Leviathan.
Yeah. And Leviathan even spread amongst themselves, using the credits they can to get some hero buys in. As Vanity trying to give him a different look to start peeks it again. Oh, okay, Vanity. You're feeling the headshots right now that they can take these chances.
Group it up now.
Odin being shot.
Com is trying to play close. with this bucket. Orb's gonna get picked up. There's the execution. One of the rare moments of C9 moving in towards B. Com though has lurked around and gets the kill with the bucky. Trying to answer back. Gets a second somehow. And finally he gets traded out. But this is room to breathe for Leviathan because Aspas has a hero rifle here. C9 moving inside the B site for a plant at least.
Good job. Okay.
Might slow it down for a bit. There's another slow up to him. It's going to keep them close. That forces out the Hunter's Fury. There's that first ping though, and King gets the kill with the Odin. Off from the lane. Almost got that kill onto Aspas.
30 seconds left.
Now there's 30 seconds left. It's C9's time to try to do some hero plays. Planning outside in the open. Oxy was trying to use his reaction time to get off it, and then to push forward if somebody was fighting back against him. 2v2. Vanity saving the round so far for C9. As it's up to
Nice cross, nice.
Small shields, there's
nice. Sexy.
And C9 take the lead.
The smoke delays. Oxy planting in the open. I felt like my heart was gonna stop. What? This is incredible. In the face of danger, Cloud9 picking up the wins, playing together, and the stall on that was so good. Even after these kills from Com, they still get themselves in against all odds. They lose a bunch of they don't a bunch of alts, but they lose the Sova alt there, and you just thought it was going to the wayside for C9, but no way. They take that home.
Chat? I think it is
calm diff. That wall that Com is placing towards this B side to just jump around left and right on lane. Also forcing double decays when you're trying to run through from B main into lane when you're finally going to get these gun rounds for Lev. But so far, it seems like C9 doesn't want to test it a second time. Back to what they're known for, working towards A, and King is doing a little bit of vanity there. And the Yellow Drone's gonna clear him out, the wall bangs. Makes it out alive.
Cloud9 pushing back quite hard since that Leviathan timeout. Mid-control, still watching tiles. It looks like it's gonna be this A play once again, but this time, Lev's in A. They aren't playing this tree, rotate out, retake. They're meeting it head on. Still waiting. Still pushing. They are going to go back to a bit of the tree hold, but still now have this A anchor and difference.
Quicker way to break down the walls here with the Odin instead of knifing it across. Walking forward as the wall comes down, gets an instant punish with the spike down. Mazzino answering at the top of mid as well from Pizza. Moose ADSing, nice shot there onto Aspas. A little bit of an overcommitment, but also respected. Because Vanity TP to grab the spike and are moving into the A site.
Delay from the lockdown to come in, but it looks like Tex wants to make a play.
He made it through. He made it through now. Vanity was squeezed back down towards Hell. And as he tries to call it for his teammates, Rooney's there for the save once again from A main. Mazzino stuck wall bang by Moose. C9 at 10.
Moose.
Just
lacing.
गलत बोला मैंने अभी नहीं मारा लेकिन पार्टी फोर्स कर दिया दोनों प्लेयर्स को.
Where do they go next? A nice bit of a mid play here. Oxy to open things up. Getting the spike down.
मैंने अभी नहीं बोला मेरे को लगा तीनों बंदे साइड के अंदर जाएंगे.
Seems to just be top
और वो डीप पल्ट मारेगा. तो उसका टैलेंट भी आ जाएगा.
And we hit the strat.
And they're hyped.
मुझे भाई मार रहे बे.
They are hyped.
Well, especially when you're in the lead by 2 and you're already forcing the second timeout by Leviathan. You have all the confidence right now to try to close out this series. Again, this would be a very labored victory that they would have if they're managing to upset Leviathan in this third map. And as you're pulsing now, C9 on the attack, they've won 5 rounds in a row here. Ever since losing Piston Round in the second half, it's been them all along, controlling the pace of this map. And again, it's really on that conversation of this composition from Leviathan. Is it built to be a little bit more offensive and should they have picked and gotten more rounds here on the attack?
Right. I mean, you have that, you question that, and
right,
you gotta think, what are Rooney and Vanity saying? How many ways can they get by this? They know they don't have to deal with too much, so mid-round plans happening. The pre-round is already a good setup where they're actually getting quite a bit of information off of what's happening to make that second decision, to make the mid-round last. The last round was playing towards mid, finding those few frags, and then boom, again towards A once they could hit it. just methodical right now with how C9 is figuring out Leviathan, instantly denying a push towards B main control right off the bat here.
And that was a paranoid thrown on the attack. Now pivoting back towards mid. Leviathan also rotating out just to try to add a little bit more pressure. Maybe even pinching from everywhere, but they decide otherwise. Just stack up towards tree. They've been reading his hits towards the A site.
It's that play again. It's okay, mid, 2 and 2. Cat and A. We pinch, we squeeze them in, you take them out. Already pushed back towards tree here. This low buy doesn't give Lev much room to work with if they're finding the util dump from Cloud9. And A site is C9's once again with a big lurk coming in from Vanity.
Yeah, you're able to slow down the A entrance, but you've given up tree.
So 4v5.
Area. The other 2 players for C9, they'll take it. They're holding post plants outside towards the A main. In great position right now. And this time it's Vanity on the lurk.
कुछ blind wine कुछ है रखने के लिए.
He's on a lurk with an Odin.
Shadows traveling.
Nice little molly here to try to flush him out. Lots of damage being done, and there's there's 2.
Yeah.
King trying to answer back, trying to do whatever he can, but you definitely know this round is looking to be pretty good for Cloud9 to seal the deal in this round, especially with those 2 kills for Rudy. Again, those 2 newcomers for Cloud9 are making a huge difference here on Ascent.
You're almost expecting there to be no lurk at this point. You're like, okay, there's Moose. Moose is in sight. We saw him a little bit on the take, so we're good, right? No, Vanity is now taking up that job, and he'll be smoking from across the map and coming in a little bit later to help.
भाई C9 के stats अच्छे हैं भाई. I guess level underestimates and heavily नहीं रही. C9 अच्छा खेला, but I think comp.
We haven't really seen too many of these duels of a 1 versus 1 between Oxy and Aspas, right? Aspas focusing a lot on the B side at the beginning.
Yeah.
All of C9 really fighting towards the A side, mid towards Cat.
I prefer Gecko.
Seems there's still no answer for Leviathan. On the amount of times we're heading towards A. Again, but a different tempo. Done early in the round. Spike is already down. Oxy made it across, down to 21 HP. Was wallbanged there from the top of heaven. There's the head-to-head, but King steals the kill away. With Spike down out in the open, Showstopper available. Not anymore. 1 for 1. Rooney alone. Lurk on the top. Right up on 2. There. And it's up to him and King. Aljone available. 3 seconds on a recon dart as well. King hiding it back around the dice. So Rooney runs with no information whatsoever. King looking to move back towards the A main. Out in the open. And Leviathan stay alive.
That was an incredibly necessary round for Leviathan, coming down to the last drop, the last player in King. And he gets the crown for a very necessary round. We'll see this again. The first time we've seen C9 have to worry about the spike being down. They had control of the crown. Messes him up just a little bit. Almost looked like they could repair the situation, but Lev come out on top. They have 5 ultimates coming in around 21. You have to expect they roll another one over in their favor here.
And they know it's an expensive round that Leviathan won. So Oxy's pulling out the outlaw. Cannot have enough here for an operator, but still use an outlaw.
And he can get great value on those few low armor
buys.
Exactly.
3 of them on the side of the Leviathan with his outlaw may string true. Still a lot of pressure on Lev here, the 11-9 score line. They cannot afford to mess up around and have that money reset.
They also need to keep Zeppa alive right now for Cloud9. Having that null command would be huge against the attempt at a retake for Leviathan with these 5 ults that they currently have. Towards the middle except for Vanity, breaking the wall towards the A site. Keeping the players at bay this time. Yes, Aspas is finally playing towards the A site because they pitted early towards B.
I think they'll go mid to B, guys.
Lots of room now.
Yeah.
That's really the... Not too many weaknesses, but you're using bodies to try to get information into fight from tree and from switch to top mid.
This is such a new look from C9, fully spread out in a default. 30 seconds left on the round as they start to work towards mid with an idea here for B.
And this time they're giving that Vandal over to Oxy because they need him to entry. Jump spotting, finding information. Null command comes out early. And that was actually done on the defensive side. 22 seconds left on the clock. Pivoting back towards A.
Cover going out.
And this time it's the attacker side using it, so there's no showstopper available now for Leviathan inside the site, but it doesn't matter. Aspas gets the first kill. King is there for the support. Finally, the Odin comes in. Tex trying to find a timing towards the back, has a res at the same time. Rooney once again alone. Body is showing out the cape as well. Swings out and tries to get the kill, but cannot. The fuse now comes in for Leviathan. And off that second timeout, we're also seeing life out of the defensive side.
That is an incredibly big round again for Leviathan. They lose this, they get 1,900 credits in the pocket. Now they get a bit of money. Doesn't even mean they can full buy across the board, mind you. But they do get the necessary money to keep this momentum going. What a retake. We're going to get a timeout here from C9 to stave off this pressure. Leviathan, get a little discussion going and figure out what was working from the coaching standpoint. And get that from Mimi.
And yeah, definitely it's been a bit of a change of how
Lev जीत सकता है
actually for Leviathan. Not too much pressure at the beginning of these rounds for Slurping that we were mentioning before. They're really able to save that a little bit in terms of util remaining for Tex on these actual hits from Cloud9 are using it late. And off that round though, it was a little bit expensive right for Leviathan, but they used those ults at the right moments, right? The ult command that came through towards that under minute mark, so it doesn't really allow C9 to move towards now anymore in the B site. Now they're also realizing that Aspas is also focusing more on A.
Yeah.
So it'll be finally a pivot now from C9 to start pressuring to end towards B once again.
And we see that scoreboard. All things considered, imagine Lev has both pistol rounds, but they weren't able to run away with the second round. This could be such a different game. But the string of 6 rounds from C9 after that thrifty, absolutely punishing for Lev as they finally get their footing back here to come back in. Lev getting the money sorted out. They did actually have enough to drop on those buys, so they do find full armor even with the money going back down to 1,900.
Interesting, but the knife doesn't really allow for them to get more space behind the Hunter's Fury, and now is thrown here by Mazzino to get the information off the 2 at the beginning. So it allows Tex to throw a wall up.
Yeah.
But this is very early, right? He already threw that slow orb and then the wall, and look at his util. All he has left is a res. And of course, a Vandal in his hands, and he could do a lot of magic with that as well. But C9 pivoting back to play contact at M2. Spike being dropped to make an audio cue.
Right here.
Both players now creeping up towards M3. And that's Zeppa and Moose. Trying to walk around and trying to get a backstab, and they'll get it. Mazzino falls. And at the same time, Zeppa is all the way out towards the spawn at B. There's an exchange of battle here, and there's that lurk play. Beautiful here for Cloud9. Advantage comes in for them, but they're a little bit spread across the map. King has to come up huge now. Oh, what a shot there onto Moose. Last 2 players grouping together against the last 2 of Leviathan. Both of them moving towards the A heaven.
30 seconds left.
King pivoted once again to meet up with Calm at the door.
Perfect timing here. The buddy system going to be working out great for Leviathan as they can get themselves back to safety. Do they stick together? No, they decide to split.
Recon Dart outside of the smoke, allowing here for the plant to come down. 2 individual 1v1s potentially here. Snake bites being thrown from Calm. Pivoting back towards a nice King towards Generator. Nice little first shot by Rooney. There's King to trade it back. A 1v1. Suppresses. King has the paranoid now. Hits it. TP on the top. Trying to find it. King in the round. And Leviathan tie up this game.
Incredible stuff from King in the last moment. The Omen play everyone wishes they could nail, but some reason we miss it. What a play. King just playing it so calm.
Lev is winning it, guys.
I love the fact that Calm was the distraction. Calm made so much noise in heaven that they had to think both were there. No one was looking at the flank.
I
was yelling, but holy crap, that was a play by King.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, outplay King, outplay.
The patience he has, hit by a suppress, winning it through.
And that's the vibe they needed. The timeouts for Leviathan now coming in.
It came down to the wire as well. Off a timeout from C9 that just happened here. And now the momentum, you mentioned it, the vibe that we needed for Leviathan. It continues on with also now the economy in their favor. Also in their favor. C9 having to fight back once again. Not as strong as a lead as they had before. At the beginning of the second half, they'll try once again to go for an instant pop towards the A site. Tech's now waiting just to contact towards Cat. The wall up will not allow the lurk to happen. And there's the exec. Tech's trying to run through, shooting a bit, and they're doing all the damage. Perfect second floor. Blinded though. Zeppa answers back. Mazzino comes across. And the timing is not in his favor either. And somehow, a slight overheat from Leviathan. Punish right away. Tap on the spike, no Calm is here. Calm trying to get the wall back shots, but does not connect. Another tap once again. Pain shells.
They're getting good util out here.
They know Aspas is at the top though. And what maybe could save him is hopefully a knife, but it's in 23 seconds only. So that showstopper may do a lot of damage. Rooney down low at 21.
There.
To jump up on the generator. Second shot guard, no contact onto Aspas. A lurk around here from the top. Zeppa breaking the window. As now the players are running down. Jump spot on the first. Trying to go for a second jump spot. It's at half. Nice little first shot, second one coming through. And now Zeppa has to try to win a 2v1. There's the first. Could play the time. Comes across on the left side. Aspas pushing forward.
Zeppa bhai.
And a Red Bull clutch to put C9.
Counter king ho gaya ye to.
It's incredible the amount of rounds that are coming down to these 1v1s right now.
Bhai kya ye bakchudi chal rahi hai bhai.
From the players in this individual moment. Round after round. King doing what he can for the team. Zeppa doing what he can for his team here. In a huge clutch. And they have to do a lot. On the other side, you have a 30 bomb from King on Leviathan. Doing everything to keep them in this and bring it to OT as Cloud9 go back to the mid-strat.
Momentum back in the favor of Cloud9. Money in shambles for Leviathan. No command to push through and Tex instantly on the pivot for the flank. Has a timing here, has all the information, but only has a sticker. Still drops. The trades come out for Leviathan. Up to has the lockdown and is forced to pull it out right away.
Solo Moose. Everybody knows where he is now.
Oh, and the res too. It's the bait to push this into extra innings.
What a series to start us off for stage 1. OT on the books. And we're gonna get it switched up now. C9.
First time unexpected play kiya tha log ne. Fast rush काम नहीं किया. First time.
And we're gonna get this reset. Money across the board. See if we get any Odins in here and how the teams decide to play this one. Vansili, incredible to see Cloud9 able to bring this type of form out at the start of the split. Find so many holes trying to bring to the table. Leviathan as well, still having the all-star fraggers. Aspas King, the rest of the team, whenever they're needed to keep this going.
Pop flash being done here to try to get some early orb control. Elise in the cubby for Leviathan. Vanity still trying to jump spot. Almost out of timing there, and King chooses to just stay out in the open to not eat the pre-fired shots from Vanity. A stalemate in this moment, a smoke now being thrown instead of a one-way. Just to keep now the enemies at bay. Leviathan trying to pivot back towards Cat though.
A lot of cat play, a lot of tree play from both teams.
Big paranoia. That slows down the push once again, allowing the wall to get broken. And here comes the chaos inside the smoke. First blood this time for Leviathan.
Vanity ko marna tha.
Trying to run through again, maybe trying to look for a play. Zeppa doesn't have any more flashes. Aspas somehow gets a wall bang onto Moose as he falls as well. Coming in for Leviathan.
Good little chip damage, but is it enough? 5v3 here. And they still haven't got tree back.
Finally, as they break the second wall, that could allow for them to go for a 3-2-1 swing. But instead, one was caught with a reload, allowing Rooney, forcing Rooney to peek alone. At least he stays alive.
You still have Calm just lurking around the map during all of this too. So many options for Lev to clean it up.
Up draft avoids. A shorty once again denied.
Oh!
Also the 8's denied by Rooney. 4 HP.
अच्छा ये ला
Tex wins it. And Leviathan.
भाई उधर मारना था रे एक तो
at map and series point.
One of the first rounds we saw everyone try to fight there in Tree, and I think the big factor is Cloud9 could not get through Tree. We saw the push coming from Vanity on the other side, but it was slowed, it was walled, and when it's walled, it creates such a tighter choke point you don't want to get through. That bit of mistiming gives Leviathan the momentum, gives them the upper hand in the round all together. C9 call the OT timeout. Look to get into this next round, round 26 here. We will get that Odin on the board for Moose.
Good to see you right now in the Riot Games arena, showing the support for both of these teams. Sold out day. This time for C9 versus Leviathan to kick things off. But man, does it's gotta suck for Oxy this time. It's the second time they had shorter kills against Aspas, a potential, but couldn't get the second one in. And that was almost everything here to not allow Cloud9 to really win that pulse plant.
The Cloud9 cheers coming from the crowd. Leviathan holding strong through it. They've had quite a few throughout this comeback as well to bring it into OT. And that momentum now to game point. Odin on both sides are going to be ringing out here through the walls of Ascent and possibly our final round. A push towards A-main for Lev to get a little bit of early control, maybe wall it off immediately. And they're watching towards mid, something C9 has loved in these rounds. The 3-2 split across the map, though, is the protocol for round 26 in Cloud9's book.
And he's looking to wallbang this from the top of Rainiac boxes. Knife is close, Recon on the top, that pings him, and that gives a chance now for Cloud9 to move forward. Look at this push though from Catwalk. Leviathan has 2 players moved up. All of C9 now moving out towards B main. And Vanity will be the late lurk. Odin continues to spray across. Oxy just trying to answer back through the smoke as well. Everybody stays alive for now.
No damage, how? Tell me how.
Just shooting blanks
Not
at this
even
point.
a chip. All right, so the mollies are gone though. It looks like Oxy wants to dash straight out. Gonna have to wait another 8 seconds as this pings if they don't shoot the knife. All right. They're ready, but this lurk from Vanity could call differently.
Yeah, and then at the minute mark, they actually put this wall up. So Vanity has to do everything to try to break down this wall. But as they do this here, the pivot is out from Leviathan to take control of A main. So a late rotate from C9 to A could potentially be a loss. And even they move towards B, there's 3 players there. To be on point now on the execute. Pushing up the top of the lane. There's that dash in from Oxy. King just waiting inside of that smoke. Players now moving down on the other end. Pinch from behind. Kong gets one. Moose as well.
God,
3 players to fall.
Okay.
13 seconds left. The plant will come down.
I think, guys, Lev lost.
Looking to fight back.
Lev
2
lost
players
this
staying
game,
behind
guys.
the boathouse for Cloud9 as the other 2 are playing contact first at the staircase. Odin in the hands of Oxy. As Aspas is now starting to close the gap. You hear the Odin being shot on the other end. Alarm bot now, Nanostorm. Aspas is now slowed down. Cannot get across, has 2 satchels to work with, but decides to walk forward instead. A 1-for-1, last one on the lane. And we will go once again to a second overtime.
I think now Lev lost the match. We have
Cloud9 replicating a strat they used a few times throughout this game that was an A. Wait until 30 seconds. There's again not a lot defensively for Leviathan to stop. 30 seconds, they nail B site as soon as Vanity is done messing with Cat in that wall, trying to just get a little bit of distraction down. So really nice overall map play there to keep Leviathan thinking. And also Cloud9's banking on the fact that they're going to be hitting the site with less numbers that late into the round. It's on Leviathan now to put up a strategy back onto attack as we're into round 27, OT number 2.
Odin spray on middle because of this Viper wall, was trying to get something on top mid. Off in the hands of Oxy. And he actually avoided, walked across the snake bite. Down to low HP, has the dash and trying to move forward to potentially try to get the pick into Calm. But Calm knows better. Just tucks in. There's that wall for the split. Now Oxy's just waiting. And gets that pick. No more splits coming in from Leviathan. Lots of them being spotted out here towards the market. And Leviathan still engaged towards the entry. Nice little shot there onto Moose through the smoke. Time things up on a 4-4. Rooney now answers back as Mazzino's trying to find another surprise kill inside spawn. King doing the same. Oh, it's loose. He loses the fight to Vanity with the judge somehow. Spike, meanwhile, though, has been planted. 2 players left.
Good paranoia.
Aspas is blind, forced to fall back. Tex is trying to make a play. The sprays now from the spawn. One is suppressed. No heals, no slow orbs. So Tex is just trying to move forward. It's beautiful. Beautifully done by Cloud9. Instant trades.
Season 1, guys. Health important. Take watch buddy.
Previously taken out that B main lurk on the mid player from Leviathan. Oxy's first kill here was so big on the round to make sure it faltered in market. See the pushes, the plays. C9 shuts it down.
छोटा-छोटा चीज
I can't believe Vanity won that one.
वहाँ पे अगर KO 100 को मार देते तो राउंड पूरा अलग होता.
Given King position into market. We do have another timeout being called out this time by Leviathan. As again, series point here for Cloud9, and it's been a great way so far to close out this series, Riv. It was, I'd like to say a snooze fest maybe on the first one, but that second and third
NRG versus Loud
woken up. We're definitely seeing the potential of these teams now fighting in the Americas. And GG mentioned it. Shanghai on the line, champions on the line.
Yeah.
So you have to be on point every single game.
Language
to see right now that C9 comes with 2 new players and are able to do this against one of the top teams here in America. I wonder what Bala will have to say after this.
I wonder. I mean, you almost got Oxy dropping to 30 along with King, right? But if we think about it, we mentioned King having 30 a few rounds ago.
Exactly.
So King's been shut down on these last few rounds.
But Aspas started to wake up.
That's true. That's true. You can never count on Aspas.
Yep. Definitely had a slower start here in regulation. At some point was only at 13 kills, while Oxy was at 20. This time is at 24. Duelists now making and putting work for both of these teams. Now backs against the wall, Leviathan running the same type of defense.
एक ऐप से जिसमें इतना
Tex
सुबह को
trying to
शायद
hold
कोई
a
डॉक्टर
catwalk.
मेरे
Mazzino
को
trying to get
वीडियो
wall
कॉल पे
bangs here
पूछेगा
from
कि
market into the top of cat.
और ये मेरे को उसके मोबाइल से करना
the duelist.
I got strict instructions.
Get the play here. Waiting for the pop flash bounce from Zeppa as soon as the smoke clears.
Order कर.
And I think we get Oxy into tree.
Okay, different type of wall here too, but it gets instantly broken, so no time to react. As it funnels in Oxy, Tex gets the easy kill.
Tactical wall डाला.
First blood now for Leviathan. Big flash now. Aspas blinded at dice. C9 closing in. Vanity using his own smoke as for cover. But then just seeing Rooney run through, Aspas gets a second
shot by.
So far, not fully pops it out. But Tex steals the kill. And we're tied once again.
Ball ने BT दे दिया रे. One of the most dedicated streamers in the whole world. अरे फातिमा जी.
Is so confidently swung in favor of the other team as we go back and
आपने
forth.
सोए या अभी उठे हो?
They're gonna get that next one. No, Leviathan snap back that hard. Round 29 now.
Guys, welcome करें फातिमा जी को.
As we get into our third round of OT here. It looks like it's going to be a big stack up by C9 over towards B. They'll play the retake A, and that's what Lev has their eyes set on. They are behind Aspas on these attacks, so wherever we see him going, they'll follow just behind the wall. That's not going to be damaged. Bit and chipped out.
Looks scary.
That looks like it was going to be somebody done, rather.
But that was calm on the other end there, and again, just holding it close. He knew that last time there was a late push with an operator from Oxy, but this time around,
B बहुत risky है bro.
Around with that Odin in the hands of Moose.
नहीं सही Hellravens to kill it.
I don't think we've seen Leviathan do a death ball into sight here. It looks like they're going to draw out the time of the round. See if somebody will peek, kill the peeker, and then take the hit. As King set up with Noya. They're not even going to run the time down that much. They're just going to hit.
but everything missed. There's that wall to come out towards the lane, but it's funneled into all that microwave set up by Moose. It comes up, keeps him at bay. Moose falls down at the same time. The Leviathan and taking over this B side. Aussie almost got some wall bang kills there. Tex now pushing up on the other end of the staircase. A 1-for-1.
Planted.
As it gets planted, the reposition by Leviathan. Calm stays towards the B main. Oxy with the dash, but cannot use it. So for C9, they're breaking the wall. Calm now finally gets spotted. Copper's moving out. Oxy running on the other end. Gets that pick. Bladestorm now available. Crouching in. Gets the kill there onto King. Zeppa gets the pick. And we continue to go back and forth.
versus आसपास दिख रहा है मेरे को अभी.
These rounds are chaos.
क्या level है बे लोग
with
का.
the peaks almost. I don't think he wanted to get on that wall after he saw it was on the other
क्या
side.
level है
But
भाई.
still goes for the peak. And just being on the other side of the wall, he delayed 3 members of Lev wanting to get into sight. They're all like, wait, he's gonna come over again. He's gonna come over again. Gets the peak on main with the cloud burst to enter, and Zeppa has had some incredible personal rounds there. Brings up 2 on his own to enter the site, even though he had the backup. C9 back on game point. Lev continues to strike from the defensive side with fierceness. Can they do it again? It's going to be a push here. Aspas, A main control doesn't come right away, and they go right back to tree control. Cloud9 is going to run the same strat from Lev's book just last round.
No Odin here for Calm. And the knife comes out. They're trying to clear it out here towards the B main. They didn't get the ping there onto Mazzino, forced the fall back. Calm does get the pick onto Rooney though. Holding his spot towards the lane. Rescue to help out as well. 1-for-1. Moose is alone, trying to get some lucky kills with the sprays.
ऐसी बोला बंदे ने राउंड निकाला सोलो.
Continuing the OTs.
Well, let's go. We don't have to worry about anybody hitting the draw button on this one. We're keeping this one rolling. 31 rounds to come in after this one. The buyback comes through. Nobody's really flexed the operator except for Oxy on 1 round, and it does not feel like it wants to be the play anymore. They know the site's going to get hit, and they want retake ability, so ops seem to be out of the question right now. 15 to 15. They're keeping King on 30, but like you said, Aspas is heating up, and that could be very scary for the side of C9. The 4-1 across the board for Leviathan's attack here, as they're just looking for a bit of early util and
heavy game
up with these orbs.
Yeah, it's been a change of pace this time around too for Leviathan, because they realized that the instant they popped the flash, they weren't getting too much contention outside of the main. So it allows here for Aspas to pick up the orb right away. Maybe trying to control both.
पहला मैप देख के ऐसा लगा नहीं ना. पहला मैप देख के मेरे को लगा
waste out the utility out of Cloud9.
They'll take anything right now, man. They'll take anything, even if it recharges as a signature. They want to see abilities get used before Lev hits the site.
Oxy's about to walk through towards main. There's that wall up, and the execution attempt towards B. Oxy able to fall back.
Boom, Moose is ready.
Falls behind, yeah, nice little wall bang there with the Odin as Vanity gets another pick. 2 coming out towards the lane, and a beautiful paranoia for him to fall back. That's a rotating back towards Cat. Zeppa is waiting right there to TP across. There's that trade. That's the spike down once again. Hot flash on their hand, just trying to escape. Meanwhile, Aspas has picked up the spike, and he's also the last player standing.
I wonder why ये क्यों हो रहा है.
1 kill gets
I wonder why.
Zeppa just waiting out in the open.
I wonder why ये क्यों हो रहा है. Is it because the double initiator?
Zeppa locks down another round from that defensive side for him, and Lev will switch it up. We are indeed on to match point. Would you believe it? As we see this play again.
Try some Red Bulls, chat, because this feels like it's going to be a long day.
Oh, the landing readjust. They're all ready for the play. They have to be having a very good time on stage right now. 230 bombs now between the side of Lev. Aspas is caught up to King.
And that's the thing. King
and he might
still
surpass him.
killless.
Yeah, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7 rounds. And just assists coming through for King. So they're really able to shut him down.
Looks like we're just going to have to do a little bit of cleanup here. There's a spill on the stage. As a, players are hyped up. Players are hyped up.
Yep.
Make sure you dry out that mouse pad to continue on here in this game, but definitely just to give us a chance to talk about it, right? It's been a couple of rounds now since King had that 30 bomb, and he needs... It might be a difference right now. The difference maker, if he's able to actually string a couple more kills here for Leviathan to maybe push this and win this. But at this point, him stepping up will allow Leviathan to tie up the game once more. Definitely see here, we're back in the game. Or being picked up on the attack side as they're also realizing for C9 there's not too much contention out of Leviathan.
Right.
From
C9 wants to see a little bit. Looks like Lev is being stingy with their util. That's going to benefit them as their site hit takes hold. And they know they can basically just wall out. Cat, keep that safe.
King working his legs, trying to spot towards A main as Zeppa is trying to do the same to get a surprise contact into switch, but it gets insta-dinked by Aspas.
It's so hard to celebrate this many OTs in. A site's the hit.
It's traded out. Once again, King denied now, anchoring towards the A site. Zeppa's still low on HP.
They end this.
Trying to figure out who they could give the spike to for a plant. He's going to plant it for A main. Beautiful owl drone actually spots a couple of players up towards the A heaven as Leviathan actually has all 4 players and no lurks. There's grenades being thrown. There's the ADS from a few. And there's the first to fall. That's Oxen on top of Generator. Shock darts coming out, misses as it's trying to get towards the door. A tap on the spike, the spray through the smoke. Continuing through, but players of C9 are still Zeppa alone, and Zeppa falls with the rest.
That looked like it was the right play from C9. Smokes are down on the side of the Vietton, playing 2 inside site, 2 outside sites. Because you're not going to get smoked off, you create that other crossfire. But the shots for Lev on the retakes are hitting. Great start off too, playing tricky spots on the wall, covering each other. And even with King going down there, they still get the round and convert the 4v5 in favor of Leviathan. 16-16, round 34 on the board.
It seems like C9 wants to try to fight back towards three. There's a lot of pings to maybe to up the tempo for Leviathan, but C9's potentially looking to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Walking up the contact. There's Vanity getting ready to swing out, punish, and there's a 2-for-1 in favor of Leviathan. Will this get clear in the corner? The Boombot will not. As they run across, they try to clear it out. He can play this off angle. He gets one. The second satchel saves him.
Oh, by
against King. Aspas inside the site, forced to reload, stuck out towards the dice. A 2 versus 2. Moose has already rotated across with Rooney though. As the owl drones out for info, knows exactly where the 2 players are. The first one planted, the second one towards main. Showstopper now out after the plant. Will force them to fall back. And they have to wait it out. Now that it's finally shot, but look at that positioning now from Calm. The wall up, he repositions out towards the tree, but the turret, he avoided it. And he heard the footsteps. Aspas will get the kill. It's up to Rooney alone. For the first time here, we might see an attacker side win. A tap on the spike. There's that first shot. Rooney, the Red Bull clutch. It will give another defensive round for Cloud9. One more time.
Never give up. He's not missing a beat. The crispest shots we've seen. We can get a little bit on that last one to control the recoil. But the A heaven shots he's brought in. Some of the clutches Rooney's been hitting has not missed a beat. And it's exactly what C9 needed.
That right there from Zeppa was also everything. Yes, although he did get the kill onto Aspas, to still flick back to at least get one more to give a chance for Rooney. That could have been a 3 versus 1.
You said we might see our first attack around. That's how you sound. Yeah. Sounds good. Sounds good. All right, the 4-1. A good detect here coming from Aspas's Boombot right out of B main. They know that's the lurk, and it's going to be hit on A.
Super quick right now. C9 already inside the site, and it's open. Leviathan is looking to play the retake, but they haven't crossed inside yet because everything was slowed by Texas slow orbs at that Sage. Double swing in. Oxy with the first blood.
GG.
Rooney with the plant. Leviathan does not want to give a chance for C9 to set up as they're already throwing utility.
Dogshot के साथ भी कौन timing करता है?
Shot by Oxy, all done by Rooney's util. Tex answers right back through the door. A
GG.
1-for-1, but the advantage still for C9 on this pulse.
Well,
play.
as I
Calm
said,
trying to drop down, trying to get the wall bang. Finally takes down Zeppa. King dropping inside the site right now. No smoke to cover him.
Molly off.
There's that Molly. He gets it at halfway at least. King and Calm against Moose and Vanity. Vanity at low HP. Moose trying to fight long range. Smoke now dissipates. The backstab, but the trade. Calm now to 1v1. The pit comes out, and he's dying now too.
Oh भाई क्या नेड मारा उसने पर उसने क्या नेड मारा भैया जी उसने स्पाइक पे नहीं मारा उसने स्पाइक पे नेड नहीं मारा उसके पीछे मारा क्यों कुछ भी खेलते बे लोग कुछ भी खेलते
16 over Leviathan. Oxy and Aspas dropping 35 kills each. What a hell of a series.
Crazy,
absolutely amazing. Cloud9 showing the squad they put together can muster up what
game
is needed
one of the
to
best
take the win, and the questions now fall onto Leviathan. The time they had to organize these, the compositions, they were there, but they didn't come out with the W. C9 able to find the win and find the way through those strategies of Leviathan.
Definitely in Vanity. He's mentioned it at the interview with Smix when they were walking into the arena. Hopefully we can
prediction wale sab so gए
exactly. They're not just burgers today. Winning and upsetting Leviathan in a nail-biting series. And Moose, welcome to the VCTs. That's one way to start things
off. It was fun to watch any games.
Definitely Rooney coming back and finding that he's never left. That guy was on point, on fire, and his util was amazing as well on this solo roll.
We saw the life of the eco wins coming back a little bit for C9. Rooney, Sheriff, Oxy popping off, getting a little bit of that facilitation from his team to go forward, to do more, to be the one on the front line. And Moose coming up so big. A lot of lurks on Sunset were able to secure the rounds for C9 there that Moose was able to put into action.
It almost came down when you were watching this overtime too. It didn't matter what compositions were coming in and out. It was so chaotic with so many good trades and fundamentals that had to come out from both of these teams. It didn't look like there was too many mistakes going on in the heat of the moment. It just came down to who really won those battles. And in the end, you definitely see it too. Like, I mean, look at that. The Sage Walls, you're expecting those here with this comp coming through. So adapting on the fly here for Cloud9. They show a lot of promise now for this split in 2024 for the VCT Americas.
And it ends up, they did prevent King from getting a kill throughout that entire overtime. So they said, no, you're only a smoker right now. That's all you're offering. So big job by C9 to be able to shut down the shot caller in that aspect.
Definitely see it there. How hyped up we are towards the end for C9 on that victory. It looks like we're trying to do some sort of fly V at this point, and that was Moose that started things off when he walked on stage for the first time, and Vanity closing it in as the IGL for the team.
Yeah, Moose walked out on the stage today. If you didn't see the walkouts, feeling it, pointing to the crowd, getting pumped. He is excited to be here, and we see why.
Well, at least now let's throw it down to Smix with the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Vansili and Rivington, and congratulations, Zeppa.
Thank you.
What an amazing game to kick off stage one, going up against a team like Leviathan. You yourself and your team had to go through some roster changes, so there were some questions in the air, like how is it going to be looking? And after map number one, when we spoke to Coach Emmy, he said that this is not how the practices have gone. In fact, the scrims have been ridiculously in your favor, and we saw that on maps 2 and 3. So now that you've had a chance to catch your breath after Ascent, tell us what's going through your head.
Obviously, I'm happy for the win. That was a long BO3. I feel bad for Energy and Furia because they had to wait so long. But, hey. Oh, my bad. Sorry. But, yeah, I mean, I'm glad my team has pulled through, and, you know, we stuck through it, and everybody was confident the whole time. We believe we were going to win, so happy we pulled through.
It was amazing to see that resilience, because let's just talk about that last map on Ascent. It went overtime, but it all started on that first half where it started out with Leviathan having a massive lead, up 6-1, but then we saw C9 really be able to pull it together, Moose having some crazy impact rounds as well. So what started to click for you guys?
Obviously, after losing round by round, we had to like slowly come to a solution and like figure out how they play, because it's not a normal comp that people play. Obviously, it's like the first time we saw the comp, so we're like, you know, we knew it was gonna be a struggle in the beginning, but we had to find the solutions. But I'm happy everybody chimed in and try to find the solution. At the end, we did.
Speaking of that comp, you know, how annoying was it to deal with the Sage walls and just playing around this style that you yourself just said you haven't seen it really before? So what was that like?
Like I said, it was just, we knew with that comp on defense that it was gonna be really slow. We had to drag out the rounds and like find out where people are. But at the end of the day, like I said, my teammates pulled through, and we believe we're gonna win. So I would say that Icebox map was a fluke, but.
Coach CHUMMI said the same, and you know what? You showed it on that last map when it mattered most on Ascent. For now, Zeppa, thank you so much for taking the time. You guys are looking damn good. We are gonna head to a short commercial break, but as you heard from Zeppa himself, we're gonna see Energy versus Loud. It's very, very soon, so see you there.
Furia.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Look what I've just made! The perfect pearl!
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Step into the ring! Step into the ring! Step into the ring! Step into the ring! Come on, come on, come on! Let's go! Step into the ring! Step into the ring!
कैट मैं इधर ही हूँ सिर्फ उसका डॉक्टर का कॉल आ सकता है मेरे पास नेटवर्क नहीं इसलिए मैं बाहर हूँ ठीक है
Confronto contra a NRG vai ser rival muito difícil. Realmente tem jogadores de categoria mundial, né? Eles ganaram já Champions, tem jogadores que são muito bons nos roles. Tem jogadores que no consiguieron demostrar todo o que era para demostrar no kickoff y agora tengo certeza que vai ser muito difícil jogar contra eles.
You woke up.
Yes, he did. Oh my gosh, that's the Ethan we know.
I think Loud's biggest threat to us is probably not aggression, but just being relentless in the server. You know, they've had really big comebacks. They're never out, no matter how far down they are.
É 4 contra 2, já clicou na spike o primeiro. Cauãzinho, Cauã de novo. Vai Cauã, fez metade. Cauãzinho, é na tua, Cauã!
Sempre dá para jogar com o coração. Nunca se sabe o que vai acontecer no dia do jogo. Então, sim, dá para ganhar.
Well, if you thought that last match was something else, get ready for this one because it's going to be a fantastic brawl between two stupendous teams. Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas. Golden, we're here alongside with Bula. You got Mimi, you got Beginner, and we are...
Who's Bula?
Bula? That's my new name for you.
Bula.
You're just a Bula. But I said her name right, though. Nailed that one.
Good job.
You're not bullying her.
You've only known
Not at all. Not at all. I've moved the goalpost forward. All right, folks.
I'm right here, dog.
We have our second match of the day, and it's going to be a good one. We have a continuing chapter in the saga of Loud versus NRG. Now let's go ahead, though, and talk about Loud, of course, defending champions of the Americas region. Also got themselves a couple world champs in that lineup as well. And this is a team that went into Masters Madrid. I think people were pretty high up on them, as you are for Loud all the time, because they never miss these global events. But this time around, it was definitely, even though it was good, what we were seeing from Loud. Mimi, I think you were there. It just felt as if...
You think so? You're losing your memory. You were there with me.
No, I'm referring. It's a question. Anyway, the point I'm trying to say here is that it felt like Loud had that magic essence, and then as we got closer into the playoffs, it just started to fade away little by little.
I mean, I think it's really tough to assess Loud from that event because they went in, they beat two teams, FPX and EDG, neither of whom I think looked particularly great at that event. They go into playoffs and they lose two close matches, but I think I think they looked better in playoffs than they did in the group stages compared to the level of opponent that they were playing. Okay. Even though they lost, that's when we saw QCK getting online. That's when we saw them, I think, really starting to tone in when they're playing the weirder comps, the newer stuff, and when they're playing the more standard stuff. I don't think this is a Loud, though, that is in the highest championship form we've seen from them in the past, but I think they grew a lot throughout their run at Madrid, and that's what matters early in the season.
Yeah, I think that that assessment is pretty much correct. I think that first series at Madrid was a real kind of scary moment for me, where I was like, oh, Loud is not going to be as consistent, as firm as they are going to be, in the years prior. But I think they needed that experience at Madrid, and they still placed deep, right? They still got to playoffs.
They they were still.
And I mean, close game to Sentinels, close game to Paper X.
Yeah, exactly.
It was a very respectable run.
And this team needs to be able to figure out how deep they can actually go.
Sure.
And I think it is pretty deep. Without Aspas on this lineup, I think that's somewhere where you still have to kind of build up that confidence. Are we that championship team anymore? Are we the team that's going to be able to dominate Americas? And I think the answer is yes, but it's going to take some work.
I think the thing I find interesting about Loud is that there's not a hero on the team anymore, right? So you don't have the people who look to like an Aspas that's like, you have to perform incredibly every game, and the comps they play aren't really built around that either. That's right. I think you're going to find inconsistency in the sense of different players are going to show up map to map, day to day, or whatnot, because it's not about setting up your dive agent to go in, go nuts, and find a lot of kills. They're setting up multiple different players to take those opening fights and changing it very flexibly throughout the games, which I think is very unique in Valorant when everyone, for the most part, is playing Sentinels, playing a dive agent, and sort of playing strong side, weak side, especially on defense. I think their style of play is very different, and we also need to learn a little bit as we watch them play the game too, because I think performances are going to vary game to game.
Yeah, well, we're going to learn when we watch him, but let's go ahead and learn a little bit more from the man himself. We got Smick standing by with Sadak to get a brief look at what we should be expecting in this matchup.
Hey, Sadak, great to see you. Great to see you. I know that you've had a little bit of downtime after Madrid. What are the team's biggest learnings and takeaways from that event?
I think for us, it's that we have what it takes to win. We just need to adjust some things, but overall, we have what it takes for sure.
Amazing. We're all looking forward to seeing it. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
And that is no question. We always know that Loud, the team, have what it takes to be able to pull off these wins here today. But it is going to be a lot more challenging, as we had mentioned, because they lost that key piece in Aspas, and now they've been building it up. But to Mimi's point, right? QCK definitely found himself there. Where else can this team lean to really find that success?
Yeah, I think just the individual level of every single player is insane. Sadak himself, I mean, throughout kickoff, I think he saved them in their run in that instance. Probably a big reason why they actually qualified in the first place. Then Kalzin is popping off, and then Les, of course. That guy is for sure one of the best players in the world, and he consistently is saving them in moments. So I think individual skill is that thing that just is there consistently for them always.
Yeah, but I think that really the guy who really ties that all together is always going to be Sadak. He occasionally has, against your point, Christy, where we are kind of always seeing one different person take over, have their moment in a match. Sadak is consistently the guy who I think is giving the team the vision, right? He's talked that even all the way back last year, he was considering playing these Phoenix comps. He was playing these ideas. Yeah. It really seems like he's kind of unleashed this year to really make a Loud that fits what he wants the team's identity to be, which is why I really love watching this team, because their style is so unique, is so different, that he's willing to take those risks.
It's really funny to me that he's like, oh, I was trying to play this Phoenix comp like way back when. And then Aspas is like, oh, I want to play Phoenix.
Wait a second, you're so right.
He could have done that the entire time.
Well, what do you know? I mean, hey, a lot of question marks there for sure. But one thing that we know for sure that has been consistent ever since this player has been on the lineup, it's Les. This guy has always been an X factor ender for this team. And he's still playing like a champ.
100%. And I think, really, to me, Les is always the guy that makes these types of comps work for Loud, right? Because when you're playing without a Sentinel, all of a sudden you need to put bodies on the line. And Les is the guy, whether it's the Viper or whatnot, that is in front, that is taking forward space, getting information from the team, playing so nicely around his utility. I just feel like, of course, he's a shooter, but also the timings he's able to take, he just knows when to go for those fights.
I think for me, when I was listening to Ethan talk in the video that rolled before we came live, was he said, Loud is relentless, and that's the thing that we have to be very careful.
Good morning.
And that embodies Les. Right, this guy is so hungry. Whenever he sees a potential kill, he will just push forward. Like he's like a shark. Whenever he smells blood, he just goes for it every single time. And that guy,
louder energy
2-0. He does it so often that, like, yeah, you have to be worried about Les on the server every time.
And if you watch how Sadak is playing the breach on Ascent, every early round, 9 rounds out of 10, it's just setting up Les. It's like, I am going to make my boy pop off, and it works so wonderfully for him.
It's crazy that they do put so much into enabling this guy in comps like that, but then you see
Viper.
But then you see a completely different style of play when you switch over. He's playing like the full lurk, full rat style, and then you'll watch him go and even without support, take these aggressive routes. He's just a guy who has so many different modes, but his mechanics and his flexibility allow him to just excel in any of those moments.
He is the all-around player for Loud.
That's so true. And I think that is such a valuable tool to have, especially
last time
when the level of play has just exponentially increased, and then you still have guys like Les that are still consistent, still popping off. It's going to be a lot for their opponents to deal with. Let's move on to the other side of the field. You got yourself that NA super team, and even though this is a squad that did not make it to Madrid, I think everyone still has incredibly high hopes. And how could you not when you have players like this on your team? You got the Optic Core, you have 2 world champions as well. There is just so much, Mimi, to be excited for when it comes to NRG going into stage 1.
I mean, they were flawless in kickoff until they played Sentinels in the playoffs. They lost a close 2-1 to them, and that's how they got knocked out. Like, they lost to the current best team in the world. So you can't really fault them for what happened there. But overall, I think my impression with NRG was that honestly kind of the opposite of Loud. Where Loud is the team that is lent into Sadak's identity of playing these crazy bumps, of playing a very unique, different style. This is the squad that is still that energy that you look at them, you watch them play, and your biggest thing is like, damn, this team has insane fundamentals. Ethan's flashes setting up Demon 1. The synergy between Crashies and Victor. They do the simple stuff, they do the mid-rounding, and they execute on it incredibly well, even if they're not playing those same kind of new meta compositions that a team like Loud does.
Good morning.
They've been around the block a long time. They're not reinventing the wheel. And that's sort of my biggest question for them is how much have they tried to change coming into this stage? Like,
do they really old stuff? They were like, every map was like single sky for the most part back in kickoff. So there is a potential for them to maybe pull something out new.
But the argument, especially for an event like Kickoff, right at the top of the year, of playing that style that everyone knows like the back of their hand, that allows you to focus on the fundamentals. That allows you to have that pinpoint accuracy that NRG, I completely identify with them at this point.
Yeah. I need to see what the actual ceiling for this team is, because on paper it is limitless. Way up there. Like, it's limitless. You're right. And I don't think we saw even close to that at Kickoff.
I mean, you're implementing 2 world champions into what was like the winningest core of the pre-partnership era.
I mean, that sounds easy to me. And the fact that we didn't see it in the first 3 games.
You say we didn't see it, but they lost to Sentinels in a close
2-0 Furia, 2-0 C9, 1-2 to Sentinels, and they lose to 10s on top of the box and market that Riot added footsteps to the top of to commemorate the moment. Like, what do you mean they didn't show us? Like, they lost the best team in the freaking world.
Dude, like, I don't know. It just wasn't. They should be the best team in the world, right? They should be the ones convincing you against Sentinels, right? Like, they shouldn't have. I mean, I guess they should have like those clutch moments maybe that they're pulling off against.
God, this just feels like deja vu from the last segment. I'm not gonna lie.
Look, here's what I'm gonna say about energy. I feel like this team should 100% win an America's split this year, and if they don't, it's a failure. And I don't think I've seen the potential for them to do that when Sentinels is playing the way that they are. When Lev has the potential to go crazy, when Loud is up here as well. We'll see it today, but I mean, all right.
I'm on board. I'm on board. Well, they go ahead and handshake it out. Let's go ahead and hear from Ethan, who's standing by with Smix.
Ethan, I have a very quick, very serious question for you. If you have a free stream sub to give out, would you pick FNS or Sam?
I think FNS. I think Sam's got enough. Sam doesn't need any more.
I'm sure FNS is very happy to hear that. Best of luck today.
All right, everyone, we're just dropping a couple gifted in this chat
right now. Prime sub.
Excuse me.
Just drop a couple gifted in Finesse's chat. I'm sure he'll. Well, of course. Yeah. What happened? Listen, cannot disclose, but checks in the mail. All right, guys. Well,
you're paying him? What's going on here?
I don't know. I mean, you know, the economy's crazy. In any
case,
guys,
you shouldn't pay for what you're doing.
At kickoff, we got to see Demon One on this NRG lineup here. But we didn't get to see the Demon One that dominates the way that we usually expect. He was still putting up great numbers, but I definitely felt like Demon One needed to find himself a little bit on this team still in kickoff.
And I think we saw matches where he did step up to that level. Some of those games against Sentinels in particular. It was a slower start in those first 2 matches. They still won. He then went and had great performances in their playoff game. I think what was really the standout for me wasn't necessarily how well his stats or his numbers compared to previously, but the style that he's playing. Previously on EG, he was he was like playing the star duelist, but also going around to some other things. Now he's playing 100% only Jet is allowed, and also Chet's like, if you don't buy the operator every single round, you're off the team. Like, he's buying it so much more than he did before, but the setup is still really good, and it is just kind of interesting to see a team implement a player like this in a slightly different way.
Yeah, we got like the one pocket omen from him on split, but even then, that's the guy that's going to be rocking the op, right? You know, if you're playing that type of style, you can let Raze go for the rifle, look for the ult on those rounds, so it's still very much just, he is in our op slot permanently for this team.
Do we feel like that Demon One on this lineup, you know, it makes sense, right? I mean, surely he's going to be blending into like this team and just frying eventually. I mean, I just feel like when it comes down to NRG Balla, there's so many question marks with this team, because we just saw with Leviathan what happened, them falling to C9. It does feel like, you know, there could potentially be like not overhyped teams, but hyped up teams, maybe not living up to the potential in day one.
I mean, absolutely. We're still very early in the season, of course, right? This is a development period for a lot of
In fact, we've only played 1 match.
Very true. And Demon One is a player that's still developmental. I mean, he was the best player of the year last year, but I mean, he hasn't played that much, right? This is a guy that I think still has a lot to learn in terms of the fundamentals, in terms of a depth of playbook that like Aspas has, right? Aspas has a bag, but Demon One doesn't really have that yet. He's flashy, he will hit the shots, his movement's great. But in terms of being able to make certain plays, like it's just he's relying on the mechanics most of the time. And I think right now he's learning from his teammates how to be really cerebral.
But there's no better team to learn from. I
was going to say the same exact thing. No better team to learn from than NRG. But let's go ahead and send it over to the coaches for map select. Find out where we're headed.
Hey
guys, welcome to Map Pick Ban. After a coin flip, it was determined that Energy is going to be Team A and Loud's going to be Team B. So Energy gets the first map ban. Team A.
Yeah, I just feel like
Energy bans Icebox. Loud, your map ban.
Split.
Split. Loud ban Split. And your first map pick, Energy.
We'll pick Breeze.
Energy picks Breeze, and your
Tom
side.
bas banda.
Attack.
Loud picks Attack. And your map pick, Loud.
Sunset.
Sunset. And your side pick, Energy.
We'll take Attack.
Attack, okay. And your map pick, Energy. Oh, sorry, map
क्या प्यार हो गया है भाई सनसेट से सब टीम्स को.
Ban Lotus.
Energy bans Lotus, and your map ban Loud.
Ban Bind.
Loud bans Bind, so the default map is going to be Ascent, and RG gets to pick Slide.
Defense.
Okay, NRG picks defense. Awesome. Good luck, have fun, guys.
खेत भाई बोलते टाइटल चेंज करे.
All right, well, the stage is set as we have two teams that are going to look to put on a show for everyone here at VCT Americas. Our last match of the day, and it's going to be NRG facing off against an incredible Loud lineup coming off of a 4th place finish at Madrid. Real fast, just want to ask, predictions, where are we going? Name?
NRG.
Loud.
Energy.
Ooh, I love this. All right,
Energy.
folks. Well, let's go ahead and see how this
अबे
whole
इसने तो
thing's
बोला
going
ही
to
नहीं.
play out and send it over to Smix, who's at the stage, to bring out our teams.
Right, Games Arena, it is my pleasure to welcome this North American powerhouse team that we all want to see more of. Make some noise for NRG!
एनर्जी बोलते स्टार टीम में भाई, स्टार टीम आ जाएंगे आज ये लोग. भाई इसका हेयर स्टाइल चेंज होते रहता है क्या, हेयर कलर? भाई उसका स्माइल देख के लग रहा है उसके फियांसे है वहां पे. पर्पल ही था, पूरा था ना, लेकिन हाफ हाफ है अभी.
Eles chegaram para buscar mais título aqui no Américas. Façam barulho para Loud!
भाई लाउड में वो वाला गाना क्यों नहीं बजाया यार? लास्ट इसमें गाने अच्छे थे. नहीं, पूरा नहीं था. ओ लाउड फैंस बोलते
It's Valorant's very own El Clasico, NRG versus Loud. And even though in the past when we say El Clasico, we talk about, Finesse being on the team, it is a little bit different this time around, not seeing him on the stage going up against Sadak. But it is going to be quite interesting to see what Ethan can do in that IGL role against Sadak, who these guys obviously have encountered each other plenty of times in the past.
This is a rivalry that we have seen evolve previously, right?
Yeah.
New rosters on both of these squads. Loud a team that for the last
match
few years had new rookies, new ideas coming in, and really have had to redefine themselves both times. But still, consistently, this match has always delivered. I think Ethan or Finesse, whoever's leading this squad, will still be able to bring it to Loud.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting for the newcomers on NRG, right? Ethan and Demon One to feel this energy coming from the crowd.
I mean, they're familiar with Loud too. They played them so much last year.
Absolutely, but this is history, right? They're stepping into a rivalry that they didn't have. They didn't have that pressure in the previous iterations.
And look, if you're one of those guys like Demon One coming in here, you couldn't have asked for a better map pool to play this series out on, right? We've got Breeze and Ascent in the Jet Kingdom maps, even the Sunset. He was playing that agent on.
This is
his chance from the get-go here to dominate on the off.
And for Quick on the other side, this is really a question of whether that form he hit towards the end of Madrid can stick around. He was sick in those last few matches after a disappointing kickoff, a slow group stage, and I think this is really the test against one of the best duelists in the world on two of the quintessential Jet maps if he can hold his own.
Yeah, and to speak on the Breeze again too, this was a map that I think Loud looked very shaky on at Madrid, especially in that opening game against FPX. So I think NRG going straight for it right here is a great read here from Chet and a good game plan going into this.
And this is the match, or the map, excuse me, I was most impressed with from NRG here. The synergy was excellent. Demon One's up in the way Ethan set him up. It was all really well constructed. We're into agent select, and there is a change.
Okay.
Ethan going from the KO to the Yoru. I honestly love this. I think you can still set your teammates up with the flashes in a lot of the same ways, but you unlock so much with defensive side rotations and with different interesting double dive pathing on attack.
Exactly, and I think especially breaking the typical setups as well, right?
Yes.
When you have the double dive, all of a sudden you're overwhelming very deep into the site very, very fast. You're breaking through those choke points. And I think more and more teams need to be playing this.
The decoy being able to dominate it. I also just get vibes back from EG where Ethan was playing that defensive, real utility-heavy support Yoru, and I think that was exactly what we're going to see.
This is going to be very, very fascinating, but 100% we are in store for a good one. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. They put the class in El Clásico. It's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, GB. A tale as old
Hello,
as time.
Bang Bang. Good morning, good
We
morning.
talked so much about Energy and Loud and the history that these two teams have against each other, but we got to talk about the comps. We got to talk about the Yoru and the Jet, specifically Ethan on the Yoru. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, we've seen Ethan be comfortable on the Yoru many times before, right? Especially on maps like Pearl, which is not in the map pool anymore, but he's great on it. But the question I have is he going to be able to support Demon 1 the same way on this Yoru as he was able to do on the KO? Now, on the flip side, Ender is completely right. You're able to break those trips with that clone and everything like that, which can counter less in the long run. And that's why I actually like Yoru on this map a lot. But it's kind of tough sometimes when you're running the Jet and Yoru because the KO gets a lot of value with that dagger. And not having that info could be very impactful in rounds like this.
It'll be interesting to see how that dynamic plays out. Ethan, a world-class player in his own right, and he's made quite a name for himself now on the Yoru with an opportunity to set up a star duelist. All that said, though, Energy starting on the defensive side is it's Loud, who's going to be looking to set the pace for this map. They've already crept up halls a little bit here. Trip keeping him back, and Crashy's not far off.
Ooh,
full passive kill.
It's getting dangerous for Crashies right now. Loud is still pressing the matter on him.
Keep an eye on that. The dash has been procced, but again, it's that pesky little trip. It's going to keep him at bay. The door goes up, the dash is used, and more burns on QCK with a classic, no less, getting the kill. Has been found, but Sonic is there on the trade. Flash swinging through as Ethan is there to create numbers in favor of NRG.
That was a nutty shot from Marv on the QCK there. I don't know how he did that with a classic, though.
Yeah, a little two-tap from a distance.
Jeez. And they've been waiting, what, 30-something days to play any type of match, you know. The Iceman wants it bad.
Yeah, what happens when you give NRG this much time? When you give Chet this much time in the lab? We'll see if they can convert this pistol as last.
Oh shit!
By
NRG jeeta.
NRG wins this
NRG jeeta, bro.
And in this round,
NRG
it's just classic
jeeta.
Loud on Breeze. QCK just goes halls every round, it feels like.
Yeah, sure.
And NRG clearly aware of that.
NRG
They obviously were
jeeta,
watching
guys.
Madrid this entire time. So they actually had a good setup for it. And honestly, that kill from Marv, that is crazy.
Shot mara bhi.
And just a crossfire on the site to clear it all. And I mean, he was sitting on 30 HP, even peeked in the A main earlier there.
Yeah.
So he's already playing with confidence that I don't think we really saw him play with in the kickoff. He didn't do bad necessarily, but he didn't play to the level that we know he is.
Right.
दो जन ने खत्म कर दिया.
I had conversations with him about that, and he was telling me, he's like, no, like I'm not satisfied.
Was the realized man Mindfreak or Mouth?
Reasons for hope for the NRG faithful as they're up early on Loud, and you're right, seeing some of the confidence coming out from their players, such as Marv.
Hello, Bunks. Good morning.
He's just been so historic in his own right.
Your prediction 2-0.
Now donning the NRG banner. No buy on the side of Loud. Meanwhile, Guardians and Spectres aplenty for the defense. And speaking of which, as soon as we call his name, he delivers with another kill.
He's crispy today, Doug.
I think that leans into confidence a lot too, right? I mean, it's early in the game. Yeah, these are the eco frags, you know, whatever, but these are confidence kills.
No reaction.
It builds up, and that's why you see them already running away from that site, because they're like, you know what? Let's not let a player like Mark get hot. But the problem is, it's the 1-2 combo. You gotta run into Demon 1.
Already उसने video call किया मेरे को.
Yeah, sure would hate to not get Marv. I can't use that. All worked up with Demon 1 on the other side. And you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. There he goes. Starting to see some of those eco frags again come through. Okay. And some damage has been dealt. Both Ethan and Demon 1 down.
एक और मारा तो.
Can he do it, Doug? No. No. 35 HP, and he's been good, but this is a different level of good. Have a couple of targets to deal with now. 3 bullets left.
Nice.
Options far from plentiful as Energy get their second. And I do think it's important here too to note they are going to keep 3 Guardians going into the net, so they can buy around this.
Yeah.
They've got a couple of options here.
Yeah, Energy invested
आप Loud को कृपया
heavy
support
money into
करें.
this
Loud
round.
आ रहा.
And I mean, it ended up paying out. They only lost what, like 2 guns, maybe, or maybe not even. They probably only lost.
They lost the Guardian and the Spectre.
Yeah, there you go. So already investing heavily into this, not trying to
उसको
get
हल्का सा समझ में नहीं आ रहा.
That's a crazy stat. 7 out of the 10 players in this match have won a global event. That's crazy. This is truly a Titan v Titan matchup that we have on our hands.
That's a treat, and I don't feel like it's something you can say very often.
Yeah.
9 out of 10 लोगों ने finals खेले.
10 eventually, right?
एक कौन है वो जिसने कुछ नहीं किया?
Spectacular on this roster.
There's that early flash. Demon 1 with the dash procced.
Great damage.
The dart over the top 2. You can tell what the idea was there. The setup is pretty. Shots not landing on a Coenzine yet. A little bit of damage done, but no kill found.
And I was curious, you know, how will Ethan start setting up Demon 1, but there it was, the Yoru flash, I believe, in that mid-pillar area.
Yeah, I think
so still trying to set him up, similarly to when they played the KO.
Yeah, that and the dart. The intentions were clear.
भाई
finally, he was a bit labored, but he ultimately does meet his demise. Energy with the numbers advantage. And Loud, they've played this a bit more methodically so far. They've been very cautious on their approach. See that Viper wall go up towards A. You do have some defense here, courtesy of Ethan and Marv. That knife only tagging 1. Surely you expect this tight.
Yeah, Marv's ready for this mid-door peek.
Oh, just I mean, QCK falls, and that's a tip of the spear. However, Ethan is surrounded. Now position given away as he has to swing out and take the fight. Falls to the hands of Sada. And now Loud with some breathing room.
Left.
Just a ghost in the hands of
क्या
Crashies.
लगता है? निकाल सकते हैं विक्टर के पास गन है.
And that early neural theft is certainly going to help.
Don't know exactly where he is coming from here, but
can he get a gun here?
He should be able to get one.
Default में shock dart भी पड़ेगा ना?
After that altercation he had with Ethan. Oh, the shock dart's gonna be huge.
Now, 2 Vandals and a Guardian. The flash out of Sonic takes matters into his own hands, flashing for himself through the wall, leading from the front.
एक मिनट से आ रहा है.
A 2v2 now as the spike ticks away. Demon and Crashies with so much to do.
Look at the minimap, Doug. There's a reflank from mid.
Is he going to get the timing? Less on the prowl. The first one falls.
God, God reposition there, less ka.
A very, very slow round. Taking their 1v1s and winning them. Honestly, that kill that Sadhak got onto Ethan was the knife in the back.
मेरे को लगा मर जाएगा बे shock dart से.
If he had not gotten that kill, the round was surely over. And then on top of that, dodging the shock dart, being aware.
ये भी एक हिट का बचा बे. ये भी मारता तो भी राउंड निकाल देगा. भाई क्या? एज में खेलते बे लोग. एज में.
He knows if he just sits there and does nothing, he's just gonna die.
He's gonna die, right?
एज में खेलते
So he gambles a little bit, makes a play for himself.
Beautiful.
And it pays off. You got an op in the hands of Demon 1. We talked about this a lot during kickoff, right? Like, they were trying to get an op into this man's hands as soon as possible.
As they should. And he looked great with the op in kickoff, honestly.
आज जिंग आपका स्ट्रीम देख के आएगा मेरे को लग रहा है. मेरे जैसे खेलेगा आज जिंग.
Also, it's just the Sheriff in light armor.
I want to point out how aggressive QCK has been playing this attack so far. Yeah, he's sitting at 0 and 3. He's been getting punished quite a bit. But he's been like taking all this mid space.
Yeah.
Or if it was Halls as well, like very aggressively.
Shot, babe.
Dude, that was off of Marv getting a timing and taking some space. But Sadak, again, aware of where his weakness might be.
फिर भी सब एंगल खाली कर रहा है भाई एक बार देखो उसको
Demon1 with the dagger earlier in the
एक
round.
मारा है लेकिन फिर भी उसने पूरा एंगल खाली किया
They're understanding that like the Jet's not going to sit there the entire round. It's not likely for that to happen. He could be, but to just check it and then clear all that space out.
Oh, this is a fake.
Now he's selling the fake on top of it.
The thing is,
look, they have Cypher
free. Yeah, well, but some of the Cypher util is still up, and yeah, Vic shouldn't be getting hit by this, but they've managed to circumvent all of it. So they've gotten out onto site. They're starting to push into spawn. NRG with a lot to do here.
And I wonder why they're pushing so far ahead when they have this trip, and maybe their plan is to just have a crossfire from B main and spawn area. And they hear the audio.
Will the scrap go their way? Ethan just has a sheriff. The rifle's been handed over to Victor. You see the ult instantly used, and it's put right into the steady hands of the Sentinels. He gets a second. Now Ethan pushing forward, purely a reconnaissance mission. He's getting all the info he could possibly want. The only thing that's been left unanswered here is where is Les? A flash over the walls. Ethan goes up top. Victor's there to trade. Now Les left alone. 1v3. Spike has been taking for a little while. He has a lot of targets to deal with. That's not been halved. Time is of the essence. He's gotten it down to 1v1! And Les delivers for Loud again. The Red Bull clutches. We're tied.
Oh my gosh, and he almost dies to the bomb playing with fire there. What an animal. I mean, we saw this in Madrid, and he brought it back with him.
Dude, you asked me earlier, Les was in a 1v3. You're like, can he do it? Nah. I mean, it was a little delayed, but yeah, he hit it.
By dono round.
And the IGLing already from the side of
dono round.
So beautiful. Like I said, tagging Demon1 early with that dagger, and then on top of that, re-clearing the space, getting the kill on the Marv so there's no smokes online, committing the KO ult to sell the fake even further. Look, that's why he's cheesing so hard right now.
I mean, if I was IGL and Les was on my team, I'd be smiling too.
Beautiful.
Unbelievable. Right back into the action here. The buy.
विवेक को बाजू में बिठा के कंटेंट निकालने के अलावा कुछ नहीं आता तुझे फ्रेंड्स को भी मिसट्रीट किया घमंडी नंबर्स का 14 अच्छा ये जो आपने फ्रेंड्स को मिसट्रीट किया करके आप बोल रहे हो आप कौन से फ्रेंड एक का मेन 14 रहेगा ना तू एक उतने सारे फ्रेंड्स को जो मैंने मिसट्रीट किया वो आप कौन से उसके 14 बोलो उस हिसाब से मैं आंसर दूंगा.
Well, that's one done. Still plenty of work to do. How much work can they find? Again, a reminder, the weaponry here is not great. Don't really have the resources to make this a fair fight. And you're starting to see the effects of that on full display here. NRG continue to fall apart. Only one kill found, maybe a little bit more.
3 round less के 3 round less के ठीक है.
That was clean.
3 round less के.
Anti-eco from Loud. I mean, Demon1 hit a nasty shot on Sadhawk, but after that, you know, just mellowing out the round, slowing it down, not rushing the plant is really important in rounds like this, and then fighting together once that wall's got to go down.
Oh, we missed it. We teased by this replay.
इधर इंसान सोया नहीं है लास्ट 24 घंटे से.
Oh, there it is. Thank you, guys.
PT देना है.
I mean, just a pixel.
That's all it takes. You know, there's been a lot of conversation about Demon1 of last year compared to Demon1 of Kickoff, and how it really just felt like Demon1 during Kickoff was a shadow of the man that everyone had grown to know him to be. Given what you've seen so far, what is your read on Demon1?
I think that even last year he had a slow start to the year. I mean, he just.
Hello, Bunks bhai, once again, good morning, good morning.
And I mean, I'm gonna play that's exactly like that. I usually tend to heat up like towards the middle of the season.
Sure.
So, in a format like this, I think you can get away with it, but in a tournament like Kickoff, where you got to win every single match, and keep in mind they only lost one match to not qualify for Madrid, and it was close.
Yeah.
They almost beat Sentinels on that first map. It was 16-14. So I think he's actually looked pretty good overall. I don't think that we're missing out on too much, and I think that it just takes time to be comfortable with the players on your team. And I think this is a good opportunity for him to show, like, hey, now that we have time under the belt, I'm still here.
Good evening, Canada siblings, brother. Love you.
Les has never left. He's got the op in his hands again. Demon1 does. A little bit of a peek mid, and that's where there is some Loud presence. Dark getting some early info. Inserting Ethan.
बहुत दुश्मन है बंक्स भाई.
Looked like it was just a peek and then a dash
भाई
away.
जब इंसान गलत ना हो ना.
That's a lot of pressure.
भाई Demon 1 कैसे मिस कर सकता है?
And barely
missed.
Yeah, that's
जब
a miss.
इंसान गलत
We
ना
don't
हो,
see super
सोच गलत
often.
ना हो. तो
He
कोई
had
क्या ही
everything
hit
for that too. He had the audio cue. He knew exactly where they were. Maybe still needs a little bit of time to heat up on that operator.
मैं क्रेजी मैच बट साला अरे तो वही तो पढ़ा लास्ट टाइम लूप मास्टर. दोनों करें हाथ से पहले बात करो.
With Sadhak.
Good morning to you.
Balls for Kawazin.
क्या एंगल्स काली कर रहे हैं भाई.
Aggressive here in mid. I like this
और
gameplay
मैं चिल
right
करो.
now from NRG.
चाय पे लो
Not being
जोमेटो
too
करो.
stagnant and
Love
actually
you.
re-clearing space.
And honestly, I think on the other side, Demon 1 gets an opener onto QCK.
अभी चाय पे तो थोड़ा बहुत भी नहीं सो पाऊंगा.
I really like the
फिर
way
बीके
Sadhak has
लोग
approached
जो
Call
पाव
in this
भाजी
round in the
खिलाने
last couple of rounds, to be
वाले को
honest.
कुछ बोलेगा.
He's picking the right side every time.
कैसे मामा गुड मॉर्निंग अभी उठा.
And he's shooting.
भाई गलत एम है बे लोग.
He's hitting the shots as well as Marv
How's
falls.
this,
Now they're going to
Bombay?
continue to push their way over towards A. You see them taking a bit of a step back. Loudar. Crashies tries to get some damage done with the ult, and he does. Sadhak down. Numbers in favor of the defense.
Good morning London से love you.
I mean, they're so separated.
मामा पोस्टर मिला क्या तेरे
Suez
को?
is taking a step back, presumably for a lineup with a spit.
I don't know if he actually has any mollies online right now.
भाई क्या मार रहा है लेस
Huge kill from
यार.
Les. This opens up the post plant. Look how confident he is.
Oh, 1 for 1.
एक और मारा
Counting with 2
उसने.
shots. It's all onto Tui's now. Ethan on the other side! And another
भाई
big
Loud
moment in
जीता.
favor of Loud.
ना ना
Loud are winning all the clutches right now, Doug.
पढ़ के आ
Early,
गया.
but they've all on their way. You're right.
तो अभी
And
तक
that's
सोया
scary
नहीं तू?
because I feel like Loud is a team that
Loud
takes a little bit to heat up in
Loud
the actual
है.
series that they play. I feel like most of the time when they do lose a series, it's because they give the first map for free.
Anna,
But
how's
now they're
this,
already
Anna?
popping. It's 4-2. This is a good half
Listen,
so far,
I'll
and they've controlled
guide.
the pace.
I think it's also worth noting
Good morning,
that's
Anna.
on the other side of a timeout, an early timeout from Chet.
पोस्टर सारे कोरियर
Already
वाले की
gone through one
शक्ल
of
भी नहीं
those.
दिखी
Loud
अभी
hanging
तक.
on to a 2-round lead. They've got
भेजने के
Tui's
लिए.
pit to play
मैं
with.
नहीं भेज रहा हूँ भाई राइट से आता है वो.
Blades online for Demon 1.
That dart is to set him up.
मैं
but
अपडेट
doesn't
लेता
get
हूँ
a
आज
scan on
किधर
anybody.
posters.
They know.
अन्ना हेवी मार रहा है लेस. हेवी. सोलो वर्सेस स्क्वाड कर रहा है.
Triple peak in
4 का 4 राउंड एक बंदे ने निकाला है. 5वें राउंड में सबसे पहले उसने मारा है.
Vic and then Ethan over the top. It was a
मतलब
cool
एक
setup,
का
it just
इम्पैक्ट
didn't
इतना
amount to
ज्यादा
anything.
कैसे हो सकता है भाई? अशु
Demon
माधव
just whiffed that last sniper.
Loud है.
But Victor's been so crispy with the headshots right now.
What? Gonna drop the ult. Tui's spamming through the
ही
cage.
मारा भी.
Dropping 2.
टेक्निकली
Now the
ये
rifle
राउंड
goes
भी
up.
लेस के
The
वजह से
side is
किसी
theirs.
इको है.
8
टेक्निकली.
bullets left, and that's all Les needs.
So we can make like
Loud
5
is good,
rounds
man.
because of
Yeah.
less.
And something I
आप
want to point
following
out is how
America's
slow they
future में
approach
काम
the
आएगा.
anti-eco rounds. They don't want
अपना थोड़ा loud हो जाता तो.
Kind of, in some of the gun rounds, QCK has been taking a lot of space in mid or a lot of space in halls. Sure. Where, yeah, on the extremities they are playing very passive. You're right. But on these anti-eco rounds, they're waiting for
And
any
just
type of
saying,
aggression at all.
Premier
'Cause they
में
know
मैंने
at
आज
some point,
heavy
right,
carry किया.
NRG wants to make something happen.
WhatsApp देखो.
Especially when you have Demon 1 with knives, you know he's going to try to go for some type of play.
Yeah, he's got to
And
make
you don't want to
something happen.
gamble with knives. You know, you don't want to sit there on site AFK, even though it might be the right play.
Pit used from Marv right off the bat. The trip is there too. Catching on to the first. The spam connects QCK down. But with that goes the pit as Les responds. Gonna invest the KO as
अन्ना
well.
heavy
I
scenes.
feel like he just had that.
So much
देखता
value
हूँ
out of
अन्ना.
this. And they're still taking their time. They're walking in, Doug.
Patient with it. Crash. He's just around the corner, spotting the first, but Les
भाई
delivers
लेस
once
को
more.
क्या हो गया bro?
It's only been 8 rounds, and I'm tired of saying his name. He's just been so consistent. Where is the response? Currently, Demon 1 finding some value at the op. It's not going to matter as much with a pit in his face. Less than 2 he's left alone. A 1-for-1.
अन्ना community post डालो ना.
Looking for any target that dare challenge, that dare creep forward into the goo. The spam just barely missing. It's a game of chicken. He's going to hold it the whole way.
ओ भाई.
In the face of the pit, NRG
इतना
get their
करने के
third.
बाद.
I like the
इतना करने
idea
के
from
बाद
Loud.
लौड़ा
I
रहा.
like the change of pace. They read into that Viper ult from Marv, and they went for a set play to try to counter him, and they actually took him out.
Yeah, right off the bat.
It was nice. And even on the post plan, I like the idea of using this Viper's Pit to just kind of spam the bomb.
Yeah.
Doesn't go their way, and Demon 1 hit a really nice shot on the Sadok, who honestly, that flash would have hit had it been like a millisecond later.
अन्ना leaks ना
But
ना
that's a
chat
nice split from
में.
Demon 1 onto him on the default
Heavy
box.
है ये, बाप दिख रहा है.
Blades online for QCK. And Cohenzinas is ult to boot. Spike not even
Exhaust दिख के
in tow
गांड
right
पट रही है
now.
मेरी.
As much like we've seen for Loud, it's
सोएगा कब?
It's that slow default.
पता नहीं.
Trashies is taking a ton of space halls. Wow.
Oh, wow. Ethan still didn't see him on that last jump spot. That's who he thought he saw him.
भाई
Gotta be
सब
careful
उछल
here.
रहे.
Demon 1 is playing contain mid with the op.
Wow.
All mar for me.
What a heads up play from QCK there. He understands that a lot of these rounds he's just been dry peeking, taking that fight aggressive early on, right? So now he knows, okay, they're probably going to try to punish me. I have to jump spot this in case there's an op.
Demon 1 Demon का trick है उसके मैं बोला ना.
And the info's gathered, and Demon 1 has not moved from this spot. No rotation being
समझ
made.
में नहीं आता है बे. T-Bone कितने haters के मतलब.
Maybe second guessing himself from the
Loud
last
भी
time he
ले
got
सकता है
spotted
उसको
in
खरीद
A-main,
सकता है.
deciding to stay. Maybe they re-walk in again.
वो level के
It looks
खेलता है
like it's
T-Bone.
going to be a B hit here.
They've cleared all of the trips. Knife has been dropped. The walls are up. QCK pushing forward. Concealed by the pillar for now. But pushed to post. Great dart.
Continues
Continues to hold W. The kid's just not missing.
30 seconds left.
I mean, at this point, the money's
भाई
not great.
PC
It
check
feels
करो
like you
बे
call for
कोई
a save.
इसका.
He's on something right now, man. He's trying to prove a point right now.
What's the message that he's trying to send?
He's the
भाई
best
कोई PC
player in
check
the world, is
करो
what he's trying to
भाई.
say. And he's showing
भाई
it right
6
now.
round
Hard to make
जीता
an
उसके
argument
वजह
against
से.
that, given the performance he's had so far. At least certainly
और
worth
अभी
the
वापस ही को
conversation.
जाएगा तो बेसिकली 7 राउंड जीतेगा.
You said it best. He's
7
on.
का
Yeah, he
7
really is.
राउंड लेस
I
की
mean,
वजह से
even
जीतने
in
वाले.
that previous round
मेरा
where
हो
that
गया
Viper's Pit
भाई.
went out, and he got the trade on the Viper, then he
अन्ना
instantly trades
अपना
Crash's
नया
back
टीम
sight. It
बनाओ
was like
2
so
लेस ले
fast.
लो.
Yep.
खत्म
And
है
he's winning
गेम.
clutches. This guy's
टीम में अगर 2 लेस आ गए खत्म है.
Loud,
Full
but
dominant.
super,
चैंपियंस की ट्रॉफी लेके जाएंगे
super
सीधा.
confident on this map so far on their attack.
7 राउंड पहला लेस निकालेगा, बाकी 7
They didn't
राउंड
even have
दूसरा
to use
लेस.
Soval into that round. So
अब
they still
बोलना
have
मत
it
14
and
राउंड कैसे
knives
उठ
going
गया
into
तो
this
उसके
next
बाद
round.
जीता है.
I think this matchup too gives us a really interesting opportunity.
I'm so sorry.
No,
He's
go on.
18-5.
That's pretty good.
सेंटिनल हो गया सेंटिनल.
I mean, how many 30 bombs are
पिछले
we gonna
संडे
see
से मैं
today?
6:30 उठ
Hey, we're
उठ के
certainly
गेम देख
pushing
रहा
the
हूँ.
limit here.
Life goes there.
That's an
उठ
outrageous
के अन्ना.
performance.
Love you.
And it's just round 10.
And kind of a light
कोई तो
investment
कल
into this
दोपहर
round,
से
light armor
बैठा है.
across the board.
12
So
बजे
trying
से.
to build some type of economy is NRG.
They've got to build something.
Demon 1
And that's
बोलते
the
हैं.
first brick that's been laid. Sadok falls. The Stinger's not going to find any value there. And Cohentin finally on the
क्या
board.
HP है भाई.
Getting his first
HP
2
नहीं
kills of
दिख
the
रही
map.
उसकी.
And doing so in a big way.
भाई लाउड जीता
They
बे.
just didn't expect the trades. They don't expect the mid door either. They're just getting
भाई
caught
लाउड
off guard
जीता बे.
in every angle.
And remember, this was a bit of a labored force here, right? There was a Stinger, there was light armor, trying to build up around the op in the hands of Demon 1.
Spike planted.
I mean, jeez. It's kind of disrespectful in a way. Like, for
Aim
Kawazin
तो है
to
इनके पास.
just walk straight back into the op line after his teammate gets taken out.
कहाँ चले गए
And then
बिना
he gets
शॉट
2
दिए.
on top of it. Like, you just don't, you're not ready for those peaks sometimes. But in a match like this,
नहीं,
you have to be
2-0
dialed in. You have
energy
to be
बोलो
aware
आप.
of every possibility.
अमेरिकास में थोड़ा
Especially if you
जिंक्स
want
हो
to be
रहा
the
है
best.
शायद. कोई है मेरे फ्रेंड्स में अमेरिकास में.
This situation gives us a unique opportunity to have
Shout out.
a conversation around
Nothing's working for
value in
energy.
playing in internationals versus being at home and prepping and watching film, right? And obviously, if you've been keeping up with
Energy is
Valorant
getting
season
less.
so far, Loud just recently returned from a trip to Madrid.
Remember
where they
love
came
from
in fourth.
Seattle.
Yeah.
I have a
You can have
genuine question
conversation
to
around
ask you
whether or not
that.
was good
Why
enough or bad
don't
enough, whatever. But the truth
players
is,
in
energy was
SA
home.
regions
Right?
don't
Wow,
respect
Loud was
other
getting live
regions.
reps against the best
Does
teams
you
in the
think we
world.
really
It really
need
seems
on
like
games?
they've benefited greatly from having that experience.
Bro, भाई, there are
I mean,
lot
when
of
you're
ifs and buts,
making
bro.
these international events, you're scrimming the best teams.
क्यों हो
right?
रहा है,
Because you
क्या
have to
हो
scrim
रहा है,
somebody, and
कब
they only have each
सीखेंगे?
other. So
Only time will
yeah,
tell.
NRG had a lot of time to maybe
We
scrim
can
against
add
other
what?
teams that
Dali
didn't
na de,
qualify,
mod
et
okay.
cetera, et cetera. But the level of play isn't as high as that big moment because you're
अन्ना
trying to win a
photo डालो
trophy
ना
when you're
Insta
over there
पे.
international. And also, match rust is very real.
Take it.
Wise Wisdom says feed the hot hand, and Les, who's at 18 kills, has an op. Attack side op is Cypher.
Abhi pada.
And well, if they broke, why not, right? No, they try to swing ahead of the drone, and there it is. The fight continues to ensue. Demon 1 with 3. The Sheriff lights up the kill feed as he finally gets away. Not able to convert on much else. Crashies has managed to upgrade a weapon. Another not going to connect, and Marv gets another. Les once again in a position to make a play, but this time the antics are stuck.
ऐसा round जीता अभी लेता morning time done. बहुत sexy है
We gotta see a replay.
Congratulations by the way, guys. अन्ना को hearts दो.
Was so disgusting. Yeah. I have to see this over.
अन्ना को उड़ा बहुत दो सब.
We had a chance to look at it again. There's the first on the QCK.
क्यों? ये आपको तुमसे पता चले.
Into his crosshair, and Sadak just teed up.
But congrats बोलो.
Oh my gosh.
Marv also hit a big shot in there.
Yeah, he did.
भाई जीता तो ऐसा round जीता बे. मेरे हिसाब से energy जीतेगा.
Going crazy right now.
For good reason.
I think Demon 1 का हाथ गर्म हो चुका है, and energy is gonna win it now.
Oh, he sees his arm. So far back, Sadak falls the blades, punishing the IGL, and Victor joining in on the fun.
Get out of my way.
It's over, bro.
That was great support from Victor there.
I think it's
understanding that
comeback.
last time they were in this scenario.
Leaks are nothing.
I think it was 2Es peeked from window and killed them both for free. So just to be dialed in on that angle and just let Demon 1 just reign supreme on that line is beautiful.
Short, bro.
This one's been a bit methodical, but they're finding the value in the kills they want. Really anywhere across the map. Now it's on QCK to see if he can do a bit of the same. This would be something. If he can pull it off, he's gone deep behind enemy lines. They've got to know where he is.
Yeah, he's making footsteps everywhere right now. Easy for Marv.
And it all falls on Galzine in a 1v4 to close out the half.
And he got spotted. Oh, what a flash, but
turns it. Blind
lands shots onto Ethan.
It ended up flashing Ethan actually as well. But it was a very cool lineup flash. I mean, I'm sure we're going to see that in our ranked games in the future.
यही जगह पे मार रहे बे.
Molly trying to find a timing with the window was shut.
एक letter leak B.
He gets 3 on the round. Energy gets a 5, and honestly, it's a closer score than what I expected, given what we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, Les kind of just dominated the entire first half, like first part of the first half. But I'm glad that Energy started clapping back and actually fighting back. And
is not a bad half.
For a second, they were just getting out-aimed.
I mean, 18 kills for the youngster.
Also, Bunch by CCs are very different. And then people have curry and we have T-bone.
That was so unfortunate.
It truly was. Loud, looking credible, and Energy still have a little bit to do.
सारे teams auction करेंगे T-bone buy के लिए.
What it's been like to join the Energy roster up until this point.
सारे teams, जितने भी orgs है world में.
So my career, like every team
सारे
you
auction करेंगे T-bone के लिए.
Basically, just starting from scratch, no matter how good everyone is. So it is just all about time.
BM Blue.
And we definitely didn't have a lot of time. So that's kind of just how it went. And, you know, now we have a lot of time to improve. And so, you know, over all of Madrid, we've been practicing. I think we started literally the day after we lost in kickoff. So we've been practicing the whole time. We know there's a lot to do. And you know,
सोया था तब भी लाइव है, उठा तब भी लाइव है, हैवी दिवा डेजा वू हो रहा है मेरे को.
Again, Dre, the age-old conversation around getting those experience, getting that
rep
on the international stage, for being at home and working, things like that. And I think, again, I'm surprised that the score is as close as it is, because it felt like for the majority of that first half, Loud were pulling away.
It makes you think, you know, had that 3v1 not happened, or had that other 1v1 not happened, this could be an even game, or even NRG being in the lead. So they're playing good right now. But you know what I didn't see that we saw a lot of
मुझे लगा B से Binks
setting up one of those flashes. You can't really set up pop flashes the same way on Yoru as you can with the KO. It's just not possible, you know, because like with the KO flash, you can pop in the air, do anything. But with the Yoru flash, you have to bounce it. So it's not as strong here, but maybe on this attack, we're gonna see the Yoru actually reign supreme because of the fact that he can TP past the cypher shifts, because he can use the clone to bait him out and etc. So
फिर भी 7-5 है कोई बताएगा कैसे
energy on this attack.
Well, and I think we will too as we think about
मामा भाई आज सब मिलके कुछ करेंगे
excuse me and how they kind of set him up. It's like tried and true Jet dashing into the cloudburst.
सुबह
Flash popping just on the other side.
भाई आज आपके पीछे कोई नहीं है कोई नहीं
I think about the second round on
आज $10 दिया 5 से increment.
They're trying some
Love
of those
you,
things, and I imagine it'll be much more prevalent here in the second half. Energy on the attack now.
अन्ना ये already post है विल्टी का दामाद है चिता अपना.
Ethan will be able to support his star.
I really like this orb, Doug.
Why?
This orb is so sick because it not only lets you lurk up mid and not get shot from any AWP mid door or any rifler that's holding it, but you can walk all the way in.
अन्ना आपके लिए क्वेश्चन है जितना मैं आपकी रेस्पेक्ट करता हूँ क्या विल्टी का कोई सीसी करता है?
It basically just denies a lot of info from the defensive side.
बोल देना.
It also still leaves the wall as an option. You know, sometimes you see Vipers use that wall to cover that exact same area.
Yeah, on the mid to A splits, you're 100% correct.
So they still have that tool at their disposal, and you imagine
specifically मैं T-Bone के बारे में भी जानना चाहता हूँ.
The setup is there for an A hit. I think also worth noting, Cypher utility that's normally set up on B is currently posted up on A.
And it's very far back. Like, usually you see chips maybe a little bit more in front of the default box trying to kill the bomb planners and whatnot, but this one is anywhere that's trying to push a little too far.
And maybe go through the spike wall.
Especially on a pistol. Oh, shocks. He was decayed. Ethan had no shot.
Oh, but he didn't even get to play the game.
No.
I don't
even think they're aware of it.
They managed to get the spike down, and Demon 1 has managed to get behind enemy lines. Assassination style on the first. Kalazin was there to try to fight back, but falls in the same way.
ये round हार गया. ये round जीत नहीं सकता
Loud.
सब जगह से आए हुए वो
लोग. Outnumbered and outgunned. 3 now for NRG as Sadak and Tui's only 2 that remain. Crashes with 2 with the darts, leaving Tui's by himself.
बाप by energy मैं बोला energy जीतेगा.
There's a lot of layers into that pistol round that we just witnessed. You saw already the mid.
भाई आते जा रहे हैं भाई 3 kills तो शॉटगट से.
Later in the half, or maybe even trying to catch out aggression from Loud top mid.
बात तो है जतिन भाई बात.
Even when flanking halls, Marved reflanking mid door. All these different layers
जो कदम पूरी जॉर्ड गैंग
for this retake to come
वीडियो शूट करवाए थे याद है
from Loud.
Hey, take a look at that first shotgun kill from Crashies, and then the second. Never mind, we got teased. Back into the action, NRG with the gun advantage once more. Very reminiscent of what we saw in the first half.
And not opting to use that
order
mid
placed
this
मतलब
time.
अच्छी बात है
Just going for the straight up mid door orb. They don't want these guns that have close range angles. There's no point of putting that orb up and around like this.
कैसा यूज करते हैं Apple वो भी नहीं बता. बैक किससे करते रे बाबा.
You can tell perhaps paranoia or concern of a death ball that could be waiting on the other side. They're sending 3 up mid with the drone to pave the way. The dart invested as well.
Face edit क्यों मांग रही है भी?
No one's been peeking them.
Love you मेरे जान के love you Rohit bhai.
I'm telling him, yo, D1, keep going. Keep going. I got your back, bro.
He's gonna see that knife soar
Expect
across
delivery
the sky.
before 11 o'clock. मैं जगह हूँ. 11 बजे क्या? 12 बजे delivery तो मैं जगह हूँ bench.
Yeah, they're really. I mean, this has been a war of information, really in both halves. But so far, this bout is going in favor of NRG as it
भाई
should.
क्या comeback मारा बे.
Sadhak picks somebody off here. Oh, he actually goes down the tube.
There was the pick off onto Ethan.
Jumped down. You rarely see that, I feel like.
This is the 3v3 here. Yeah, they still have pistols, but they're making this costly.
Demon 1 is so pushed up in the spawn.
Once again, the late flank, this time courtesy of Victor's. QCK is waiting on the other side, unawares of the damage beneath them. Victor gets 2. The Bulldog cleans him up. Now Les is left alone. Nothing but a classic in hand. The spike's been ticking for a little while. It's an inevitability. We're tied at 7.
Good damage from
Loud. जो भी लोग नए like कर दो stream.
Yeah. And they went into that like 3v3 retake.
I don't know. You make so much fun of
it. They weren't actually trying to go for that whatsoever. They wanted to do as much damage as they possibly could.
मैं fun की तरह मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ और खड़े हैं उसको खरीदने के लिए खरीद के ले रहे हैं haters पता नहीं.
That was the player. He just pushes all the way home and just jumps down. What an animal.
आज बड़वे पे एक बाई देने बोला तो बाई नहीं दे पाया वो.
Considered mission accomplished. If damage was the intent.
Then best entertainer है यारो.
And there's an AWP online right now from QCK.
Goat entertainer.
No armor to protect it. Knife tagging what, 3, 4 potentially early on?
हम लोग आफ्टरनून को उसका स्ट्रीम देखते रहते भले वर्टिकल हो उसको देख.
It's very interesting that NRG decided to not fully
बारिश हो रही है यहाँ पे.
and just go for kind of like a
paid
light
supporter.
buy. Like they're really focused on setting up their economy and trying to get as many gun rounds as possible.
And thank you so much for the $10.
When you have a gun in the hands of Demon One, like anything is possible, right?
Right. I mean, they've managed to get past a lot of Lex's utility here.
Houseparty
And
में
they
मजे
still
तो
have
आते
the
हैं.
sight.
Really good.
मैचेस देखने में मजा आता है. रिटेक्स देखने में मजा
The thing is,
आता
how do they dance
Info
around
fight
this?
देखने में
There's
मजा आता
Op in the hands of QCK.
है.
You
Aim
mentioned at
देखने
the
में तो
beginning of
मजा
the
ही
round.
आता है.
The dash at the ready, not used.
भाई Demon 1 लेकिन
Let's got tagged up to
गरम हो
18
चुका है.
The only thing here is Kalanzine still has his dart. Now finally invested. It lights up backside, and Sadak and QCK pounce on it. The information revealing.
Look at the mini-map, Doug. The Viper mollies are coming out from Marv. This is going to be impossible.
QCK and Tui's left alone, trying to figure out
how
things have gone so sideways. Tui's there to deal with things on his own, but time is just too short.
Well,
And they made it
energy
work.
is winning it,
Energy
guys.
makes it work with a, I mean, not so light of a buy, but I mean, Marv had a
Afternoon,
ghost
you mean
the
loot
entire
simulator?
time, and he was just playing the mollies, and they get the kill on Tui's. And everyone on the side of NRG
क्या
so
करे यार वो?
close
एक
in
ही
terms of their
दोस्त है ना.
scoreline.
Oh, and I think as we take a look at that round
ये
again,
भी गया तो
there were a
मेरे को
couple things
solo
key here.
खेलना
Yes,
पड़ेगा.
they managed to get out onto B. They did so without having to deal with any of the annoying Cypher utility. There's the molly that you were referring to. But they did so with Guardians that they invested in the previous round. So it was a hefty investment on the front end, but it pays off in dividends.
दो लूटो
And I
revive
like this from
मांगो.
Demon One. The outlaw and the anti-eco. I'm a huge fan of this.
And you just set up your money so...
Oh!
Yeah,
Buddy!
That's enough. All it takes is
Buddy!
you to just spit on him if you need to, and he's gonna go down.
A warning shot.
Look at the ults too, building up from NRG. You already have Yoru ult. You already have Sova ult.
And that is
If you want to invest
Okay, ठीक है.
that Cypher ult after you get a pick, you can as well. And this drone's gonna fish out QCK for sure. But wait,
Oh no! He doesn't know. Finally drops out of the drone. I was worried here that Crashes was
मैं
going
आप
to
भी
get caught.
करते हो
Marv was
afternoon में.
supposed to be the line of defense there. But a big kill from the Jet.
wow.
Less, again.
That's such a hard 1v1 to win if you're less with a deagle.
It's just a pixel.
Sheriff.
That's all it takes.
भाई
NRG
चार
went to
बंदे.
tatters. It's just Sheriffs. There was no investment around this. And it's a
भाई
thrifty round for
सारे
Lopez
लोगों
again.
ने headshot मारा है.
NRG tried their best for that
सारे
to happen.
लोगों
You
ने
saw it. They tried to
headshot
drone
मारा
mid,
है.
but QCK found his timing. Swinging before the drone can see him, catching off guard, catching them off guard.
क्या
And then still
बकचोदी
being so
चलती है
confident, he
बे.
just sat there in the open. Oh, that's a crazy shot on Marv.
It's filthy. And again, it was Marv who was supposed to be the protection for Crashies. What a shot.
Demon 1 ज़्यादा overrated है. उसने जो 3 one tap मारे ना घर जाएगा.
We looked at it, now we're back into the action. Because of how they handled their money, NRG have enough to buy with Demon 1 with blades.
Free sight.
And this time with the Yoru ult. A bunch of info gathered, a bunch
भाई
of space
बहुत
taken.
जल्दी plant हुआ है.
And Kalanzine decapitated.
कहाँ पे मारा भाई?
A little bit of high ground found, but no
उधर
target
मारा है.
to speak of.
कैसे मारा है?
Here we go again. Nice post plant. Victor's gonna get such a good timing here.
And he lands the shots.
And the ult.
Where do they go from here? You start to see some of the flashes come through. Crashies.
Right here.
Trying to see if he can gain a tag.
क्यों सोने है
This
इस मारा
way to
भाई
keep the
विक्ट्री में
defuse
जब
at
tap
bay.
भी
It's
नहीं
done.
किया.
Yeah, it's over. They're calling it quits. Cutting their losses, tuck and tail, and getting out.
And that's a smart call from Loud because
I think so too.
I mean, so many ults were
क्यों
invested
ult
into
मारा?
that round from NRG, and you were down
एक ही
4v5.
दोस्त
It
ने
just
सिर्फ उसके
makes it
लिए
nearly
okay ठीक है.
impossible,
भाई
especially
तुम
with
भाई
Victor
हो
getting that
यार.
kill.
तुम
Ideally,
दोस्त
keeping
नहीं
weapons
भाई हो
here.
यार.
It's actually Victor who falls.
Saving
You are
the
a
opposition
brother.
is huge.
Yeah.
इतनी बार
They
मैंने बोला
managed to
मामा
do
भाई
so.
क्या कर रहे हो?
Carry it out into the next as Loud calls a timeout.
An economy is looking good from both teams right now. So
अगर ये
it
मैच
should be
3 तक
another
गया
full
ना मैं
buy
गया.
from both sides. And
Bhai,
the
light
success we've
gaya.
seen so far from NRG on this attacking half has been get the bomb down and play post plan. I mean, it's a simple concept, but it's so hard to pull off sometimes. And if you do it right, it can be
Anna
like
is
the most
elder
impressive thing to
brother.
play against.
You are my younger brother. इसलिए friend में एक ही friend है.
They're doing a really good job of identifying
टिबन भाई ने फिर
where Loud
नहीं.
is playing retake in this half.
बेटा है वो मेरा. बेटा.
So I was praising the IG yelling from Sadak, but actually Ethan
दोस्त
having a really
जैसा
good read
बेटा.
on how Loud is playing right now.
Well, I think that's another thing. We talked a little bit about this during kickoff, and now an opportunity to revisit it. Ethan in the primary IGL role.
क्या शॉट था
There were
विसी.
conversations around
खतरनाक
would he
मारते
be
हैं
able
बेटी
to
मतलब.
learn in time? Would he be able to adapt in time?
दो
How
आंटी
did those
थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो
dynamics
गया
play
लेकिन.
out? Given that, yes, he was on a world championship winning roster, but it was Busio who was at the helm. Now the calling responsibilities and duties resting on the shoulder of
Perez
Ethan.
का
And
match है ना,
yes,
yep.
you've got Crashies and Victor who are so vocal when it comes to mid-rounding and
21 kill
contributing
मारा
to the
लेस
calling
ने.
situation.
21.
There's plenty of
घर
help
जाएगा भाई.
for Ethan, but I love that you're highlighting the calling of him because you're right. It's been very good.
क्या
And it's
ना
not
वो
easy
गेम में ओमेन
to
मारा
call
था
on a
30
character
किल
like
पहले.
Yoru. I mean, I just gotta
परेशान
say,
तो गया था, हार
it's
गया,
so
वो बात
tough
अलग है.
because you want to be taking a lot of engagements first.
सब
You want to be doing
ऐसे
pop
agents
flash
क्यों मार
plays.
रहे हैं?
You
Dudes
want to do
किधर है?
TP plays too, but like at the same time, you're
Six
trying to mid
London.
round for your team and like
Real
tell them
age
where to
Binks,
go. It can be
23.
very hard.
Oh, that was an early fight. Right into
किल
elbow.
मारता है baby.
And QCK wins it out with the op. And now
पहले
NRG
जब
left
QC का आया था कितनी
with a couple
गालियाँ
of
खाई थी
decisions to
उसने.
make.
आसपास ये.
Still have plenty of money. But they turn their
क्या
attention
कुछ नहीं हुआ
towards
था
A.
उसको.
Victor has gotten deep into halls already. A tap of the door, and you imagine the fight will ensue here in just a moment. There it is. Tui's falls
और वो
with the help
office
of
से
the
आ
dart
रहा
from
है. Any comment?
Crashies. Sadak again doing it on his own. There, Marv was there to trade. I mean, KO just provides you so many
Any other
individual
G
playmaking
winning
opportunities.
any of the remaining
But a
matches?
3v3 now.
Against
It's
DRX
online
नहीं.
for QCK as he goes up high, tries to find anything. He
बाकी
finds Demon 1. I thought it was going to be more who falls as QCK continues to push forward. 3 on the
क्या
round with the
reaction
blades, and
time.
Victor left alone. Not going to find anything.
क्या reaction
As Loud
time
tie
है
us up
भाई.
again.
क्या reaction time है.
And it might seem like, why is Sadak doing that? Why not wait for the retake and have a 4v4? But just evening it out there, he has so
कौन
much
बड़ा
confidence
बेटा
that
है
his team won the
Strips और
3v3.
टिबन?
That's why
टिबन
he
बड़ा
goes
बेटा
for
है.
plays like that. And he does it
Strips
like
छोटा
quite
बेटा.
often, not only on maps like this, he does it on Vine, he does it on Ascent, where he's making plays like this. He's an animal. And then QCK, beautiful updraft.
क्या मारते भाई.
I think also the tracking through the wall onto Demon 1 because Marv was the one who was exposed
अभी ये
when that kill went down.
crucial round है. ये
Very
round
impressive.
तो ulti commit करो.
Those little
के
things that
ulti
often
खत्म-
kind of get lost in
commit करो,
conversations
खत्म
of
कर
Jeff.
दो. 11-9
And he's
कर
starting
दो.
to wake up now.
Heavy
On that
lead है
attacking
defense
half, you know,
पे.
he started off like 0-4 or
मजा
something.
आएगा.
So bringing it back. It's the op found out.
What about Butterao
And he's been
+1 free
repositioning
में
a
आता.
lot with this op. I like when oppers are mobile like this. It can be so hard to tell where he is. Did he go B? Is he in mid now?
He's at A.
Did he see him?
Ethan might find out. Suspicions confirmed.
And he moves again. Now he's going to take the mid angle.
Meanwhile, Demon 1 is trying to get the best of Sadak and does.
This would be huge.
You're right, he's everywhere.
No trip online now. That opens up a flank opportunity.
भाई sound
If
तो
this
आया
bomb
लोग
goes
को.
down on A.
That might be what they're trying to do.
I think that drone saw both. In mid.
Okay, perched
This
up.
is a dangerous game.
And Marv knows. Look at him crouch
What a
in the
flash!
and the swing.
बाप रे.
And they read that like a book.
That was so
लेकिन वो
sick.
sound आया ना, Jet को sound
I
आया.
had questions of if they had the pop flashes. Ethan has them.
Yep.
Especially on the A site.
A beautiful setup. Work still to be done. Slough trying to figure out where they go.
Oh shit.
Demon 1 caught, knife out. Marv snapping onto 2. 3 on the round. The 4.
भाई क्या
As NRG
aim है
gets
ये
to
लोग
10.
का
Oh
भाई.
my gosh. I mean, you can tell he's been putting in the hours.
Yeah, he looks so
क्या
good.
He's
aim
looking
है
crispy.
भाई ये लोग का.
Headshot after headshot right there.
क्या aim है
Look at this
भाई.
flash.
How does that angle even? I mean,
the fact that he knows that it's gonna hit that exact angle where QCK is that's
भाई वो wall
that's
टेढ़ा है
beautiful.
that's
करके
the
उसने
mark of
blind
someone
दिया
who
वहाँ
has
से.
played a lot of Yoru.
That's a chef's kiss.
Yeah.
For real.
That's someone who's put in the time. Energy hanging on to a 1-round lead here. Op still in the hands of the defense. QCK, you mentioned, he's been heating up. He's been very effective. Currently posted up in an aggressive
best
line.
strat, guys. Yoru se main yahi karta hu, the best strat.
Waiting for him to peek into this though.
Well, they're not being quiet about how they're doing this, suggesting that there are multiple people going down halls. I love what they've just done between the clone and Ethan going. It sounds like they're Clydesdales running down halls.
NRC won this game, guys.
It was all just a fake.
They have
so you
puppet my
manipulate
strat.
the rotations towards A. Now you have a little bit of room
Viper
to
smoke
work
Yoru
B.
solo.
And that's what you can do with this Yoru, the
same
mind
strat
games.
जो मैं करता हूँ.
And they need to go now, Doug.
Yeah,
or they're going to miss their timing because you're
right.
right. This is taking too long.
This window will shut.
Les is already back.
And the benefit is the Cypher utility should give you a little bit of room to work with.
What a molly.
Yeah, still traded 1-for-1 though. Les with so much to do, tagging onto the first. He's swinging out from behind the wall. Crashy's lit up. Crashy's dead. Les continues to fight and continues to find value. And that timing window shut just when the moment was right.
This was not my strat, guys.
That's one of the things about Yoru that is...
This was not my strat.
It's that when you go for a fake play like that, you almost have
Not
to commit
me,
right
guys.
away. Yeah. Or you just need to play the rest of the round slow, because if you wait, if you have any type of hesitation on when you're running to the other side of the map, you see what happens, right? Les is able to come back into sight, and you don't want a player like Les who, honestly, he's been kind of quiet since he had those 18 kills, but you don't want him to start getting heated up again.
Wow. You saw him backside, holding everything down. Sonic's also, you know, we didn't talk about that, but massive.
Yeah, it was good.
It was massive.
Sadhak looking surprised. I love watching him play because he just looks so happy all the time.
He's emotive. Yeah, he's very emotive.
He's just truly has a love for the game that I don't think a lot of players have.
His stark contrast to the other side as Chet calls a timeout, often known for the stoic expression.
Master लोग ने तुम्हें gold बोला, just saying chat.
In highs and in lows, consistent.
Yeah, honestly, all
Now
of
I can say you're
from
the
what I've seen
official
so far,
Jinx.
even when they've
अरे मैं
lost like
नहीं
that
हूँ
1v3 or whatever, they've been so calm, like no reactions.
Yep.
I mean, you saw Marv get that nice 4K, and those are nice shots. Like that feels good when you're in a
बस
game
मैं
like
क्या
that. You
सीन
get a
है?
nice 4K
क्या
like
सीन
that, and you're just cold.
3 मैप जाएगा मेरे गांड
That's nice,
लगी.
man. Tied at 10 apiece. We'll see what things look like on the other side this time out for NRG.
ठीक है.
Another light buy here.
I mean, they don't really have a choice, do they?
Give Demon, give him
Single
a gun.
controller on Breeze.
Please. I was like, surely we're not gonna let him just sit around with a deal.
Viper only सारे teams.
Which, by the way, he's amazing with. But
double controller खेलना तो और slow
They
खेलते हैं.
managed to
लेकिन
buy
ये एक ही
around it
मैप
a
में
little
जिसमें
bit.
single
Stinger.
controller sensible.
And if you're loud, you're like, you know, how many rounds have NRG had guns?
Sorry, very quickly. It's not QCK with the op this time. It's Khanzine. QCK falls. I believe you heard a shot rattle off too, and if there wasn't one before, there is one now, so they understand what's waiting for him on the other side. And off of that, NRG feeling of the pressure, feeling of the damage, make a quick turn over to B.
Instant reaction.
But can they find the timing, or will Tui's keep him at bay on his own? Not able to land the shots, not able to settle the crosshair. And it falls to threes. Loud, quick to rotate, now arriving at the scene. Now they're going to have to deal with the pit.
Cypher all does come out, though.
Got a couple of options here on how they decide to play this, but there's no late flank. There's nothing like that. Crash is quietly creeping his way forward.
Nice cover.
And he's gone undetected, but he's on his own. Les on the other side. He's been so good. Crashies with an opportunity to play spoiler, and he does. NRG taking the lead back.
NRG जीतेगा.
Wow.
Demon
And I
Gun
was
का
gonna
क्या हो
say
गया?
that retake. They knew where Crashies
मार
was
रहा
the
है वो,
whole
लेकिन
time. I was gonna
वैसा
say he
वाला
needed
नहीं
to
मार
do some
रहा है. उसके
crazy
team में सारे
heroics
star
to
players
win
ही
that
हैं.
round, but the fact that he just sat there, stayed alive, understanding that Marv has his back, it was honestly really well played from him. And I'm pretty sure Victor saw like a pixel of QCK on his cam there.
भाई दो कैसे मर गए?
I mean that collide. This was almost the end.
ओहो.
Last player standing.
Had Crashy shown up a second earlier. Yeah. Perhaps doesn't go his way, but another timeout called, the last one for either side.
कोलकाता में ओपा वेदर हो रखा है पता ही नहीं चल रहा मेरे को अभी heavy गर्मी हो रही है
an incredible match so
heavy
far. This is just map 1 too, man.
Yeah, I mean Marv is back in
इसी
full
बंदे पे
effect. Demon 1's doing Demon 1 things.
पार्टी बदल लिया मैं तो बोला था एनर्जी जीतेगा
I mean, energy looked good and Loud looked great as well.
I think we're getting what's expected
भाई
out of
लेकिन
West,
आज
right?
के
He's gonna
मैचेस
continue
क्या
to pop off.
है
He's gonna
बे
continue to do things that you wouldn't
पहला
necessarily
मैच भी
expect.
खतरनाक
Somehow
था
surpassing
C9 वाला
expectations, and I think
लाउड
GCK
भी
also
मैच
continues to
खतरनाक
grow
हो रहा
into
है
this role. That's
टाइम भी थोड़ा
that's been
खतरनाक रख
kind of
देते
put before him, and yeah, you know there are conversations around you don't replace us,
ये रात
replace
को
us,
2:30
and to a large degree that's true, but you do need some firepower out
दिल्ली
of
में भी हेवी
GCK.
गर्मी
So
है
far he's
हाँ समर
delivered.
चालू हो गया
Yeah, he's been playing pretty exceptional in this map so far. Another A side default from NRG.
डिमोन प्लेइंग इज रोल
They're
हाँ
gonna
अच्छा
dart
खेला
top mid here. Get
मतलब
any
सब
info.
किल्स के ऊपर नहीं रहते रे वो जिस हिसाब से घुस रहा है
If
उस
there's a
तरह स्पेस
lockdown
कर
or
रहा है सब
anything
कुछ
like
कर
that,
रहा है
and
सब
that dart
परफेक्ट कर रहा है
not being broken gives them
अभी
so
तक ऐसा
much
नहीं
info.
मरा हो कि कोई ट्रेड नहीं ले
But what
पाया
do they do with
फिर किसको फाइट करने का मौका नहीं मिला
Just gonna farm.
तो उसका फंडामेंटल्स बेटर हो
Sova ult. I think that's wise. Maybe you're gonna see Crashies plant the bomb as well and just play a post plant scenario once more.
Assuming he can get out. It's always such a barrage of bullets as soon as there's any tap.
And they're so confident that this was a retake setup. They just committed on that TP. And he gets punished for it. But the trades!
कौन तोड़ो
He should have
बाबा
ult online now.
कैसे
Crashy's committing to the plan. That Molly just a little wide. Spike has been playing it. Sonic and Les left alone.
Still so hard to win.
A rare miss.
That's
Again,
the opening though.
buzzing his ear. The dash across.
What a great reposition.
Marv still has a spit, and he's on a late reflank through mid. As the wall goes up. Uh-oh. The setup was there, and Sonic gets both.
Oh my gosh.
It's all under Marv now. A 1v1!
भाई मार बचा लिया वापस मैच पॉइंट वाला राउंड बचा लिया
And I think worth mentioning, how many times did we have conversations at the beginning of the map? Everything was going in favor of Loud. Those
भाई
big
मार
moments turning in
वर्सेस
favor of
लेस
NRG
वाला है भाई
in the closing
who
moments of this
clutches
map.
better
And boy, it was still off
who
heroics from Loud.
clutches better
Sonic
वाला
with
गेम
two
है
enormous kills.
This was the pistol round strat, by the way. I want to point that out. The Halls lurk, the reflank around in mid to secure the dub.
No time to think things over. No timeouts to use. Back into the action. NRG on map point. And Outlaw and now
भाई
Blades.
क्रैशेस के पास अल्ट है
Demon 1.
And if Demon 1 finds QCK, Sadhak, or less, it's an insta one shot in the body.
आज PRX जीतेगा सच बोलना
Abusing
डोंट
the power of the outlaw.
बेस्ट फ्रेंड हां PRX जीतेगा भी
And yeah, the
जीतने आ
guy
गया
ecoed last time.
आज
He ran it,
PRX
but
100% जीता
I don't think that's going to happen again here, Doug. This is
100%
this is going to be very hard for Loud.
feel
This map
old
potentially
PRX
ends
इस
on
बार
B.
एलेक्स भड़केगा भी
Has
नहीं
an
मेरे साथ
eagle. It's like again, it's like why not give
एलेक्स
him
भी
the
लाइक
rifle?
माय
He's been popping off the
चिंग
whole
बेबीज
game.
बैक जो करना है करो
He's got Sada close by. 1 point away
बेस
from
में
his
जाके
ult.
मारना जाओ
And we know how devastating
Good
of an
dagger.
ult that can be. That knife tags a couple. It didn't tag everyone though. And now his ult. Demon 1 going up top.
Gosh.
The Hunter's Fury down low and Les finding value once more. But he can't find anything else. The benefit for Loud here is that it's a 3v3 and the 3 that remain are rifles. Kao and Zine, they might not know he's here.
Spike planted.
And he's creeping up on this pillar area.
UCK not far behind.
Oh
Marv
my
playing
God.
behind the wall as
Oh,
Victor's
shit.
left. Knife out. Now Al spotted. A 2v2 now. Two
ओ भाई
is going to have to do it on his own. A 1v2. Do they know where he is? The drone's going to tag him. He has no idea the Marv's waiting on the other side too.
He's going to tag him again.
What a miserable feeling. No good options. Time is of the essence. And there's really nothing he can do. 2 is just kind of forced to play this out.
भाई
This
क्या
feels like
खेला
torture.
मार
This feels
ब्रो
cruel. He's gotten it down to
ब्रो
1.
मार क्या खेला
Crashies
ब्रो
with the dart. Crashies with the swing. And it's all a game now. He's going to get the
भाई
kill.
क्या
But the map
खेला
goes in
भाई
favor of NRG.
क्या खेला भाई, क्या मैच था बे.
Just breaking down Loud's defense piece by piece.
क्या मैच था.
It was really nice to watch, and we were questioning it. You know, like
Ringer
how would
भाई
this roster be with a little bit more time? They look great on this map.
Well, I think worth mentioning too, we had so many conversations around Ethan and his pop flash abilities and how he's going to be able to set up his team. And we had plenty of theories, right? We speculated plenty on how that would play out.
मैच.
I've got to
वसूल हो
point
गया यार
out,
जागने
they
का.
did that in ways that neither of us
वसूल हो
expected.
गया.
Right? They did it in their own unique way, and that's
Sexy
been the
खेला.
NRG mantra from day one.
It was really pleasurable to watch this match. Even from just
मेरे
the
हिसाब से
pistol
अभी
round,
2-1 होएगा
Mark
ना?
had such
2-0
a
possible नहीं.
great map.
I think 2-1.
Big props to NRG for like not
अभी
letting this
VLT
game
मारो
slip away from
मत
their
करो
grasp
यार.
because at one
कल
point
का
of
दिन
this
हमारे
map,
में
it looked like Les
फ्रेंड
was
से
just
बात
gonna
करे
absolutely
तो
roll
मम्मी
them.
बोले कि तू
Like at
स्ट्रेस
a
ना
point he
ले,
was just
जो
running
होगा
into
देखा जाएगा,
solo,
लेकिन पापा
taking
थोड़े
out
नाराज
2-3
हैं.
players.
यही चलेगा.
I
जो
believe
भी
he
है
had
बात
18
करो
kills in
फैमिली
half.
से.
Yeah, 18
And I'm
if
really
not mistaken,
sorry.
ends with
मेल
25.
कल
First map
ये
goes in
कमेंट
favor
आपने
of
लिखा था,
NRG.
लेकिन मैं
We've
पढ़
got
नहीं
plenty
पाया.
more to go. We'll see
But
you
it's
guys on the
good
other side.
that you are sharing everything with your family. It was between two clutches, better between Maud and Les. This was nothing but a less marvelous match. ऐसा ट्वीट बनता कुछ बहुत गंदा था. बहुत गंदा था. सोने का प्लान नहीं, मुंह धोने का प्लान है और मोबाइल वापस पिंकी को देने का प्लान है और एसी चालू करने का प्लान है. तो फिलहाल ये प्लान है कि मैं ऐप पढ़ सकूं. आप तो बड़े भाई जैसे हो, जब भी है. और मेरा मोबाइल लाने का भी प्लान है और कचरा साफ करने का भी प्लान है. क्या है ना, कुछ ना कुछ एक्टिविटी करेगा तो नींद नहीं आती, लेकिन अगर सिर्फ बैठा रहेगा ना तब आप. नेक्स्ट टू लाउड विनिंग आई थिंक 2-1 फॉर एनर्जी. 2-0 तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं है भाई. लाउड भी अच्छे ही किया. मेरे सबसे रिमोट है, इसका बटन चालू है, लाइट भी है.
Exposto e o Derek faz a troca e agora o QCK vai buscar o Nature. Tem mais um. Olha ele!
Why not? Surely you don't expect him there. Vanity decapitated. Kate follows suit.
Hey guys, it's Mick standing here with Coach Chet after NRG take map number 1. Earlier on, we heard Ethan talk about the practice period that y'all went through after kickoff. He talked about how before kickoffs, you didn't have as much time to prepare, but you've been busy practicing ever since you were eliminated from kickoffs as Madrid was going on. So from your POV as the coach of this team, especially with everyone knowing how much talent there is in this roster, how close do you think you are to seeing the team's full potential?
I still think we're kind of working on it, but we've been working on expanding agents for certain people, so we're just gonna slowly show it throughout these series, throughout the regular season, and hope we can keep improving on that, because I think that's what's gonna like make us better. Also, shout out Sam.
Shout outs to you, Sam. Thank you very much, Chet, and best of luck on map number 2.
Welcome back, everyone. And NRG manages to pick up a massive win. I tell you, I looked away for a second. Loud were doing pretty good. Looked back, and then we were like basically at a tied game. What a matchup to start things off, Ender.
It was such a fun game, right? Because it starts off, the first half looks like it's going fantastically for Loud, right?
Yeah.
They've got a couple of 1v3 clutches, like coming out of nowhere. It's like, okay, wrap it up. You know, Les is out there with 18 kills in 9 rounds. Like, surely no one can come back from that.
Yeah,
right?
but once you get in the second half, I think you start to see some of those issues crop up. NRG, I think, had a lot better ideas on their attack of how they wanted to use this Jett and Yoru combination. Their dives together between Ethan and Demon 1 were super successful in that half. You see that in the difference of First Blood, First Death. And on top of that, I think we still got to see some of like the classic Ethan setups, right? Even though it's Yoru instead of the KO.
Exactly, the supportive Yoru comes in absolutely clutch. Mark having a just ridiculous round right here, and it's followed up just 2 rounds later with yet another insane clutch, right? Kaunzi gets the collat, but then Crashy's had the walk up. It's a 1v2 for NRG. The round after that is another 1v2.
I will say as well, Ethan in that round where Crashes is lurking up in that was because he TP'd out. That's why he has that space to go there. They all think, oh, there's nothing left on site. And it's in those moments that you find, again, that value from the composition that they're picking.
And in that second half, I think you do have to point out kind of the Jett diff here, right? Like, there were so many questions about QCK, how well he can do in the straight-up primary duelist Jett role. And in the second half, Demon 1, I think, really put a lot more on display on his attack in getting his team early advantages. On that attacking side for NRG, they were constantly playing from man-up situations, courtesy of Demon 1. Loud never had those opportunities. The majority of their rounds, the reason this game was so close was late-round clutches and less dominating.
Less dominating, right? Especially like the first half, lights out, 18 kills, right? But you get a lot more freedom on the Cypher, on that attacking side, right? When you can go on your lurk missions.
I mean,
on
defense, you're in prison.
Defense, you're literally jailed. You're like, if you click E and go out of your camera, you're off the team. So at the end, you're playing against a comp that is built to dominate the Cypher setups, right? So, like, he's in a very, you know, unenviable position. And I think that, of course, you're not going to be able to shine to the same level on defense.
We need a crowd fund. Let him out of Cypher.
Get him out. Help your boy. Help your boy.
7-map Viper player.
Let's go ahead and hear from the coach of Loud to hear what they have to say going into map 2.
Smick standing here with Coach STK after that map number 1. Coach, I heard that you and the players are putting up not only a valiant effort, but doing so despite the fact that you're obviously very jet-lagged. You just came in from Northern Ireland last night and still putting up a wonderful fight. I think it's not surprising because Ethan mentions that he thinks that that's actually Loud's strength in your mental resilience. But tell us, as the coach, how are you keeping the boys focused, especially when you just traveled from so far away?
We entered this game with the mentality that, like, just have fun. I think that will be a tough game. Of course, we wanted to win so much, but we need to understand that it's a process. Maybe we are not playing like in the ideal conditions, but I think that our team is capable to do anything.
2 more maps.
This game was really close. We lost like 2 1-on-2s on the end of the game, so probably on Sunday we are going to be better, and I hope that we win both maps.
Absolutely. Best of luck on map number 2.
Obviously a difficult situation for the Loud guys, but it doesn't, I don't think, take away from what NRG did on Breeze. I mean, it looked like, you know, they were starting to find that rhythm, which is quite scary here. And I'm excited, Ender, to see really what both teams bring to the table as we get ready for map 2.
For sure, right? The Breeze was so many scrappy, you know, rounds that went both ways in the late moments, right? Clutch from individuals. I think Sunset, much smaller map, right? A little bit more about the set pieces that you can actually work into things. This is also a map that Loud are playing their unique, you know, flashes and smoke style.
Yeah, I would kind of caution brushing it off, though, to like a couple lucky rounds in a sense, right? Because I think Loud was in the game in the first place because of a couple really nice clutch rounds from Les and Cow and Zine in the first place. So it's those types of rounds that define games. It's the game plan overall that keeps you away from those being the difference maker.
Especially on Breeze, right? A map where it's oftentimes going to come down to that 1% is the difference, but it always comes back to the game plan of how you're going to be able to close things out. But yeah, I think this is going to be a very different game here compared to Breeze. Loud have shown this a lot. It was pretty much their most played map throughout their run in Madrid, even back here in Americas, and they looked really kind of improved, I think, in Madrid compared to the first times they were showing it. Especially their defensive protocols, the way they're fighting for space. QCK somehow looks way better on Phoenix normally than he does on Jet as well.
They looked much improved. That's also a lot more tape to be able to work at coming here. And I actually want to talk. Chet said something interesting there, where they've been working on expanding,
language.
You know, agent yes, right?
Good morning. Good morning.
That to many people shocked. Demon 1 is playing Jet. Who's playing Jet on Sunset?
Solo Sky last time. Who's doing that? Like,
so my question is, I don't think we're seeing the Jet
screen, so I'm pretty excited. I already got some spoilers.
Too busy talking.
No, wait, but is it like fraudulent the way that Ender set it up earlier?
I mean, it's not going to be the craziest thing of all time, but it is definitely going to be. I mean, speaking about Chet expanding some players, like who comes to mind in my mind? Obviously, Demon 1. You're talking about the Jet here. Other teams are playing. You've seen Neon from Heretics. You've seen Sunyoru from Cloud9. You've seen a lot of Raze, and that's exactly what it is. And the Gecko. It's the Sentinels comp right here. And, I mean, you see Ethan playing the KO as well. Like, you're completely going away from.
I mean, Sentinels won the tournament with this composition for a reason. It is incredible. Your retakes with the KO Gecko flash combinations on attack. You have so much control to cycle around. I also love to get to see that Raze coming out.
I think the KO2 is so great at shutting down, whether it's the default control comp or even, you know, what
I think energy ka comp zyada
there's a lot of stall that they can break through.
I really think, though, that Loud is very experienced playing against this comp. They played against Sentinels, and you already seen it before.
All right, well, there you have it, folks. We'll see what ends up happening in this one. I'm going to go ahead and assume this one's heading to map 3. So let's go ahead and send it to your casters. Hopefully you guys got a tent ready. We got Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, GB. I'm not going to lie to you, Dre. I hope so, too. I certainly hope it goes 3 maps. We've got Demon 1 on Raze for the very first time ever. And, you know, you and I were chatting about it prior to the series starting. You were like, Doug, I've got a feeling. You were right. Demon 1 on Raze.
I mean, I think he's been grinding it for quite a bit of time. And I'm happy that they're finally implementing this, because I had questions when we saw them in the kickoff. I was like, sure, this is a map that is just really good for Raze historically, right? Like, it hasn't been out for long, but Raze is clearly one of the most prominent picks on it. And when I saw the Jet, I was a little worried about it. I was like, this is not the meta, right? It can be countered a lot easier, I think. And I think just Raze in general on this map is more versatile.
We'll see if he's any good at it. You imagine Demon 1, he can work his way through most agents, but again, a treat, as we've never seen him play this agent before.
I have a good idea that he's going to be pretty nice. I think you could put Demon 1 on anything from what we've seen, and he'll be
first time like Demon 1 race,
and maybe a little bit more than that. Astra, Omen, whatever, you know.
Energy on the attack. You see Wingman already going.
Oh, that shock dart damage is big.
That paranoia is certainly going to help though. Demon 1 already getting the first.
But he still has nade.
That was a free one too. His 2s couldn't see a dang thing.
He's going to try to fight backside with nade. They are.
Crashy swinging out. There with 2 big kills, flirting with the 3rd. Ultimately doesn't find it, but Victor's left with 10 HP. They're still playing inside the smoke. Sadak trying to creep his way out, trying to find a kill with the frenzy, and cannot. Les now into 1v2. Cam cleared. Yeah, and he hasn't gotten that far. Victor's just playing with him. Playing with his food. There's the swing out.
By shot mara Victor ne. Usne bhi baap mara lekin na.
Of the series, they've won every pistol so far, if I'm not mistaken.
And something that's so different that we're seeing now in this this new and improved NRG is their trading is so much better. Like
Victor better than ever on language.
On Kawazin, huge. And then just jiggling this, they're playing these scenarios in the post plant so well, and I think that's just a time thing. Like, I think the synergy is a little bit more there, and I still don't think it's fully there. And that's scary for other teams. Here we go, just a nice slow mid default. Not trying to get cheesed by any deagles like they did on Breeze. QCK, were you walking in? And this is so much info gathered from him.
Timing was
They've cleared
heavy.
so much space. QCK, you mentioned him coming in not far off. Marv caught. Like a thief in the night, he gets the kill, he gets out.
Oh, and he just gets sat down. We got to see it through the wall.
You remember here for Loud, they didn't invest very much at all. A little bit here, a little bit there. You got a share for Kalanzi and for less. A ghost for 2Es, but
Ethan, pata nahi.
In the face of the artillery that Energy has,
I think
this
the
would be a
highest
difficult one to pull off. Although we did see
guy
signs and hints of this on
should be
Breeze, so
10.
we'll see how it plays out.
Oh my gosh.
All right, never mind.
He has multiple revenue, multiple.
Nice. Victor just
Razer
patient on those
Twitch
shots.
पे पता नहीं 30-40,000
That's
लोग
scary when a player is dialed in like that and they're actually just taking their time and just making sure they hit every single shot. I mean, he's already at 6-0. This is his first appearance on Raze. Isn't that insane?
That's just wild.
And I gotta point out, Crashies is already like 2 orbs away from his ult, and that's the power of running the Gecko on this map. You can literally farm this Gecko ult, maybe have like 3-4 a half. It's kind of nutty. And we've already seen like
8 games
Sasi do it. Yeah. We've seen PRX use the Gecko on this map. It's quite good because you can pick up the utility after you clear space.
278.
And also, you don't have to plant the bomb yourself.
First time Raze खेल रहा है.
To plant for you while you just hold.
YouTube पे भी watch कर रहे हैं. हाँ दोनों में करता हूँ.
Against a retake comp like this.
You see the ping on the mini-map. Just on the other side of the wall, they realize there's a pocket there.
10 से ज़्यादा
From
impossible.
Les as well, and it's actually Demon 1 who fills that space for now. And the thing is, if they're really patient about it, you know that wall's going to get toggled again. You can catch something special, assuming the rotates come through either way. NRG turning their sights towards A.
Oh my gosh, he found the timing.
Wow!
My gosh.
Mara be.
That was so clean.
I literally had nothing to do with Raze, but
yeah,
you can play Raze.
You saw the satchel at the end.
First time killer.
Cypher all invested just to secure the W.
Oh no. Oh! I thought it was going to happen.
Me too.
2E's managing to stabilize it. Cohen's in there to help.
In terms of all salary, वो तो
bonus
पता
that
नहीं यार
Energy
और
was able to cash in on.
कितना देता है.
This time the possibility to do it again. With 3 rifles still to play with, Crashies has his
आसपास
ult.
हो गया, Demon 1
And you've
हो
got Molly
गया.
at the beginning to keep things
Hens
back.
हो
This feels borderline impossible if you're Loud.
ये सब highest bid
Taps to do it. Dizzy's not going to find anything because of the smoke, but you're right. There's the ult. Demon 1 with 3 on the round. Time for a rebrand though. As 2Es is left alone.
Demon
He's got to tuck tail. He's got to get out and save that Vandal. Dre, talk to me as we see this round expire and the spike go off. Talk to me about the financial implications of being
Tournament
up this
earnings
big
में इतने not
early
चल.
on.
वो
You've
हो
got
सकता.
3 rifles that
That
you're
is
carrying into
possible.
the next. And you've got Ethan, for example, who's currently sitting at over 4,000 credits. What does that do for your attack side?
It is just a snowball. You get more confidence because you're not scared to lose your weapons, right? So if you're not scared at all, sorry, these are beautiful shots.
That's terrifying.
He timed it perfectly, by the way. If you're not scared to lose guns, you're gonna take more risks. And if you're confident in those risks, I mean, you just saw Demon 1 just walk straight into market right there and just get a 3-2.
It's fearless.
अपने को क्या? सब on
6-0 for Victor, 5-1 for Demon 1.
हम लोग को देखने का अच्छा लग रहा है.
And the buy for Loud, not great. 2Es has a rifle.
कौन कितना कमाता है उस पे वो रहने नहीं
And
चाहिए.
you got
नजर
Les, who's
रखने
taking a
नहीं
little bit of space too.
Yeah, he's so pushed up, but he only has a deagle.
Well, the thing is, that camp can't see him.
Oh, he's gonna walk right in.
Oh. Finding a beautiful timing around Victor's cam.
What's the response from NRG? They're gonna try to re-clear it. Not letting Les have this gun, I think, is really important. Pushing him off the line, throwing the gun off the map. And that's an upgrade too. I think Crashy's had a Guardian right there.
ये जाएंगे क्या लोग?
So they managed to keep their prized possession, keep it out of the hands of Loud. And we saw how good Les is with it. So a wise play here.
Oh, this flash is gonna be everything.
Kawanzin has his fault line too. If there's enough of a Q, he can turn onto this very quickly. But they bait up those flashes. They don't really show anything. That paranoia, I mean, there could have been a footstep, but it felt like a timing thing. There's the fault line. Tui's getting his kill and then getting out.
That was so odd.
Les is really far up here. Yes, he still just has a sheriff. Lands a little bit, deals some damage. Sadak was there to put him away. Yeah. It may not have been the kill, but he did get some damage done. Now Sadak trying to jump out and clean up. Oh, bro, and he can't. Demon 1 there to greet him. Crash, he's swinging backside, and that was a little labored. But the job was done.
He's online.
63 HP as the spike ticks away. 8 bullets. That's all it is. QCK on the flank. Tui's was there on the first. Crashy's left alone. They're patient with this.
Oh!
Shot. Tui's with 3 on the round. Loud on the board.
That was
all because of the camera, guys.
Aggro space into that B main area, understanding
all because of the camera. The camera देखा नहीं.
Too much in the previous rounds.
Aim
and understanding that they like to take mid. So he found the perfect timing to finesse this cam.
Never saw him.
It opened up the entire round for them.
And then not only that, and then you remember the damage that was dealt mid, right? Delayed the rotation just a little bit, set up Sadak to get the shock dart kill.
You know, Sadak gets so much value from the shock darts, even if it's just chip damage.
Yeah.
He just has those timings down. And this might be the first Raze rocket we see out of Demon 1.
If he chooses to invest in this round.
And I know Demon 1 fans everywhere are praying that it's not going to be a Rosa.
Waiting with bated breath. He's got the satchels.
What's the
cue to go?
Reset, guys.
There it is. Here we go. Well, that was underwhelming.
Reset.
He got out though.
Why?
Rosa! And he gets the second kill. In the face of the flash, so QCK popped his ult. He's gonna swing out and try to take the fight. But Victor pushing forward, cleans it.
भाई साहब क्या खेल रही है एनर्जी भाई?
He wasn't gonna get any value.
एनर्जी क्या खेल रही है?
100% success rate. That's not bad.
क्या खेल रहा है भाई?
Loud calling a timeout here as they face
First
a 3-round
race
deficit
performance ऐसा bitch.
Doug.
That's unfortunate.
That's so sad. But back to what I was trying to get at.
Chara.
5 rounds in. This is round 5 or 6. This is round 6, I believe. And Crashies has another ult. This is what I'm talking about with the Gecko. You can just farm this ult on repeat. It's so good.
And I mean, it's not like he's been quiet, right? He's 5-2 right now. He's getting his kills, you know, he's doing his thing. But you're right, farming the orbs has been so valuable for them so far.
That's the scary thing, because let's say he just decides to just snap and just turn it on.
Attacking
now
map
all of a sudden you're talking about like infinite ult glitch.
Yeah, like an ult every round, every other round.
It can literally be possible every other round.
ऐसा नहीं कि अभी वो लोग के पैसे के 1 दे.
And Loud struggling.
5-1 होएगा अभी.
Against this.
Demon 1 इसके पहले कौन सा टीम में था?
You know, PRX basically invented Sentinels taking over the reins of that. And now NRG playing it, but you know, it might be the same comp that they're playing against, but not every team plays it the same way.
Right.
And that's what's so unique about the game of Valorant. So many ways you can play and approach certain things.
Two rifles for the defense, one for Tui's and one for QCK. We've seen this defensive Viper wall, I believe, every round, if memory serves me right.
Send me.
Oh, that's a mid smoke to feint that they're trying to walk down mid, but I don't think NRG is going to bite on this. They're just going to commit to the B site here. Oh my gosh.
That's the thing about, there's some of the value that you see in Phoenix, like, yes, there was help over the top, and that was the cue for him to take the flash and then swing. He's going to get more. He's going to get more. QCK with 3, finally! The cleans it up. Victor's there with the counter punch. 2 kills for the Sentinel, and the spike planted.
And he's going for the reflank, and this is huge because he understands how Loud likes to play this retake. They did double one-way here, and there's going to be a breach C's that can come through. Omen flash, but he's dodging all of it. Crashies just needs to live for as long as he can.
And 46 HP, though.
Oh, the whiff! Oh, no!
But the pressure applied and the time bought.
They're not budging. Oh! Crashies! Full commits with the crouch peek. That was beautiful.
5 rounds for NRG, and you're right. It may not have been a kill found from Victor on that late flank, but it was enough to apply some pressure. It was enough to buy some time.
KC
just had a ridiculous round. But yes, ultimately doesn't go the way of Loud, but
that Gecko ult saves the day. Yeah. Maybe he would have gotten all 5
members. He showed no signs of slowing down.
Demon 1 has been a menace in this series with the First Bloods. I think last map alone he had 7, and I'm already counting just myself right now. I think he's had at least 3 out of the 6 rounds that have been played in Marv. I haven't seen Marv do plays like this where he takes an instant timing in a long time. Oh my gosh, it's beautiful.
Vintage Marv. 3 on the round. No idea.
इतना sexy play.
That was rolling back.
लेकिन 2 बंदे क्यों मरे इमेन पे? पहली मार देता था.
This is scary. If I'm other VCT teams watching this right now, I'm scared of what I'm seeing out of this team.
I mean, I thought we'd have a massive fight on our hands.
Bro, it's over, bro.
I know it's early on Sunset, but it feels like they left a lot of what they had cooked up on Breeze.
It's over.
And it's tough, man, when you've got Demon 1, Crashies in, Vic at the top of the scoreboard, and then Marv just starting to get online and making big plays like that. NRG can run away with this thing.
Demon 1 is one-tapping people right now. I mean, it's insta. As soon as they're on his screen, it's a headshot.
The rounds coming in triplets for NRG.
Look at this. That was a nice shot.
It was.
यहाँ पे क्यों फाइट ले रहे हैं यार? थोड़ा सेक्सी था ना? इतना हेवी क्यों फाइट लिया लोग
That's vintage Marv. That's the Marv that we learned to know on Omen, aggressively TPing, aggressively taking space, getting behind enemy lines, finding timing windows.
And so early on too, to be able to get that read with only like what 6 rounds in play.
Yeah.
And it's not like he's been like lurking around in mid for like most of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been hitting B, they've been doing some pressure on A, and they've had Demon 1 walk into mid. And I think maybe it was somebody that was just saying, you know, like, hey, like somebody from the roster, like, hey, Jimmy, I think you could take this timing top mid. Okay, bet.
He found it.
Bet fam.
You sounded just like him. NRG have leaned towards A for the majority of this round. Wow, don't really have much to fight back with.
Not anytime soon.
They can take some space, and you see what the trap setups are already. Kawanzin is rotated back A in case someone hits, with 2Es taking contact. There's the contact. Les can take contact. UCK is there with the flash. You see the layers, right? They've got traps. Yeah. Everything is a little bit considered here. If this, then this.
This should be obvious. If I'm NRG, they should hard clear this.
Nice.
And more! Again, that was off the TP. That wasn't off the timing. He committed the ult. Kaladin and 2Es left alone. A stinger and a ghost.
I gotta say it. These rounds honestly have not been very close at all.
No.
This is very convincing so far. I don't want to rule Loud out because you could never rule them out. They're resilient. That's one of the traits that everyone from NRG is aware of.
You know what else they are right now?
Blind thoda sa casual ho gaya
and jet lagged.
That is very true.
And you kind of wonder like how much of that is having an impact on the situation. Running out of gas a little early perhaps. But you're right. We've seen Loud in positions like this. We've seen them be resilient. We've seen them mount comebacks.
Honestly, thrive in these positions.
That's true.
All it takes is a couple rounds to string together.
नहीं भाई couple rounds अबे NRG के पास Demon का ult है, Headphone का ult आएगा.
Not getting thrifty. Understanding that if a thrifty comes through, this might be another close game. Like that first map. And another timeout.
That's their second.
They have a lot of ults to work with, so maybe trying to set up some type of Viper pit on one side of the map and then a trap play on the other side. CHUMMI has an op in play. Maybe we'll see a little pocket strat with the breach stun and the Omen TB like we saw from EG. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, and I do think like for Loud, we've seen them try things like that. We've seen them try things like that a lot. Again, everything has a consideration to it. Everything has contact and then a swing, or contact and then a trap, things like that, and they just haven't really come to fruition for Loud. And then I also think worth noting, for that side of the stage to go hands off the wheel the rest of the map, both timeouts called in what, round 9?
Yeah.
It's early.
But they understand they need to salvage this half if they want any chance to win it.
Yeah. Yep.
Because by the looks of it, NRG is just taking this game and running away with it. And I want to point out again, guess what?
Yeah, point it out.
Crashies has another ult.
It's third of the half, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, it's just so insane. He only has 3 more kills than the last time, but it's just, that's how easy it is to farm this ult, especially when you have someone like Demon
24 hour stream or what?
just getting the first blood every single round and just giving you the 4v5, giving you the site for free.
12-4 for the Duelist, who faced so many questions in between kickoff and now about, you know, was it a meta problem? What happened to the Demon 1 that played on EG? I know it's just one map, it hasn't even been a full half, but he's certainly answering a lot of the questions and silencing a lot of the doubters.
Oh!
Debut on Raze. See, Paul's here, but Ethan's there to pick up the pieces. Victor not able to turn on Kawatin.
All the info gathered here, though. The entire map is their just playground right now. They can do anything. They're aware of where Loud is, and I want to point out as well, I feel like NRG has been trying to avoid less, and it's been working very well.
I don't blame them.
Like, the only time we've seen Les get like a first blood so far has been when he pushed up all the way into that B main area.
Marv again with the timing. Yeah. He's deep behind enemy lines.
They can flank
the surprise that has been planted.
Oh, this is a free kill. And he's
patient with it. This is a scary sight because I've seen it go wrong, but this time it goes well. As soon as Les gets 2, as soon as the start heats up, the counterpunch is there, but now 1v1 left. Marv has been good. The tap is there. The snap is
oh my god.
Goes in favor of Marv again.
Just completely dialed in. Nothing going the way of Loud right now.
क्या game खेल रहे हैं NRG.
They still have 4 ults online on top of that.
Loud जैसे team को ऐसे मार रहे
spoke about it. The trading has been just crazy from NRG. Ethan getting the insta trade off of Demon 1 there, and then even flicking the guy top in. Wow, that was crazy.
Just as Les gets 2, Marv responds with 2 of his own.
No emotion.
Insane.
I think that was him smiling. 7 rounds for the attack side. An ult in the hands of Demon 1. We'll see if he's able to keep up that streak. That was almost dangerous. Little pre-fire almost connecting. QCK close by. There's nothing to take contact there. There's no Q to flash.
Yep.
The only saturated left has been used. And it connects.
2 for 2.
Sonic's there on the trade. The spam through. He's so weak. Ultimately falls.
Energy
once again in firm control of the round. A Guardian up and a Stinger to boot.
9-1 भाई तो
I just can't with this Gecko Doug. I just can't.
2-0 हो गया.
He's already more than halfway with it all.
You're right.
I mean, it's just.
Good morning, man. Good morning.
Yeah,
Good morning.
I mean, if he cleans up these kills, he's one off.
See if we can get how many. Do you think we can find how many ults?
जब multiple targets होते
like the most amount?
पहले
I would love to have that stat because this might be a world record.
He's certainly pushing it.
दूर वालों को पहले 2 डाउन करते
हैं. 2 points away from
ये
having it
लोग कवर
online
में जा
again.
सकते हैं और क्लोज या फिर क्लोज हेडशॉट मारना थोड़ा इजी है दूर से
has been walking
दूर वाले
into
को एक बार
space
परफेक्ट एम किया फिर क्लोज
and not allowing these traps to be set off by utility being used. And then you see it, right? QCK is walking up to set up the flash, and he just gets picked off because he's not aware that Victor's already walked up.
Yeah, there's no safety valve. All right,
Yep.
There's nothing to allow him to get into that position and be the cue for him to flash.
This is good prep work from NRG. They definitely have their homework against how Loud likes to play and how their trap setups are built. So walking into a lot of this space on the timings they're doing, it's not just by coincidence. They know what they're doing.
That certainly seems like they know what they're doing. Up 8 rounds. Loud have found very little to, I mean, debatably no success.
It's desperation at this point, just pushing all the way up B main here with a one-way.
They're just starting to push into this.
They don't know about
no idea. The QCK falls.
भाई क्या खेल
He's gonna carry that ult into the next round. He had it.
क्या clear
now they can just slow the round down, grab this B main orb if they wish. Cam was broken though, so maybe second guessing themselves. Nope, we're gonna contact again. Surely we grab this orb. Oh, is it already?
It's
it was already taken.
grabbed,
Yeah, it's already taken. Okay, that's fair. Look at Marved again.
पिछले की बहुत बड़ी होगी कि नहीं अब?
With 2 big kills, but Ethan once again on the trade. Crashy swinging out, deciding he didn't want the fight. Throws it in reverse and gets out. That's because Marv is so far up. This kill is everything. It lands on Les. And just like that, the map is wide open.
Oh my gosh, he's just a freak.
He's a menace. He's an absolute menace. You see the pings on the minimap, understanding there's a real good chance.
और
he's
भी
taking
उठा
that
सकता है
timing.
वो भाई
And they're
उसका
right
और भी
about
उठा
it.
लिया उसके बाद अल्ट पे आ गई
Kawanzi, no fault line.
Hey, we have Gecko ult again.
That's actually insane. The reposition from the controller.
Oh, he just turns though.
But they're both playing an elbow here.
Oh, this timing is everything for Sadak.
The fall line should be enough of a cue. Marved on the turn. The ult was used. Crashies has to push forward. Feeling the walls closing in around him. A 1v1 now. The Molly to buy some time. QCK tanks it. He has no idea. Oh, he heard him. Footsteps betraying his position, and now the bullet's confirming. Oh my gosh! The Red Bull clutch for Crashies, and the 10th for NRG.
Last round in the
Oh my gosh. This
is ugly now.
This is a roster right here. I mean, Loud got 4th in Madrid.
भाई मेरा
And
हो गया
we touched
भाई
on it, right? NRG, even with only like a couple weeks practice, maybe not even, they almost made it to
भाई
that event.
first
They
time
were so
race
close.
खेल रहा है
One
वो
map away.
Taking Sentinels 16-14
First
on the first map. They lost it. With time
नया
under the belt.
टीम बनाया हुआ है
I mean, they look clean.
और वो लोग 10-1 जीत रहे
Pretty
लाउड
sure I've
के
only
मैप
seen
पे
QCK use one ult.
And the trades again.
Ethan's been so, I mean, really, NRG from top to bottom have played this map so confidently. But Ethan really stands out in memory of how aggressively he's played, how confidently he's swung. And I think it goes back to what you were talking about earlier, the trades.
Yeah.
The reliance that they have on each other and the confidence to take these fights and know that there's a good chance they're going to win them.
They're so dialed in on the basic things that it just opens up. The hero plays like this.
Yeah.
From Demon 1, another first blood.
QCK took that ult into halftime, saving it for the second half, I guess. I don't know. He held on to that thing for a long time. Les has found a pocket. They knew about the pocket mid. They don't know about this one. 1, 2, oh no! The Dizzy
shit.
almost keeps it back.
भाई कैसे डिजी उसको लगा रहे
Salvage, I don't know. We can call this salvaging disaster. They get their second round, but
well, Les definitely salvaged that round from being a loss because that was looking the way of NRG.
एक्चुअल में एनर्जी का राउंड था
10-2.
उसका पोजीशनिंग
This is
अनप्रेडिक्टेबल
and
था
almost 11-1.
Yeah.
भाई ये लोग के मुंह पे भी ब्लाइंड पड़ गया बे
Forward and it gooped backward.
Look at Sadak, he's vibing. Hey, we got one, boys. We got 2.
There's a lot to be said about a leader that maintains composure in positions like this. We're actually going to throw it down to Smix, who's standing by in the coaching
Gecko
booth.
टीम फ्लैश कर रहा है यार
Thank you very much, Doug. Sitting here with the lovely Piplup Tiny or Anita, as well as Kelly. Kelly, I'm going to start with you because I know you have a certain husband that is currently playing on the server right now. And I have to think that the score is making you quite relaxed.
After watching Ethan play for all these years, I can never
Oh,
be
Ethan की wife है?
like relaxed. So
नमस्ते
I'm not
भाभी
gonna
जी।
say anything. I'm just hoping for a good game.
Okay, I like that. Let's not jinx it. We don't want to jinx anything going on over here. And Anita, I know earlier on you were talking about how
Anita
you're
नाम है
watching
उसका?
C9 and how it felt really nerve-wracking. How much of that do you think is because A, Ascent was
Anita देखो वहाँ पे
mind-boggling,
और
and
अपना
also
देखो
B, you're
अंकिता
here in the Riot Games arena?
छोड़ दोगे
I think
भी
it's both. The crowd is super loud and really energetic, so it's like adding to everything, and it was really hard to tell. Like,
बात है
it's really hard to tell who's like gonna win the next round, but it's really exciting and fun.
I love that you guys are emotionally supporting each other for the different matches, because had it been C9 versus NRG, I don't know what would have happened on this co-stream. Before I let you guys go, obviously we would love to see them close out, but we do see some interesting things happening with NRG this time around. Some new agents coming out from different players. What do you
Honestly, they've been doing a lot of shuffling and practicing in scrims, and I'm glad they're finally like solidifying like the agents that they're trying out, and they have more reps, and I feel like along the season it'll just get better.
Love to hear it, love to hear it. And Anita, I know we saw earlier C9 be able to close it out, which bodes really well, especially with the roster changes that came in. What are you most looking forward to in the rest of the season?
I'm really looking forward to seeing how they skill and like experiment a little bit more. I know they said they were destroying during practice, so I really want to see that come out a little bit more during the games.
Maybe make it a little bit less stressful for you and the other C9 fans. For now, thank you both so much for taking the time for this quick interview. Let's head back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Smix. Yeah, shout out to everyone in the house.
भाई सेंटिनेल्स not there भाई आज पहला दिन है अमेरिका का अभिषेक भाई रुके जरा
I wish I could say it
आपका
feels like a family-friendly show, but given
देखता
what
है I
energy they're
think
doing
maybe
loud, I
जिंक्स
don't
का
know
पार्ट
that
हो गया है
that's the
लाउड को
case.
सपोर्ट किया मैं
Maybe the potential for a comeback, but
Welcome to the army.
it really doesn't feel like that'll be what plays out. Loud on the attack side now. They've got the Viper wall to conceal the way, but they're going to be pushing into elbow. They're going to be pushing into this crashy Demon 1 duo.
Oh, no.
And as soon as I call their name, they get two.
Oh, no, Doug.
They managed to get out,
दोनों
too.
ने मारा बे टॉप 2
Kawanzine took some damage there.
क्या बकचोदी है
It's
बे
just
लोग
not the two players you want to be
भाई
stepping into
खेलना ही नहीं है बे
No, and I think if
खेलना
this
ही नहीं
goes
मैं
the
तो
way
बोलता
we
हूँ
think it's
रिपोर्ट
going to
कर
go,
दो
the way it seems like it's going to go, this will be 4 pistols for NRG. Unless Loud can pull off something pretty ridiculous. And so far, this might have the makings of it. Kawanzine and Tui's left. The spike is still a bit further away as now it's
Oh my god. I mean, he's back.
Yeah,
I mean, he never really left. But like, it's working again.
GG bro.
And it's on Raze. 18 and 8. I mean, he's trying to shut up everybody who thinks that he's just a jet and controller 2-trick. Now he can play the Raze too.
Spike down A.
I mean, the man.
नया Raze in town आ गया यार
Wait, he's smiling for real.
He actually was
Oh my
smiling.
gosh.
And
जी
again,
बंडल
truthfully,
या
NRG
जी
has
जर्सी
a
सपोर्ट
lot
के
of
लिए
reasons to
बंडल
smile. They've properly dismantled Loud from top to bottom on Sunset. It was a close affair on Breeze, but this has been anything but.
There's my buddy.
अभी
This
ये
is the
सीन
tough
चालू
thing
थोड़ा
about, like,
रेस्ट
playing
वाला
at
बंद
the
पे टेकर
internationals. I know we spoke a lot about how like that could be an advantage, right? But also, these teams that are sitting back are watching you play, and they're able to see in real time what you like to do, what your tendencies are, because they have nothing better to do. Every single player is going to dial in on that. I mean, let's be honest. They're going to scrim, they're going to watch you play.
Enemy remaining.
We've had a scroll wheel issue there. Crashy saves the day. He gets 3 on the round. NRG gets a 12. That's flawless, and
it's a wash.
Yeah,
Nah,
I think
it's an absolute wash.
Yeah.
And if you're an NRG fan, you're happy.
भाई
very
loud
happy right
जैसी
now because
टीम भाई
On
loud
paper,
जैसी
we
टीम
knew. Everyone knows on paper this roster is
ये
supposed to be one of the best
मैप
teams.
में मार
in the
रही
game.
है
But to
वो भी
actually see it
सिर्फ
happen live in
headshot
front of you, to see the work that they put in not that long of a time, I mean, this might be the start of an era for NRG.
Well, and I think, yeah, for as much as we've talked about this team on paper and how good they might be, the truth is we haven't seen it play its way out. I still think QCK is swinging at this point. Legend has it, he's still swinging all the way around. Les is weak, Tui's is healthy. Got a Guardian, no armor. Sharp and Victor left alone.
Hey guys,
in a
operator
position
Vandal
to
किससे
put the
कुछ
series
हो रहा है
away.
Stinger
Spam not going to connect.
One enemy remaining.
Oh man.
All onto Tui's now.
Yeah, he has full utility though. There is a chance
Cover going out.
to keep this going, but I honestly don't think that Loud can bring this one back. Completely.
They're waiting. They're taking their time. Victor's managed to get it. Not like this.
Oh, he got him though.
Yeah, but he's flashed. The counter paranoia is there. It's going to buy a little bit of time. It's been half, but now Marv with a whole lot to do. And not a lot of time to do it. It doesn't matter. The defuse come through. It's been an acceleration of Loud on Sunset as energy taken down.
A convincing map win. I ran into Chet backstage when I had to use the bathroom on accident. We almost bumped into each other.
Oh, I thought you were saying you had to use the bathroom.
No. When I had to.
Sure.
And he told me, he was like, it was pretty sloppy. That's what he said. He said, it's not what I liked. Yeah, we won, but it was sloppy.
We gotta ask him.
Look at this. This was clean.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's...
चेस भाई का चेस्ट से पूरा बड़ा हो गया रहेगा ना प्राउड फील करके
12 total in the series.
Yeah, his Raze debut turned out all right.
11 plants for Crashies.
बाप केला भाई
I'm pretty sure all 11 were from the little guy.
Yeah.
चलो
Wingman.
That is it. इंटरव्यू तुम लोग देख लो मेन चैनल पे. अभी मैं थोड़ा कुछ खा लेता हूँ. 9 बजे दवाई आने वाली है. उसके बाद मैं सोने वाला 9:30 10 बजे. 11 12 1 3 घंटा सोएंगे मस्त. चलो. That is it for today, guys. Bye. See you at 1:30. ठीक है. I think अभी से शेड्यूल करके रख दे तो ज़्यादा टाइम बचा नहीं है. ठीक है. अभी से शेड्यूल करके रख देता हूँ. Bye. Take care. Good night. See yas. Bye. मिलते हैं. Chatcos.
But when there's no hope hiding, no chance.